Chapter 50 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 50. The terrified canonist dared not venture a word in reply. There was something so resolute in Albert's air and demeanor that his good aunt quailed before it, and obeyed him with an alacrity quite surprising in her. The physician, finding his authority despised, and not caring, as he afterward affirmed, to encounter a madman, wisely determined to withdraw. The chaplain betook himself to his prayers, and Albert, assisted by his aunt and two of the domestics, remained the whole day with his patient, without relaxing his attentions for an instant. After some hours of quiet, the paroxysm returned with an intensity almost greater than that of the preceding night. It was, however, of shorter duration, and when it yielded to the effect of powerful remedies, Albert desired the canoness to retire to rest, and to send him another female domestic to assist him, while the two others took some repose. "Will you not also take some rest?" asked Wenceslawa, trembling. "No, my dear aunt," he replied, "I require none." "Alas, my child," said she, "you will kill yourself then." And she added as she left the room, emboldened by the abstraction of the Count, "This stranger costs us dear." He consented, however, to take some food, in order to keep up his strength. He eats standing in the corridor, his eye fixed upon the door, and as soon as he had finished his hasty repast, he threw down the napkin and re-entered the room. He had closed the communication between the chamber of Consuelo and that of Amelia, and only allowed the attendants to gain access by the gallery. Amelia wished to be admitted to tend her suffering companion, but she went so awkwardly about it, and dreading the return of convulsions, displayed such terror at every feverish movement that Albert became irritated and begged her not to trouble herself further, but retire to her own apartment. "To my apartment!" exclaimed Amelia. "Impossible! Do you imagine I could sleep with these frightful cries of agony ringing in my ears?" Albert shrugged his shoulders, and replied that there were many other apartments in the castle, of which she might select the best, until the invalid could be removed to one where her proximity should annoy no one. Amelia, irritated and displeased, followed the advice. To witness the delicate care which Albert displayed toward her rival was more painful than all. "Oh, aunt," she exclaimed, throwing herself into the arms of the canoness, when the latter had brought her to sleep in her own bedroom, where she had a bed prepared for her beside her own. "We did not know Albert. He now shows how he can love." For many days Consuelo hovered between life and death, but Albert combated her malady with such perseverance and skill as finally to conquer it. He bore her through this rude trial in safety, and as soon as she was out of danger, he caused her to be removed to an apartment in a turret of the castle, where the sun shone for the longest time, and where the view was more extensive and varied than from any of the other windows. The chamber, furnished after an antique fashion, was more in unison with the serious tastes of Consuelo than the one they had first prepared for her, and she had long evinced a desire to occupy it. Here she was free from the importunities of her companion, and in spite of the continual presence of a nurse, who was engaged each morning and evening, she could enjoy the hours of convalescence agreeably with her preserver. They always conversed in Spanish, and the tender and delicate manifestation of Albert's love was so much the sweeter to Consuelo in that language, which recalled her country, her childhood, and her mother. Imbued with the liveliest gratitude, weakened by sufferings in which Albert alone had effectively aided and consoled her, she submitted to that gentle lassitude which is the result of severe indisposition. Her recollections of the past returned by degrees, but not with equal distinctness. For example, if she recalled with undisguised satisfaction the support and devotion of Albert during the principal events of their acquaintance, she saw his mental estrangement and his somewhat gloomy passion as through a thick cloud. There were even hours during the half-consciousness of sleep, or after composing drafts, when she imagined that she had dreamed many of the things that could give cause for distrust or fear of her generous friend. She was so much accustomed to his presence and his attentions that if he absented himself at prayer or at meals, she felt nervous and agitated until his return. She fancied that her medicines, when prepared and administered by any other hand than his, had an effect the contrary of that which was intended. She would then observe with a tranquil smile, so affecting on a lovely countenance half veiled by the shadow of death, "I now believe, Albert, that you are an enchanter, for if you order but a single drop of water, it produces in me the same salutary calmness and strength which exist in yourself." Albert was happy for the first time in his life, and as if his soul was strong in joy as it had been in grief, he deemed himself at this period of intoxicating delight the most fortunate man on earth. This chamber, where he constantly saw his beloved one, had become his world. At night, after he was supposed to have retired, and every one was thought asleep in the house, he returned with stealthy steps, and while the nurse in charge slept soundly, he glided behind the bed of his dear Consuelo, and watched her sleeping, pale and drooping like a flower after the storm. He settled himself in a large armchair, which he took care to leave there when he went away, and thus passed the night, sleeping so lightly that at the least movement of Consuelo, he awoke and bent toward her to catch her faint words, or his ready hand received hers when, a prey to some unhappy dream, she was restless and disquieted. If the nurse chanced to awake, Albert declared he had just come in, and she rested satisfied that he merely visited his patient once or twice during the night, while in reality he did not waste half an hour in his own chamber. Consuelo shared his feeling, and although discovering the presence of her guardian much more frequently than that of the nurse, she was still so weak as to be easily deceived as to the number and duration of his visits. Often when, after midnight, she found him watching over her, and besought him to retire and take a few hours' repose, he would evade her desire by saying that it was now near daybreak, and that he had just risen. These innocent deceptions excited no suspicion in the mind of Consuelo of the fatigue to which her lover was subjecting himself, and to them it was owing that she seldom suffered from the absence of Albert. This fatigue, strange as it may appear, was unperceived by the young Count himself. So true is it that love imparts strength to the weakest. He possessed, however, a powerful organization, and he was animated, besides, by a love as ardent and devoted as ever fired a human breast. When, during the first warm rays of the sun, Consuelo was able to bear removal to the half-open window, Albert seated himself behind her, and sought in the course of the clouds and in the purple tints of the sunbeams to divine the thoughts with which the aspect of the skies inspired his silent friend. Sometimes he silently took a corner of the veil with which she covered her head, and which a warm wind floated over the back of the sofa, and bending forward his forehead as if to rest, pressed it to his lips. One day Consuelo, drawing it forward to cover her chest, was surprised to find it warm and moist, and turning more quickly than she had done since her illness, perceived some extraordinary emotion on the countenance of her friend. His cheeks were flushed, a feverish fire shone in his eyes, while his breast heaved with violent palpitations. Albert quickly recovered himself, but not before he had perceived terror depicted on the countenance of Consuelo. This deeply afflicted him. He would rather have witnessed there an emotion of contempt or even of severity than a lingering feeling of fear and distrust. He resolved to keep so careful a watch over himself that no trace of his aberration of mind should be visible to her, who had cured him of it, almost at the price of her own life. He succeeded, thanks to a superhuman power, and one which no ordinary man could have exercised. Accustomed to repress his emotions and to enjoy the full scope of his desires when not incapacitated by his mysterious disease, he restrained himself to an extent that he did not get credit for. His friends were ignorant of the frequency and force of the attack, which he had every day to overcome, until, overwhelmed by despair, he fled to a secret cavern, a conqueror even in defeat, since he still maintained sufficient circumspection to hide from all eyes the spectacle of his fall. Albert's madness was of the most unhappy and yet elevated stamp. He knew his madness and felt its approach, until it had completely laid hold of and overpowered him. Yet he preserved in the midst of his attacks the vague and confused remembrance of an external world, in which he did not wish to reappear, while he felt his relations with it not perfectly established. This memory of an actual and real life we all retain, when in the dreams of a painful sleep we are transported into another life, a life of fiction and indefinable visions. We occasionally struggle against these fantasies and terrors of the night, assuring ourselves that they are merely the effects of nightmare, and making efforts to awake. But on such occasions, a hostile power appears to seize upon us at every effort and to plunge us again into a horrible lethargy, where terrible spectacles, ever growing more gloomy, close around us, and where griefs the most poignant assail and torture us. In alternations, a being which bore a striking analogy to the state we have described passed the miserable life of this powerful intellect, so totally misunderstood by all around him, and whom an active yet delicate and discriminating tenderness alone could have saved from his own distresses. This tenderness had at last been manifested. Consuelo was, of a truth, the pure and heavenly soul which seemed formed to find access to that somber and gloomy spirit, hitherto closed to all sympathy. There was something sweet and touching in the solicitude which a romantic enthusiasm at first aroused in the young girl, and in the respectful friendship which gratitude inspired in her since her illness, and which God doubtless knew to be peculiarly fitted for Albert's restoration. It is highly probable that if Consuelo, forgetful of the past, had shared the ardor of his passion, transports so new to him, and joy so sudden, would have had the most fatal effects. The discreet and chastened friendship which she felt for him was calculated to have a slower but a more certain effect upon his health. It was a restraint as well as a benefit, and if there was a sort of intoxication in the renewed heart of the young count, there was mingled with it an idea of duty and of sacrifice, which gave other employment and another object to his will than those which had hitherto consumed him. He therefore experienced at the same time the happiness of being loved as he had never been before, the grief of not being so with the ardor he himself felt, and the fear of losing his happiness if he did not appear contented with it. This threefold effect of his love soon filled his soul so completely as to leave no room for the reveries toward which his inaction and solitude had so long compelled him to turn. He was delivered from them as by the power of enchantment, for they faded from his memory, and the image of her whom he loved kept his enemies at a distance, and seemed placed between them and himself like a celestial buckler. That repose of spirit and calmness of feeling, which were so necessary to the re-establishment of the young patient, were hereafter, therefore, no more than very slightly and very rarely troubled by the secret agitations of his physician. Like the hero in the fable, Consuelo had descended into Tartarus to draw her friend thence, and had brought after her horror and frenzy. In his turn, he applied himself to deliver her from the inauspicious guests who had followed her, and he succeeded by means of delicate attentions and passionate respect. They began a new life together, resting on each other, not daring to look forward, and not feeling courage to plunge back in thought into the abyss they had passed through. The future was a new abyss, not less mysterious and terrible, which they did not venture to fathom, but they calmly enjoyed the present, like a season of grace which was granted them by heaven. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 51. The other inhabitants of the castle were by no means so tranquil. Amelia was furious, and no longer deigned even to visit the invalid. She affected not to speak to Albert, never turned her eyes toward him, and never answered his morning and evening salutation. And the most provoking part of the affair was that Albert did not seem to pay the least attention to her vexation. The canoness, seeing the very evident and, as it were, declared passion of her nephew for the adventuress, had not a moment's peace. She racked her brains to find some means of putting a stop to the danger and scandal, and to this end she had long conferences with the chaplain. But the latter did not very earnestly desire the termination of such a state of things. He had for a long time past been useless and unnoticed amid the cares of the family, but since these new and agitating occurrences, his post had recovered a kind of importance, and he could at least enjoy the pleasure of spying, revealing, warning, predicting, consulting. In a word, moving the domestic interests at his will, while he had the air of not interfering, and could hide himself from the indignation of the young count behind the old aunt's petticoats. Between them both, they continually found new subjects of alarm, new motives for precaution, but no means of safety. Every day the good Wenceslawa approached her nephew with a decisive explanation on the tip of her tongue, and every day a mocking smile or a freezing look caused the words to miscarry. Every instant she watched for an opportunity of slipping secretly into Consuelo's chamber in order to administer a skillful and firm reprimand, but every instant Albert, as if warned by a familiar spirit, came to place himself upon the threshold of the chamber, and, by a single frown, like the Olympian Jupiter, he disarmed the anger and froze the courage of the divinities hostile to his beloved Eleon. Nevertheless, the canoness had several times engaged the invalid in conversation, and as the moments when she could enjoy a tete-a-tete were very rare, she had profited by these occasions to address some very absurd reflections to her, which he thought exceedingly significant. But Consuelo was so far removed from the ambition attributed to her that she understood nothing of it. Her astonishment and her air of candor and confidence immediately disarmed the good canoness, who, in all her life, could never resist a frank manner or a cordial caress. She hastened in confusion to confess her defeat to the chaplain, and the rest of the day was passed in planning measures for the morrow. In the meantime, Albert, divining this management very clearly, and seeing that Consuelo began to be astonished and uneasy, resolved to put a stop to it. One morning he watched Wenceslawa, as she passed, and while she thought to elude him by surprising Consuelo alone at that early hour, he suddenly appeared just at the moment when she was putting her hand to the key in order to enter the invalid's chamber. "My good aunt," said he, seizing her hand and carrying it to his lips, "I must whisper in your ears something in which you are very much interested. It is that the life and health of the person who reposes within are more precious to me than my own life and my own happiness. I know very well that your confessor has made it a point of conscience with you to thwart my devotion toward her and to destroy the effect of my care. Without that, your noble heart would never have conceived the idea of endangering, by bitter words and unjust reproaches, the recovery of an invalid, hardly yet out of danger. But since the fanaticism or bitterness of a priest can perform such prodigies as to transform the most sincere piety and the purest charity into blind cruelty, I shall oppose with all my power the crime of which my poor aunt consents to be made the instrument. I shall watch over my patient night and day, and no longer leave her for a moment. And if, notwithstanding my zeal, you succeed in carrying her away from me, I swear by all that is most sacred to human belief that I will leave the house of my fathers, never to return. I trust that when you have communicated my determination to the chaplain, he will cease tormenting you and combating the generous instincts of your affectionate heart." The amazed canoness could only reply to this discourse by melting into tears. Albert had led her to the end of the gallery, so that the explanation could not be heard by Consuelo. She complained of the threatening tone which Albert employed, and endeavored to profit by the occasion, to show him the folly of his attachment toward a person of such low birth as Nina. "Aunt," replied Albert, smiling, "you forget that if we are the royal blood of the Podiobrads, our ancestors were kings only through favor of the peasants and revolted soldiery. A Podiobrad, therefore, should not pride himself on his noble origin, but rather regard it as an additional motive to attach him to the weak and the poor, since it is among them that his strength and power have planted their roots, and not so long ago that he can have forgotten it." When Westolara related this conference to the chaplain, he gave it as his opinion that it would not be prudent to exasperate the young count by remonstrances, nor drive him to extremity by annoying his protege. "It is to Count Christian himself that you must address your representation," said he. "Your excessive delicacy has too much emboldened the son. Let your wise remonstrances at length awaken the disquietude of his father, that he may take decisive measures with respect to this dangerous person." "Do you suppose," replied the canoness, "that I have not already done so? But alas, my brother has grown 15 years older during the 15 days of Albert's last disappearance. His mind is so enfeebled that it is no longer possible to make him understand any suggestion. He appears to indulge in a sort of passive resistance to the idea of a new calamity of this description, and rejoices like a child at having found his son, and at hearing him reason and conduct himself as an intelligent man. He believes him cured of his malady, and does not perceive that poor Albert is a prey to a new kind of madness, more fatal than the first. My brother's security in this respect is so great, and he enjoys it so unaffectedly, that I have not yet found courage to open his eyes completely as to what is passing around him. It seems to me that this disclosure coming from you, and accompanied with your religious exhortations, would be listened to with more resignation, have a better effect, and be less painful to all parties." "It is too delicate an affair," replied the chaplain, "to be undertaken by a poor priest like me. It will come much better from a sister, and your Highness can soften the bitterness of the event by expressions of tenderness which I could not venture upon toward the august head of the Rudolstadt family. These two grave personages lost many days in deciding upon which should bell the cat. During this period of irresolution and apathy, in which habit also had its share, love made rapid progress in the heart of Albert. Consuelo's health was visibly restored, and nothing occurred to disturb the progress of an intimacy which the watchfulness of Argus could not have rendered more chaste and reserved than it was, simply through true modesty and sincere love. Meantime, the Baroness Amelia, unable to support her humiliation, earnestly entreated her father to take her back to Prague. Baron Frederick, who preferred a life in the forest to an abode in the city, promised everything that she wished, but put off from day to day the announcement and preparations for departure. The Baroness saw that it was necessary to urge matters on to suit her purpose, and devised one of those ingenious expedients in which her sex are never wanting. She had an understanding with her waiting maid, a sharp-witted and active young Frenchwoman, and one morning, just as her father was about to set out for the chase, she begged him to accompany her in a carriage to the house of a lady of their acquaintance, to whom she had for a long time owed a visit. The Baron had some difficulty in giving up his gun and his powder-horn to change his dress and the employment of the day, but he flattered himself that this condescension would render Amelia less exacting, and that the amusement of the drive would dissipate her ill humor, and enable her to pass a few more days at the castle of the giants without murmuring. When the good man had obtained a respite of a week, he fancied he had secured the independence of life. His forethought extended no further. He therefore resigned himself to the necessity of sending Sapphire and Panther to the kennel, while Attila the hawk turned upon its perch with a discontented and mutinous air, which forced a heavy sigh from its master. The Baron at last seated himself in the carriage with his daughter, and in 3 revolutions of the wheel was fast asleep. The coachman then received orders from Amelia to drive to the nearest post-house. They arrived there after 2 hours of a rapid journey, and when the Baron opened his eyes, he found post-horses in his carriage, and everything ready to set out on the road to Prague. "What means this?" exclaimed the Baron. "Where are we, and whither are we going? Amelia, my dear child, what folly is this? What is the meaning of this caprice, or rather this pleasantry, with which you amuse yourself?" To all her father's questions the young Baroness only replied by repeated bursts of laughter, and by childish caresses. At length, when she saw the postilion mounted, and the carriage roll lightly along the highway, she assumed a serious air, and in a very decided tone spoke as follows: "My dear papa, do not be uneasy. All our luggage is carefully packed. The carriage trunks are filled with all that is necessary for our journey. There is nothing left at the castle of the giants except your dogs and guns, which will be of no use at Prague, and besides, you can have them when you wish to send for them. A letter will be handed to Uncle Christian at breakfast, which is so expressed as to make him see the necessity of our departure, without unnecessarily grieving him, or making him angry either with you or me. I must now humbly beg your pardon for having deceived you, but it is nearly a month since you consented to what I at this moment execute. I do not oppose your wishes, therefore, in returning to Prague. I merely chose a time when you did not contemplate it, and I would wager that, after all, you were delighted to be freed from the annoyance which the quickest preparations for departure entail. My position became intolerable, and you did not perceive it. Kiss me, dear papa, and do not frighten me with those angry looks of yours." In thus speaking, Amelia, as well as her attendant, stifled a great inclination to laugh, for the Baron never had an angry look for anyone, much less for his cherished daughter. He only rolled his great bewildered eyes, a little stupefied, it must be confessed, by surprise. If he experienced any annoyance at seeing himself fooled in such a wise, and any real vexation at leaving his brother and sister without bidding them adieu, he was so astonished at the turn things had taken that his uneasiness changed into admiration of his daughter's tact, and he could only exclaim, "But how could you arrange everything so that I had not the least suspicion? Faith, I little thought when I took off my boots and sent my horse back to the stable that I was off for Prague, and that I should not dine today with my brother. It is a strange adventure, and nobody will believe me when I tell it. But where have you put my traveling cap, Amelia? Who could sleep in a carriage with this hat glued to one's ears?" "Here it is, dear papa," said the merry girl, presenting him with his fur cap, which he instantly placed on his head with the utmost satisfaction. "But my bottle, you have certainly forgotten it, you little wicked one." "Oh, certainly not," she exclaimed, handing him a large crystal flask, covered with Russia leather and mounted with silver. "I filled it myself with the best Hungary wine from my aunt's cellar. But you had better taste it yourself. I know it is the description you prefer." "And my pipe and pouch of Turkish tobacco." "Nothing is forgotten," said Amelia's maid. "His Excellency the Baron will find everything packed in the carriage. Nothing has been omitted to enable him to pass the journey agreeably." "Well done," said the Baron, filling his pipe. "But that does not clear you of all culpability in this matter, my dear Amelia. You will render your father ridiculous, and make him the laughing-stock of everyone." "Dear papa, it is I who seem ridiculous in the eyes of the world, when I apparently refuse to marry an amiable cousin, who does not even deign to look at me, and who, under my very eyes, pays assiduous court to my music mistress. I have suffered this humiliation long enough, and I do not think there are many girls of my rank, my age, and my appearance who would not have resented it more seriously. Of one thing I am certain, that there are girls who would not have endured what I have done for the last 18 months, but, on the contrary, would have put an end to the farce by running off with themselves, if they had failed in procuring a partner in their flight. For my part, I am satisfied to run off with my father. It is a more novel as well as more proper step. What think you, dear papa?" "Why, I think the devil's in you," replied the Baron, kissing his daughter, and he passed the rest of his journey gaily, drinking, eating, and smoking by turns, without making any further complaint or expressing any further astonishment. This event did not produce the sensation in that family at the Castle of the Giants which the little Baroness had flattered herself it would do. To begin with, Count Albert, he might have passed a week without noticing the absence of the young Baroness, and when the Canoness informed him of it, he merely remarked, "This is the only clever thing which the clever Amelia has done since she set foot here. As to my good uncle, I hope he will soon return to us." "For my part," said old Count Christian, "I regret the departure of my brother, because at my age one reckons by weeks and days. What is not long for you, Albert, is an eternity for me, and I am not so certain as you are of seeing my peaceful and easy-tempered Frederick again. Well, it is all Amelia's doings," added he, smiling as he threw aside the saucy yet cajoling letter of the young Baroness. "Women's spite pardons not. You were not formed for each other, my children, and my pleasant dreams have vanished." While thus speaking, the old Count fixed his eyes upon the countenance of his son, with a sort of melancholy satisfaction, as if anticipating some indication of regret. But he found none, and Albert, tenderly pressing his arm, made him understand that he thanked him for relinquishing a project so contrary to his inclination. "God's will be done," ejaculated the old man, "and may your heart, my son, be free. You are now well, happy, and contented among us. I can now die in peace, and a father's love will comfort you after our final separation." "Do not speak of separation, dear father," exclaimed the young count, his eyes suddenly filling with tears. "I cannot bear the idea." The canoness, who began to be affected, received at this moment a significant glance from the chaplain, who immediately rose, and with feigned discretion left the room. This was the signal and the order. She thought, not without regret and apprehension, that the moment was at length come when she must speak, and closing her eyes, like a person about to leap from the window of a house on fire, she thus began, stammering and becoming paler than usual. "Certainly Albert loves his father tenderly, and would not willingly inflict on him a mortal blow." Albert raised his head and gazed at his aunt with such a keen and penetrating look that she could not utter another word. The old count appeared not to have heard this strange observation, and in the silence which followed, poor Wenceslawa remained trembling beneath her nephew's glance, like a partridge fascinated before the pointer. But Count Christian, rousing from his reverie after a few minutes, replied to his sister as if she had continued to speak, or as if he had read in her mind the revelation she was about to make. "Dear sister," said he, "if I may give you an advice, it is not to torment yourself with things which you do not understand. You have never known what it was to love, and the austere rules of a canoness are not those which befit a young man." "Good God!" murmured the astonished canoness. "Either my brother does not understand me, or his reason and piety are about to desert him. Is it possible that in his weakness he would encourage or treat lightly?" "How, aunt?" interrupted Albert in a firm tone and with a stern countenance. "Speak out, since you are forced to it. Explain yourself clearly. There must be an end to this constraint. We must understand each other." "No, sister, you need not speak," replied the count. "You have nothing new to tell me. I understand perfectly well, without having seemed to do so, what has been going on for some time past. The period is not yet come to explain ourselves on that subject. When it does, I shall know how to act." He began immediately to speak on other subjects, and left the canoness astonished, and Albert hesitating and troubled. When the chaplain was informed of the manner in which the head of the family received the counsel which he had indirectly given him, he was seized with terror. Count Christian, although seemingly irresolute and indolent, had never been a weak man, and sometimes surprised those who knew him by suddenly arousing himself from a kind of somnolency and acting with energy and wisdom. The priest was afraid of having gone too far, and of being reprimanded. He commenced therefore to undo his work very quickly, and persuaded the canoness not to interfere further. A fortnight glided away in this manner, without anything suggesting to Consuelo that she was a subject of anxiety to the family. Albert continued his attentions, and announced the departure of Amelia as a short absence, but did not suffer her to suspect the cause. She began to leave her apartment, and the first time she walked in the garden, the old Christian supported the tottering steps of the invalid on his weak and trembling arm. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 52. It was indeed a happy day for Albert when he saw her, whom he had restored to life, leaning on the arm of his father, and offer him her hand in the presence of his family, saying, with an ineffable smile, "This is he who saved me, and tended me as if I had been his sister." But this day, which was the climax of his happiness, changed suddenly, and more than he could have anticipated, his relations with Consuelo. Henceforth, the formalities of the family circle precluded her being often alone with him. The old count, who appeared to have even a greater regard for her than before her illness, bestowed the utmost care upon her, with a kind of paternal gallantry which she felt deeply. The canoness observed a prudent silence, but nevertheless made it a point to watch over all her movements and to form a third party in all her interviews with Albert. At length, as the latter gave no indication of returning mental alienation, they determined to have the pleasure of receiving and even inviting relations and neighbors long neglected. They exhibited a kind of simple and tender ostentation in showing how polite and sociable the young Count Rudolstadt had become, and Consuelo seemed to exact from him, by her looks and example, the fulfillment of the wishes of his relations, in exercising the duties of a hospitable host, and displaying the manners of a man of the world. This sudden transformation cost him a good deal. He submitted to it, however, to please her he loved. But he would have been better satisfied with longer conversations and a less interrupted intercourse with her. He patiently endured whole days of constraint and annoyance, in order to obtain in the evening a word of encouragement or gratitude. But when the canoness came, like an unwelcome spectre, and placed herself between them, he felt his soul troubled and his strength abandon him. He passed nights of torment, and often approached the cistern, which remained clear and pellucid since the day he had ascended from it, bearing Consuelo in his arms. Plunged in mournful reverie, he almost cursed the oath which bound him never to return to his hermitage. He was terrified to feel himself thus unhappy, and not to have the power of burying his grief in his subterranean retreat. The change in his features after his sleeplessness, and the transitory but gradually more frequent return of his gloomy and distracted air, could not fail to excite the observation of his relatives and his friend. But the latter found means to disperse these clouds and regain her empire over him whenever it was threatened. She commenced to sing, and immediately the young count, charmed or subdued, was consoled by tears, or animated with new enthusiasm. This was an infallible remedy, and when he was able to address a few words to her in private, "Consuelo," he exclaimed, "you know the paths to my soul. You possess the power refused to the common herd, and possess it more than any other being in this world. You speak in language divine. You know how to express the most sublime emotions and communicate the impulses of your own inspired soul. Sing always when you see me downcast. The words of your songs have but little sense for me. They are but the theme, the imperfect indication on which the music turns and is developed. I hardly hear them. What alone I hear, and what penetrates into my very soul, is your voice, your accent, your inspiration. Music expresses all that the mind dreams and foresees of mystery and grandeur. It is the manifestation of a higher order of ideas and sentiments than any to which human speech can give expression. It is the revelation of the infinite, and when you sing, I only belong to humanity insofar as humanity has drunk in what is divine and eternal in the bosom of the Creator. All that your lips refuse of consolation and support in the ordinary routine of life, all that social tyranny forbids your heart to reveal, Your songs convey to me 100-fold. You then respond to me with your whole soul, and my soul replies to yours in hope and fear, in transports of enthusiasm and rapture. Sometimes Albert spoke thus, in Spanish, to Consuelo in presence of his family, but the evident annoyance which the canoness experienced, as well as a sense of propriety, prevented the young girl from replying. At length one day, when they were alone in the garden, and he again spoke of the pleasure he felt in hearing her sing, "Since music is a language more complete and more persuasive than that of words," said she, "why do you not speak thus to me, you who understand it better than I do?" "I do not understand you, Consuelo," said the young count, surprised. "I am only a musician in listening to you." "Do not endeavor to deceive me," she replied. "I never but once heard sounds divinely human drawn from the violin, and it was by you, Albert, in the grotto of the Schreckenstein. I heard you that day before you saw me. I discovered your secret, but you must forgive me and allow me again to hear that delightful air, of which I recollect a few bars, and which revealed to me beauties in music to which I was previously a stranger." Consuelo sang in a low tone a few phrases which he recollected indistinctly, but which Albert immediately recognized. "It is a popular hymn," said he, "on some Hussite words. The words are by my ancestor Hinco Podiebrad, the son of King George, and one of the poets of the country. We have an immense number of admirable poems by Stray, Simon Lomnicki, and many others, which are prohibited by the police. These religious and national songs, set to music by the unknown geniuses of Bohemia, are not all preserved in the memory of her inhabitants. The people retain some of them, however, and Zdenko, who has an extraordinary memory and an excellent taste for music, knows a great many, which I have collected and arranged. They are very beautiful, and you will have pleasure in learning them, but I can only let you hear them in my hermitage. My violin, with all my music, is there. I have their precious manuscripts, collections of ancient Catholic and Protestant authors. I will wager that you do not know either Josquin, many of whose themes Luther has transmitted to us in his choruses, nor the younger Claude, nor Arkadelt, nor George Raw, nor Benoit Ducis, nor John Device. Would not this curious research induce you, dear Consuelo, to pay another visit to my grotto, from which I have been exiled so long a time, and to visit my church, which you have not yet seen?" This proposal, although it excited the curiosity of the young artist, was tremblingly listened to. This frightful grotto recalled recollections which he could not think of without a shudder, and in spite of all the confidence she placed in him, the idea of returning there alone with Albert caused a painful emotion, which he quickly perceived. "You dislike the idea of this pilgrimage," said he, "which nevertheless you promise to renew. Let us speak of it no more. Faithful to my oath, I shall never undertake it without you." "You remind me of mine, Albert," she replied, "and I shall fulfill it as soon as you ask it. But, my dear doctor, you forget that I have not yet the necessary strength. Would you not first permit me to see this curious music, and hear this admirable artist, who plays on the violin much better than I sing?" "I know not if you jest, dear sister, but this I know, that you shall hear me nowhere but in my grotto. It was there I first tried to make my violin express the feelings of my heart. For although I had for many years a brilliant and frivolous professor, largely paid by my father, I did not understand it. It was there I learned what true music is, and what a sacrilegious mockery is substituted for it by the greater portion of mankind. For my own part, I declare that I could not draw a sound from my violin if my spirit were not bowed before the divinity. Were I even to see you unmoved beside me, attentive merely to the composition of the pieces I play, and curious to scrutinize my talent, I doubt not that I would play so ill that you would soon weary of listening to me. I have never, since I knew how to use it, touched the instrument consecrated by me to the praise of God or to the expression of my ardent prayers, without feeling myself transported into an ideal world, and without obeying a sort of mysterious inspiration not always under my control. I am not unworthy, replied Consuelo, deeply impressed, and all attention, to comprehend your feelings with regard to music. I hope soon to be able to join your prayer with a soul so fervent and collected that my presence shall not interfere with your inspiration. Ah, my dear Albert, why cannot my master Porpora hear what you say of the heavenly art? He would throw himself at your feet. Nevertheless, this great artist himself is less severe in his views on this subject than you are. He thinks the singer and the virtuoso should draw their inspiration from the sympathy and admiration of their auditory. It is perhaps because Porphyra confounds in music religious sentiment with human thought, and that he looks upon sacred music with the eyes of a Catholic. If I were in his place, I would reason as he does. If I were in a communion of faith and sympathy with the people professing the same worship as myself, I would seek in contact with these souls, animated with the like religious sentiment, the inspiration which heretofore I have been forced to court in solitude, and which consequently I have hitherto imperfectly realized. If ever I have the pleasure of mingling the tones of my violin with those of your divine voice, Consuelo, doubtless I would ascend higher than I have ever done, and my prayer would be more worthy of the deity. But do not forget, dear child, that up to this day my opinions have been an abomination in the eyes of those who surrounded me, and that those whom they failed to shock would have turned them into ridicule. This is why I have hidden, as a secret between God, Porzadenko, and myself, the humble gift which I possess. My father likes music, and would have this instrument, which is sacred to me as the symbols of the Eleusinian mysteries, conduce to his amusement. What would become of me if they were to ask me to accompany a cavatina for Amelia? And what would be my father's feelings if I were to play one of those old Hussite airs, which have sent so many Bohemians into the mines or to the scaffold, or a more modern hymn of our Lutheran ancestors, from whom he blushes to have descended? Alas, Consuelo, I know nothing more modern. There are no doubt admirable things of a later date. From what you tell me of Handel and the other great masters from whose works you have been instructed, their music would seem to me superior in many respects to that which I am about to teach you. But to know and learn this music, it would be necessary to put myself in relation with another musical world, and it is with you alone that I can resolve to do so. With you alone I can seek the despised or neglected treasures which you are about to bestow on me in overflowing measure. And I, said Consuelo, smiling, think I shall not undertake the charge of this education. What I heard in the grotto was so beautiful, so grand, so incomparable, that I should fear in doing so only to muddy a spring of crystal. Oh, Albert, I see plainly that you know more of music than I do. And now what will you say to profane music, of which I am forced to be a professor? I fear to discover in this case, as in the other, that I have hitherto been beneath my mission, and guilty of equal ignorance and frivolity. Far from thinking so, Consuelo, I look upon your profession as sacred, and as it is the loftiest which a woman can embrace, so is your soul the most worthy to fill such an office. Stay, stay, dear Count, replied Consuelo, smiling. From my often speaking to you of the convent where I learned music, and the church where I sung the praises of God, you conclude that I was destined to the service of the altar, or the modest teachings of the cloister. But if I should inform you that the Zingarella, faithful to her origin, was from infancy the sport of circumstances, and that her education was at once a mixture of religious and profane, to which her will was equally inclined, careless whether it were in the monastery or the theatre. Certain that God has placed his seal on your forehead and devoted you to holiness from your mother's womb, I should not trouble myself about these things, but retain the conviction that you would be as pure in the theatre as in the cloister. What? Would not your strict ideas of morality be shocked at being brought in contact with an actress? In the dawn of religion, said he, the theatre and the temple were one and the same sanctuary. In the purity of their primitive ideas, religious worship took the form of popular shows. The arts have their birth at the foot of the altar, the dance itself. That art, now consecrated to ideas of impure voluptuousness, was the music of the senses and the festivals of the gods. Music and poetry were the highest expressions of faith, and a woman endowed with genius and beauty was at once a sibyl and priestess. To these severely grand forms of the past, absurd and culpable distinctions succeeded. Religion proscribed beauty from its festivals, and woman from its solemnities. Instead of ennobling and directing love, it banished and condemned it. Beauty, woman, love cannot lose their empire. Men have raised for themselves other temples, which they call theaters, and where no other god presides. Is it your fault, Consuelo, if they have become dens of corruption? Nature, who perfects her prodigies without troubling herself as to how men may receive them, has formed you to shine among your sex, and to shed over the world the treasures of your power and genius. The cloister and the tomb are synonymous. You cannot, without morally committing suicide, bury the gifts of Providence. You were obliged to wing your flight to a freer atmosphere. Energy is the condition of certain natures. An irresistible impulse impels them, and the decrees of the deity in this respect are so decided that he takes away the faculties which he has bestowed, so soon as they are neglected. The artist perishes and becomes extinct in obscurity, just as the thinker wanders and pines in solitude, and just as all human intellect is deteriorated and weakened and enervated by inaction and isolation. Repair to the theatre, Consuelo, if you please, and submit with resignation to the apparent degradation, as the representative for the moment of a soul destined to suffer, of a lofty mind which vainly seeks for sympathy in the world around us, but which is forced to abjure a melancholy that is not the element of its life, and out of which the breath of the Holy Spirit imperiously expels it. Albert continued to speak in this strain for a considerable time with great animation, hurrying Consuelo on to the recesses of his retreat. He had little difficulty in communicating to her his own enthusiasm for art, or in making her forget her first feeling of repugnance to re-enter the grotto. When she saw that he anxiously desired it, she began to entertain a wish for this interview, in order to become better acquainted with the ideas which this ardent yet timid man dared to express before her so boldly. These ideas were new to Consuelo, and perhaps they were entirely so in the mouth of a person of noble rank of that time and country. They only struck her, however, as the bold and frank expression of sentiments which she herself had frequently experienced in all their force. Devout and an actress, she every day heard the canoness and the chaplain unceasingly condemn her brethren of the stage. In seeing herself restored to her proper sphere by a serious and reflecting man, She felt her heart throb and her bosom swell with exultation, as if she had been carried up into a more elevated and more congenial life. Her eyes were moistened with tears, and her cheeks glowed with a pure and holy emotion, when at the end of an avenue she perceived the canoness, who was seeking her. "Ah, dear priestess," said Albert, pressing her arm against his breast, "will you not come to pray in my church?" "Yes, certainly I shall go," she replied. "And when?" "Whenever you wish. Do you think I am able yet to undertake this new exploit?" "Yes, because we shall go to the Schreckenstein in broad daylight, and by a less dangerous route than the well. Do you feel sufficient courage to rise before the dawn and to escape through the gates as soon as they are opened?" "I shall be in this underwood, which you see at the side of the hill there, by the stone cross, and shall serve as your guide." "Very well, I promise," replied Consuelo, not without a slight palpitation of heart. "It appears rather cool this evening for so long a walk, does it not?" asked the canoness, accosting them in her calm yet searching manner. Albert made no reply. He could not dissemble. Consuelo, who did not experience equal emotion, passed her other arm within that of the canoness and kissed her neck. Wenceslawa vainly pretended indifference, but in spite of herself, she submitted to the ascendancy of this devout and affectionate spirit. She sighed, and on entering the castle, proceeded to put up a prayer for her conversion. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 53. Many days passed away, however, without Albert's wish being accomplished. It was in vain that Consuelo rose before the dawn and passed the drawbridge. She always found his aunt or the chaplain wandering on the esplanade, and from thence reconnoitering all the open country which she must traverse in order to gain the copsewood on the hill. She determined to walk alone within range of their observation, and give up the project of joining Albert, who, from his green and wooded retreat, recognized the enemy on the lookout, took a long walk in the forest glades, and re-entered the castle without being perceived. "You have had an opportunity of enjoying an early walk, Signora Porporina," said the canoness at breakfast. "Were you not afraid that the dampness of the morning might be injurious to your health?" "It was I, aunt, who advised the Signora to breathe the freshness of the morning air, and I think these walks will be very useful to her." "I should have thought that, for a person who devotes herself to the cultivation of the voice," said the canoness, with a little affectation. "Our mornings are somewhat foggy, but if it is under your direction—" "Have confidence in Albert," interrupted Count Christian. "He has proved himself as good a physician as he is a good son and a faithful friend." The dissimulation to which Consuelo was forced to yield with blushes was very painful to her. She complained gently to Albert when she had an opportunity of speaking to him in private, and begged him to renounce his project, at least until his aunt's vigilance should be foiled. Albert consented, but entreated her to continue her walks in the environs of the park, so that he might join her whenever an opportunity presented itself. Consuelo would gladly have been excused, although she liked walking, and felt how necessary to her convalescence it was to enjoy exercise for some time every day, free from the restraint of this enclosure of walls and moats, where her thoughts were stifled as if she had been a prisoner. Yet it gave her pain thus to practice deception toward those whom she respected, and from whom she received hospitality. Love, however, removes many obstacles, but friendship reflects, and Consuelo reflected much. They were now enjoying the last fine days of summer. For several months had already passed since Consuelo had come to dwell in the castle of the giants. What a summer for Consuelo! The palest autumn of Italy was more light and rich and genial. But this warm, moist air, this sky, often veiled by white and fleecy clouds, had also their charm and their peculiar beauty. She found an attraction in these solitary walks, which increased perhaps her disinclination to revisit the cavern. In spite of the resolution she had formed, she felt that Albert would have taken a load from her bosom in giving her back her promise, and when she found herself no longer under the spell of his supplicating looks and enthusiastic words, she secretly blessed his good aunt, who prevented her fulfilling her engagement by the obstacles she every day placed in the way. One morning, as she wandered along the bank of the mountain streamlet, she observed Albert leaning on the balustrade of the parterre, far above her. Notwithstanding the distance which separated them, she felt as if incessantly under the disturbed and passionate gaze of this man, by whom she suffered herself in so great a degree to be governed. "My situation here is somewhat strange," she exclaimed, "while this persevering friend observes me, to see that I am faithful to the promise I have made. Without doubt, I am watched from some other part of the castle, to see that I maintain no relations with him, that their customs and ideas of propriety would prescribe. I do not know what is passing in their minds. The Baroness Amelia does not return. The Canoness appears to grow cold toward me, and to distrust me. Count Christian redoubles his attention, and expresses his dread of the arrival of Porpora, which will probably be the signal for my departure. Albert appears to have forgotten that I forbade him to hope, as if he had a right to expect everything from me. He asks nothing, and does not abjure a passion which seems, notwithstanding my inability to return it, to render him happy. In the meantime, here I am, as if I were engaged in attending every morning at an appointed place of meeting, to which I wish he may not come, exposing myself to the blame, nay, for aught I know, perhaps to the scorn, of a family who cannot understand either my friendship for him nor my position toward him, since indeed I do not comprehend them myself nor foresee their result. What a strange destiny is mine! Shall I then be condemned forever to devote myself to others without being loved in return, or without being able to love those whom I esteem? In the midst of these reflections, a profound melancholy seized her. She felt the necessity of belonging to herself, that sovereign and legitimate want, the necessary condition of progress and development of the true artist, the watchful care which he had promised to observe toward Count Albert, weighed upon her as an iron chain. The bitter recollections of Anzaletto and of Venice clung to her in the inaction and solitude of a life too monotonous and regular for her powerful organization. She stopped near the rock which Albert had often shown her as being the place where he had first seen her, an infant, tied with thongs on her mother's shoulders like the peddler's pack, and running over mountains and valleys like the grasshopper of the fable, heedless of the morrow, and without a thought of advancing old age and inexorable poverty. "Oh, my poor mother," thought the young Cinderella, "here am I, brought back by my incomprehensible fate to a spot which you once traversed, only to retain a vague recollection of it and the pledge of a touching kindness. You were then young and handsome, and doubtless could have met many a place where love and hospitality would have awaited you. Society, which would have absolved and transformed you, and in the bosom of which your painful and wandering life would have at last tasted comfort and repose. But you felt, and always said, that this comfort, this repose, were mortal weariness to the artist's soul. You were right, I feel it, For behold me in this castle, where, as elsewhere, you would pause but one night. Here I am, with every comfort around me, pampered, caressed, and with a powerful lord at my feet. And nevertheless I am weary, and suffocated with restraint. Consuelo, overpowered with an extraordinary emotion, seated herself on the rock. She looked at the sandy path, as if she thought to find there the prints of her mother's naked feet. The sheep in passing had left some locks of their fleece upon the thorns. This fleece, of a reddish brown, recalled the russet hue of her mother's coarse mantle, that mantle which had so long protected her against sun and cold, against dust and rain. She had seen it fall from her shoulders piece by piece. And we too, she said, were wandering sheep. We too left fragments of our apparel on the wayside thorn. But we always bore with us the proud love and full enjoyment of our dear liberty. While musing thus, Consuelo fixed her eyes upon the path of yellow sand which wound gracefully over the hill, and which, widening as it reached the valley, disappeared toward the north among the green pine trees and the dark heath. What is more beautiful than a road, she thought? It is the symbol and image of a life of activity and variety. What pleasing ideas are connected in my mind with the capricious turns of this? I do not recollect the country through which it winds, and yet I have formerly passed through it. But it should indeed be beautiful, were it only as a contrast to yonder dark castle, which sleeps eternally on its immovable rocks. How much pleasanter to the eye are these gravelled paths, with their glowing hues and the golden broom which shadow them, than the straight alleys and stiff palings of the proud domain. With merely looking at the formal lines of a garden, I feel wearied and overcome. Why should my feet seek to reach that which my eyes and thoughts can at once embrace, while the free road, which turns aside and is half hidden in the woods, invites me to follow its windings and penetrate its mysteries? And then it is the path for all humankind. It is the highway of the world. It belongs to no master, to close and open it at pleasure. It is not only the powerful and rich that are entitled to tread its flowery margins and to breathe its rich perfume. Every bird may build its nest amid its branches. Every wanderer may repose his head upon its stones. Nor wall nor paling shuts out his horizon. Heaven does not close before him. So far as his eye can reach, the highway is a land of liberty. To the right, to the left, woods, fields, all have masters. But the road belongs to him to whom nothing else belongs. And how fondly, therefore, does he love it? The meanest beggar prefers it to asylums, which, were they rich as palaces, would be but prisons to him. His dream, his passion, his hope will ever be the highway. Oh, my mother, you knew it well, and often told me so. Why can I not reanimate your ashes, which repose far from me, beneath the seaweed of the lagoons? Why canst thou not carry me on thy strong shoulders, and bear me far, far away, where the swallow skims onward to the blue and distant hills, and where the memory of the past and the longing after vanished happiness cannot follow the light-footed artist, who travels still faster than they do, and each day places a new horizon, a second world, between her and the enemies of liberty? My poor mother, why canst thou not still by turns cherish and oppress me, and lavish alternate kisses and blows, like the wind which sometimes caresses and sometimes lays prostrate the young corn upon the fields, to raise and cast it down again according to its fantasy? Thou hadst a firmer soul than mine, and thou wouldst have torn me, either willingly or by force, from the bonds which daily entangle me. In the midst of this entrancing yet mournful reverie, Consuelo was struck by the tones of a voice that made her start as if a red-hot iron had been placed upon her heart. It was that of a man from the ravine below, humming in the Venetian dialect the Song of the Echo, one of the most original compositions of Chiusetto. Footnote, Juan Croce di Chioggia, 16th century. The person who sung did not exert the full power of his voice, and his breathing seemed affected by walking. He warbled a few notes now and then, stopping from time to time to converse with another person, just as if he had wished to dissipate the weariness of his journey. He then resumed his song as before, as if by way of exercise, interrupted it again to speak to his companion, and in this manner approached the spot where Consuelo sat, motionless and as if about to faint. She could not hear the conversation which took place, as the distance was too great, nor could she see the travelers in consequence of an intervening projection of the rock. But could she be for an instant deceived in that voice, in those accents, which she knew so well, and the fragrance of that song which she herself had taught, and so often made her graceless pupil repeat? At length the two invisible travelers drew near, and she heard one whose voice was unknown to her say to the other in bad Italian, and with the patois of the country, "Ah, signor, do not go up there. The horses could not follow you, and you would lose sight of me. Keep by the banks of the stream. See, the road lies before us, and the way you are taking is only a path for foot passengers." The voice which Consuelo knew became more distant, and appeared to descend, and soon she heard him ask what fine castle that was on the other side. "That is Riesenberg, which means the castle of the giants," replied the guide, for he was one by profession, and Consuelo could now distinguish him at the bottom of the hill, on foot and leading two horses covered with sweat. The bad state of the roads, recently inundated by the torrent, had obliged the riders to dismount. The traveler followed at a little distance, and Consuelo could at length see him by leaning over the rock which protected her. His back was toward her, and he wore a traveling dress, which so altered his appearance and even his walk, that had she not heard his voice, she could not have recognized him. He stopped, however, to look at the castle, and taking off his broad-leaved hat, wiped his face with his handkerchief. Although only able to distinguish him imperfectly from the great height at which he was placed, she knew at once those golden and flowing locks, and recognized the movement he was accustomed to make in raising them from his forehead or neck when he was warm. "This seems a very fine castle," said he. "If I had time, I should like to ask the giants for some breakfast." "Oh, do not attempt it," said the guide, shaking his head. "The Rudolstadts only receive beggars and relations." "Are they not more hospitable than that? May the devil seize them, then." "Listen, it is because they have something to conceal." "A treasure or a crime?" "Oh, nothing of that kind. It is their son who is mad." "Deuce take him too, then. It would do them a service." The guide began to laugh. Anzoletto commenced to sing. "Come," said the guide, "we are now over the worst of the road. If you wish to mount, we may gallop as far as Tusta. The road is magnificent, nothing but sand. Once there, you will find the highway to Prague and excellent post horses." "In that case," said Anzoletto, adjusting his stirrups, "I may say the fiend seize thee too, for your jades, your mountain roads, and yourself are all becoming very tiresome." Thus speaking, he slowly mounted his nag, sunk the spurs in its side, and without troubling himself about the guide, who followed him with great difficulty, he darted off toward the north, raising great clouds of dust on that road which Consuelo had so long contemplated, and on which she had so little expected to see pass, like a fatal vision, the enemy of her life, the constant torture of her heart. She followed him with her eyes, in a state of stupor impossible to express, struck with disgust and fear. So long as she was within hearing of his voice, she had remained hidden and trembling. But when he disappeared, when she thought she had lost sight of him perhaps forever, she experienced only violent despair. She threw herself over the rock to see him for a longer time. The undying love which she cherished for him awoke again with fervor, and she would have recalled him, but her voice died on her lips. The hand of death seemed to press heavily on her bosom. Her eyes grew dim. A dull noise, like the dashing of the sea, murmured in her ears. And falling exhausted at the foot of the rock, she found herself in the arms of Albert, who had approached without being perceived, and who bore her, apparently dying, to a most shady and secluded part of the mountain. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 54. The fear of betraying by her emotion a secret so long hidden in the depths of her soul restored Consuelo to strength and enabled her to control herself, so that Albert perceived nothing extraordinary in her situation. Just as the young Count received her in his arms, pale and ready to swoon, Anzoletto and his guide disappeared among the distant pine trees, and Albert might therefore attribute to his own presence the danger she had incurred of falling down the precipice. The idea of this danger, of which he supposed himself to be the cause, in terrifying her by his sudden approach, so distressed him that he did not at first perceive Consuelo's confused replies. Consuelo, in whom he still inspired at times a kind of superstitious terror, feared that he might divine the mystery. But Albert, since love had made him live the life of other men, seemed to have lost the apparently supernatural faculties which he had formerly possessed. She soon conquered her agitation, and Albert's proposal to conduct her to his hermitage did not displease her at this moment, as it would have done a few hours previously. It seemed as if the grave and serious character and gloomy abode of this man, who regarded her with such devoted affection, offered themselves as a refuge in which she could find strength to combat the memory of her unhappy passion. It is Providence, thought she, who has sent me this friend in the midst of my trials, and the dark sanctuary to which he would lead me is an emblem of the tomb in which I should wish to be buried, rather than pursue the track of the evil genius who has just passed me. Oh, yes, my God, rather than follow his footsteps, let the earth open to receive me, and snatch me forever from the living world. Dear Consolation, said Albert, I came to tell you that my aunt, having to examine her accounts this morning, is not thinking of us, and we are at length at liberty to accomplish our pilgrimage. Nevertheless, if you still feel any repugnance to revisit places which recall so much suffering and terror. No, my friend, replied Consuelo. On the contrary, I have never felt better disposed to worship with you, and to soar aloft together on the wings of that sacred song which you promised to let me hear. They took the way together toward the Schreckenstein, and as they buried themselves in the wood in an opposite direction to that taken by Anzoletto, Consuelo felt more at ease, as if each step tended to undo the charm of which she had felt the force. She walked on so eagerly that, although grave and reserved, Count Albert might have ascribed her anxiety to a desire to please, if he had not felt that distrust of himself and of his destiny, which formed the principal feature of his character. He conducted her to the foot of the Schreckenstein, and stopped at the entrance of a grotto filled with stagnant water, and nearly hidden by the luxuriant vegetation. This grotto, in which you may remark some traces of a vaulted construction, said he, is called in the country the monk's cave. Some think it was a cellar of a convent at a period when, in place of these ruins, there stood here a fortified town. Others relate that it was subsequently the retreat of a repentant criminal who turned hermit. However this may be, no one dares to penetrate the recesses, and everyone says that the water is deep and is imbued with a mortal poison, owing to the veins of copper through which it runs in its passage. But this water is really neither deep nor dangerous. It sleeps upon a bed of rocks, and we can easily cross it, Consuelo, if you will once again confide in the strength of my arm and the purity of my love. Thus saying, after having satisfied himself that no one had followed or observed them, he took her in his arms, and entering the water, which reached almost to his knee, he cleared a passage through the shrubs and matted ivy which concealed the bottom of the grotto. In a very short time, he set her down upon a bank of fine dry sand, in a place completely dark. He immediately lighted the lantern with which he was furnished, and after some turns in subterranean galleries, similar to those which Consuelo had already traversed, they found themselves at the door of a cell, opposite to that which she had opened the first time. This subterranean building, said he, was originally destined to serve as a refuge in time of war, either for the principal inhabitants of the town, which covered the hill, or for the lords of the castle of the giants, to whom this town belonged, who could enter it secretly by the passages with which you are already acquainted. If a hermit, as they assert, since inhabited the monk's cave, it is probable that he was aware of this retreat, because the gallery which we have just traversed has been recently cleared out, while I have found those leading from the castle so filled up in many places with earth and gravel that I found difficulty in removing them. Besides, the relics I discovered here, the remnants of matting, the pitcher, the crucifix, the lamp, and above all, the skeleton of a man lying on his back, his hands crossed on his breast, as if in a last prayer at the hour of his final sleep, proved to me that a hermit had here piously and peaceably ended his mysterious existence. Our peasants still believe that the hermit's spirit inhabits the depths of the mountain. They affirm that they have often seen him wander around it, or flit to the heights by the light of the moon, that they have heard him pray, sigh, sob, and that even a strange, incomprehensible music has been wafted toward them, like a suppressed sigh, on the wings of the breeze. Even I myself, Consuelo, when despair peopled nature around me with phantoms and prodigies, have thought I saw the gloomy penitent prostrate under the Hussite. I have fancied that I heard his plaintive sobs and heart-rending sighs ascend from the depths of the abyss. But since I discovered and inhabited this cell, I have never seen any hermit but myself, any spectre but my own figure, nor have I heard any sobs save those which issued from my own breast. Since Consuelo's first interview with Albert in the cavern, she had never heard him utter an irrational word. She did not venture, therefore, to allude to the manner in which he had addressed herself, nor to the illusions in the midst of which she had surprised him. But she was astonished to observe that they seemed absolutely forgotten, and not wishing to recall them, she merely asked if solitude had really delivered him from the disquietude of which he spoke. "I cannot tell you precisely," he replied, "and at least not until you exact it can I urge my memory to the task. I must have been mad, and the efforts I made to conceal it betrayed it yet more. When, thanks to one to whom tradition had handed down the secret of these caverns, I succeeded in escaping from the solicitude of my relatives and hiding my despair, my existence changed. I recovered a sort of empire over myself, and secure of concealment from troublesome witnesses, I was able at length to appear tranquil and resigned in the bosom of my family. Consuelo perceived that poor Albert was under an illusion in some respects, but this was not the time to enlighten him, and pleased to hear him speak of the past with such unconcern. She began to examine the cell with more attention than she had bestowed on it the first time. There was no appearance of the care and neatness which he formerly observed. The dampness of the walls, the cold of the atmosphere, and the mouldiness of the books betrayed complete abandonment. "You see that I have kept my word," said Albert, who had just succeeded with great difficulty in lighting the stove. "I have never set foot here since the day you displayed your power over me by tearing me away." Consuelo had a question on her lips, but restrained herself. She was about to ask if Zdenko, the friend, the faithful servant, the zealous guardian, had also abandoned and neglected the hermitage. But she recollected the profound sorrow which Albert always displayed when she hazarded a question as to what had become of him, and why she had never seen him since the terrible encounter in the cavern. Albert had always evaded these questions, either by pretending not to understand her, or by begging her to fear nothing for the innocent. She was at first persuaded that Zdenko had received and faithfully fulfilled the command of his master, never to appear before his eyes. But when she resumed her solitary walks, Albert, in order to completely reassure her, had sworn, while a deadly paleness overspread his countenance, that she should not encounter Zdenko, who had set out on a long voyage. In fact, no one had seen him since that time, and they thought he was dead in some corner, or that he had quitted the country. Consuelo believed neither of these suppositions. She knew too well the passionate attachment of Zdenko to Albert to think a separation possible. As to his death, she thought of it with a terror she hardly admitted to herself, when she recollected Albert's dreadful oath to sacrifice the life of this unhappy being, if necessary, to the repose of her he loved. But she rejected this frightful suspicion on recalling the mildness and humanity which the whole of Albert's life displayed. Besides, he had enjoyed perfect tranquillity for many months, and no apparent demonstration on the part of Zdenko had reawakened the fury which the young count had for a moment manifested. He had forgotten that unhappy moment, which Consuelo also struggled to forget. He only remembered what took place in the cavern while he was in possession of his reason. Consuelo therefore concluded that he had forbidden Zdenko to enter or approach the castle, and that the poor fellow, through grief or anger, had condemned himself to voluntary seclusion in the hermitage. She took it for granted that Zdenko would come out on the Schreckenstein only by night for air, and to converse with Albert, who no doubt took care of and watched over him, who had for so long a time taken care of himself. On seeing the condition of the cell, Consuelo was driven to the conclusion that he was angry at his master, and had displayed it by neglecting his retreat. But as Albert had assured her when they entered the grotto that there was contained in it no cause of alarm, she seized the opportunity when his attention was otherwise engaged to open the rusty gate of what he called his church, and in this way to reach Zdenko's cell, where doubtless she would find traces of his recent presence. The door yielded as soon as she had turned the key, but the darkness was so great that she could see nothing. She waited till Albert had passed into the mysterious oratory which he had promised to show her, and which he was preparing for her reception, and she then took a light and returned cautiously to Zdenko's chamber, not without trembling at the idea of finding him there in person. But there was not the faintest evidence of his existence. The bed of leaves and the sheepskins had been removed. The seat, the tools, the sandals of undressed hide, all had disappeared, and one would have said, to look at the dripping walls, that this vault had never sheltered a living being. A feeling of sadness and terror took possession of her at this discovery. A mystery shrouded the fate of this unfortunate, and Consuelo accused herself of being perhaps the cause of a deplorable event. There were two natures in Albert, the one wise, the other mad, the one polished, tender, merciful, the other strange, untamed, perhaps violent and implacable. His fancied identity with the fanatic John Ziska, his love for the recollections of Hussite Bohemia, and that mute and patient, but at the same time profound passion which he nourished for herself, all occurred at this moment to her mind, and seemed to confirm her most painful suspicions. Motionless and frozen with horror, she hardly ventured to glance at the cold and naked floor of the grotto, dreading to find on it tracks of blood. She was still plunged in these reflections when she heard Albert tune his violin, and soon she heard him playing on the admirable instrument, the ancient psalm which she so much wished to hear a second time. The music was so original, and Albert performed it with such sweet expression, that, forgetting her distress, and attracted, and as if charmed by magnetic power, she gently approached the spot where he stood. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 55. The door of the church was open, and Consuelo stopped upon the threshold to observe the inspired virtuoso and the strange sanctuary. This so-called church was nothing but an immense grotto, hewn or rather cleft out of the rock irregularly by the hand of nature, and hollowed out by the subterranean force of the water. Scattered torches, placed on gigantic blocks, shed a fantastic light on the green sides of the cavern, and partially revealed dark recesses, in the depths of which the huge forms of tall stalactites loomed like specters, alternately seeking and shunning the light. The enormous sedimentary deposits on the sides of the cavern assumed 1,000 fantastic forms. Sometimes they seemed devouring serpents, rolling over and interlacing each other, sometimes hanging from the roof and shooting upward from the floor. They wore the aspect of the colossal teeth of some monster, of which the dark cave beyond might pass for the gaping jaws. Elsewhere, they might have been taken for misshapen statues, giant images of the demigods of antiquity, a vegetation appropriate to the grotto, huge lichens, rough as dragon scales, festoons of heavy-leaved scolopendra, tufts of young cypresses recently planted in the middle of the enclosure, on little heaps of artificial soil, not unlike graves, gave the place a terrific and somber aspect which deeply impressed Consuelo. To her first feeling of terror, admiration, however, quickly succeeded. She approached and saw Albert standing on the margin of the fountain which sprung up in the midst of the cavern. This water, although gushing up abundantly, was enclosed in so deep a basin that no movement was visible on its surface. It was calm and motionless as a block of dark sapphire, and the beautiful aquatic plants with which Albert and Zdenko had clothed its margin were not agitated by the slightest motion. The spring was warm at its source, and the tepid exhalations with which it filled the cavern caused a mild and moist atmosphere favorable to vegetation. It gushed from its fountain in many ramifications, of which some lost themselves under the rocks with a dull noise, while others ran gently into limpid streams in the interior of the grotto and disappeared in the depths beyond. When Count Albert, who until then had been only trying the strings of his violin, saw Consuelo advance toward him, he came forward to meet her and assisted her to cross the channels, over which he had thrown in the deepest spots some trunks of trees, while in other places rocks, on a level with the water, offered an easy passage to those habituated to it. He offered his hand to assist her, and sometimes lifted her in his arms. But this time Consuelo was afraid, not of the torrent which flowed silently and darkly under her feet, but of the mysterious guide toward whom she was drawn by an irresistible sympathy, while an indefinable repulsion at the same time held her back. Having reached the bank, she beheld a spectacle not much calculated to reassure her. It was a sort of quadrangular monument, formed of bones and human skulls, arranged as if in a catacomb. "Do not be uneasy," said Albert, who felt her shudder. "These are the honored remains of the martyrs of my religion, and they form the altar before which I love to meditate and pray." "What is your religion, then, Albert?" said Consuelo, in a sweet and melancholy voice. "Are these bones Hussite or Catholic? Were not both the victims of impious fury, and martyrs of a faith equally sincere? Is it true that you prefer the Hussite doctrines to those of your relatives, and that the reforms subsequent to those of John Huss do not appear to you sufficiently radical and decisive? Speak, Albert, what am I to believe? If they told you that I preferred the reform of the Hussites to that of the Lutherans, and the great Procopius to the vindictive Calvin, as much as I prefer the exploits of the Taborites to those of the soldiers of Wallenstein, they have told you the truth, Consuelo. But what signifies my creed to you, who seem instinctively aware of truth, and who know the deity better than I do? God forbid that I should bring you here to trouble your poor soul and peaceful conscience with my tormenting reveries. Remain as you are, Consuelo. You were born pious and good. Moreover, you were born poor and obscure, and nothing has changed in you the pure dictates of reason and the light of justice. We can pray together without disputing, you who know everything although having learned nothing, and I who know very little after a long and tedious study. In whatever temple you raise your voice, the knowledge of the true God will be in your heart, and the feeling of the true faith will kindle your soul. It is not to instruct you, but in order that your revelation may be imparted to me, that I wished our voices and our spirits to unite before this altar, formed of the bones of my fathers. I was not mistaken, then, in thinking that these honored remains, as you call them, are those of Hussites, thrown into the fountain of the Schreckenstein during the bloody fury of the civil wars, in the time of your ancestor John Ziska, who, they say, made fearful reprisals. I have been told that, after burning the village, he destroyed the wells. I fancy I can discover in the obscurity of this vault a circle of hewed stones above my head, which tells me that we are precisely under a spot where I have often sat when fatigued, after searching for you in vain. Say, Count Albert, is this really the place that you have baptized as the stone of expiation?" "Yes, it is here," replied Albert, "that torments and atrocious violence have consecrated the asylum of my prayers, and the sanctuary of my grief. You see enormous blocks suspended above our heads, and others scattered on the banks of the stream. The just hands of the Taborites flung them there by the orders of him whom they called the terrible blind man. But they only served to force back the waters toward those subterranean beds in which they succeeded in forcing a passage. The wells were destroyed, and I have covered their ruins with cypress. but it would have needed a mountain to fill this cavern. The blocks, which were heaped up in the mouth of the well, were stopped by a winding stair, similar to that which you had the courage to descend in my garden at the castle. Since that time, the gradual pressure of the soil has thrust them closer together and confines them better. If any portion of the mass escapes, it is during the winter frosts. You have therefore nothing to fear from their fall. It was not that of which I was thinking, Albert, replied Consuelo, looking toward the gloomy altar on which he had placed his Stradivarius. I asked myself why you render exclusive worship to the memory of these victims, as if there were no martyrs on the other side, and as if the crimes of the one were more pardonable than those of the other. Consuelo spoke thus in a severe tone, and looking distrustfully at Albert. She remembered Zdenko, and all her questions, had she dared so to utter them, assumed in her mind a tone of interrogation, such as would befit a judge toward a criminal. The painful emotion which suddenly seized upon the Count seemed the confession of remorse. He passed his hands over his forehead, then pressed them against his breast, as if it were being torn asunder. His countenance changed in a frightful manner, and Consuelo feared that he might have only too well understood her. "You do not know what harm you do me," said he, leaning upon the heap of bones, and drooping his head toward the withered skulls, which seemed to gaze on him from their hollow orbits. "No, you cannot know it, Consuelo, and your cold remarks recall the memory of the dreary past. You do not know that you speak to a man who has lived through ages of grief, and who, after being the blind instrument of inflexible justice in the hands of God, has received his recompense and undergone his punishment. I have so suffered, so wept, so expiated my dreary destiny, so atoned for the horrors to which my fate subjected me, that I had at last flattered myself I could forget them. Forgetfulness, yes, forgetfulness. That was the craving which consumed my aching breast. That was my vow and my daily prayer. That was the token of my alliance with man and my reconciliation with God, which, during long years, I had implored, prostrate upon these moldering bones. When I first saw you, Consuelo, I began to hope. When you pitied me, I thought I was saved. See this wreath of withered flowers ready to fall into the dust, and which encircles the skull that surmounts the altar. You do not recognize it, though I have watered it with many a bitter yet soothing tear. It was you who gathered them, you who sent them to me by the companion of my sorrows, the faithful guardian of this sepulchre. Covering them with kisses and tears, I anxiously asked myself if you could ever feel any true and heartfelt regard for one like myself, a pitiless fanatic, an unfeeling tyrant. "But what are the crimes you have committed?" said Consuelo firmly, distracted with a thousand varying emotions, and emboldened by the deep dejection of Albert. "If you have a confession to make it here to me, that I may know if I can absolve and love you." "Yes, you may absolve me, for he whom you know, Albert of Rudolstadt, has been innocent as a child. But he whom you do not know, John Siska of the Chalice, has been whirled by the wrath of heaven into a career of iniquity." Consuelo saw the imprudence of which she had been guilty, in rousing the slumbering flame and recalling to Albert's mind his former madness. This, however, was not the moment to combat it, and she was revolving in her mind some expedient to calm him, and had gradually sunk into a reverie, when suddenly she perceived that Albert no longer spoke, no longer held her hand, that he was not at her side, but standing a few paces off, before the monument, performing on his violin the singular airs with which she had been already so surprised and charmed. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 56. Albert at first played several of those ancient canticles, whose authors are now either unknown or forgotten in Bohemia, but of which Zdenko had preserved the precious tradition, and the text of which the Count had found by dint of study and meditation. He was so imbued with the spirit of these compositions, barbarous at the first glance, but profoundly touching and truly beautiful to an enlightened and serious taste, and had made himself so familiar with them as to be able to improvise on them at length, mingling with them his own ideas, then resuming and developing the original idea, and again giving way to his own inspiration, all without changing the original austere and striking character of these ancient productions by his ingenious and learned interpretation. Consuelo had determined to listen to and retain these precious specimens of the popular genius of ancient Bohemia, but all her endeavors soon became impossible, as much from her musing mood as the vague impression which the music itself produced. There is a species of music which may be termed natural, because it is not the production of science and reflection, but rather of an inspiration which escapes from the trammels of rules and conventions, such as popular music, that of the peasants in particular. What glorious poetry appears, lives and dies, as it were, among them, without ever having been correctly noted down, or appearing in any regular form. The unknown artist, who improvises his rustic ballad while he tends his flocks or drives the plough, and such exist even in the most prosaic countries, can rarely be induced to give a form to his fugitive ideas. He communicates it to others, children of nature like himself, and they chant it from hamlet to hamlet, from hut to hut, each one according to his taste. It is for this reason that these songs and pastoral romances, so lively and simple, or so tender in sentiment, are for the most part lost, and have never lasted more than 1 century. Educated musicians will not trouble themselves to collect them. The most part despise them, for want of an intelligence and sentiment sufficiently elevated to comprehend them. Others are turned aside by the difficulties they encounter in their search for the true and real version, with which, perhaps, the author himself was unacquainted, and which certainly was not acknowledged as an invariable type by its numerous interpreters. Some have changed it through ignorance. Others have developed, modified, or embellished it by their superior taste and intelligence, because cultivation has not taught them to repress their natural impulses. They do not know that they have transformed the primitive work, and their candid hearers are no more aware of it than themselves. The peasant neither examines nor compares. When heaven has made him a musician, he sings after the fashion of the birds, the nightingale especially, whose improvisation is endless, though the elements of her song be the same. Moreover, the genius of the people is unbounded. It is needless to register its productions, which, like those of the earth they cultivate, are unceasing. It creates every hour like nature, which inspires it. Footnote. The author here enters in a note into some particulars relative to the hurdy-gurdy players in France. The principal instructors, it appears, are in Bourbonnais, in the woods. Their simple compositions, which they reckon by the hundreds, and are yearly renewed, embrace only the simplest elements of music. Consuelo had all the candor, poetry, and sensibility in her composition which are requisite to comprehend and love popular music. In this she proved that she was a great artist, and that the learned theories which he studied had in no respect impaired the freshness and sweetness which are the treasures of inspiration and the youth of the soul. She had sometimes whispered to Anzoletto, so that Porpora could not hear, that she loved several of the barcarolles sung by the fishermen of the Adriatic, better than all the science of Padre Martini and Maestro Durante. Her mother's songs and boleros were a source of poetic life from which she never wearied in drawing inspiration. What impression, then, must the musical genius of the Bohemians, that pastoral, warlike, fanatic people, grave and mild in the midst of the most potent elements of activity, have produced upon her? Such characteristics were at once striking and new to her. Albert performed this music with rare perception of the national spirit, and of the pious and energetic feelings in which it originated. He combined in his improvisation the profound melancholy and heartrending regret with which slavery had imbued his soul and that of his people. And this mingling of sorrow and bravery, of exultation and depression, these hymns of gratitude united with cries of distress, pictured in the deepest and most lively colors the sorrows of Bohemia and of Albert. It has been justly said that the aim of music is to awaken feeling. No other art so reveals the sublime emotions of the human soul. No art so depicts the glories of nature, the delights of contemplation, the character of nations, the whirl of passion, and the cry of suffering. Hope, fear, regret, despair, devotion, enthusiasm, faith, doubt, glory, peace. All these and more music gives us and takes away from us again, according to its genius and our own capacity. It presents things in an entirely new and original aspect, and without being guilty of the puerilities of mere sound and the imitation of external noises. It suffers us to perceive, through a dreamy haze which enhances and ennobles them, the exterior objects to which it transports our imagination. Certain anthems will evoke the gigantic phantoms of ancient cathedrals, allow us to penetrate into the secret thoughts of their constructors, and of those who, kneeling within their holy precincts, utter their hymns of praise to God. Those who are able to express simply and powerfully the music of different nations, and know how to listen to it as it deserves, need not to make a tour of the world in order to behold different nations, to visit their monuments, to read their books, or to traverse their plains, their mountains, their gardens, and their wildernesses. A Jewish air at once transports us into the synagogue. A pibroch conveys us to the highlands of Scotland, while all Spain is revealed to us by a melody of that fair land. Thus have I been many a time in Poland, Germany, Naples, Ireland, India, and thus have I come to be better acquainted with the inhabitants of these countries than if I had known them for years. It required but an instant to transport me there and make me a sharer in all their thoughts and emotions. I identified myself with every phrase of their existence by studying their music and making it my own. Consuelo gradually ceased to hear Albert's violin. Her soul was rapt, and her senses, closed against all outward objects, awoke in another world, to traverse unknown regions inhabited by a new race of beings. She beheld, amidst a strange chaos at once horrible and magnificent, the spectral form of the heroes of old Bohemia. She heard the mournful clang of bells, while the formidable Taborites descended from their fortified mounts, lean, half-clad, bloody, and ferocious. Then she beheld the angels of death assembled in the clouds, the cup and sword in their hands. Hovering in a compact troop over the heads of the prevaricating pontiffs, she saw them pour out upon the accused earth the vial of divine wrath. She fancied she heard the rushing of their wings, and the dropping blood which extinguished the conflagration lighted by their fury. Sometimes it was a night of terror and gloom, wherein she heard the sobs and groans of the dying on the field of battle. Sometimes it was a glowing day, of which she could hardly bear the splendor, in which she saw the thundering chariot of the terrible blind man, with his helmet and his rusty cuirass, and the gore-stained bandage which covered his eyes. Temples opened of themselves as he approached. Monks fled into the bosom of the earth, carrying away their relics and their treasures in a corner of their robes. Then the conquerors brought feeble old men, mendicants covered with sores like Lazarus, madmen who ran singing and laughing like Sedenko, executioners stained with blood, little children with pure hands and angel looks, Amazons carrying torches and bundles of pikes, and seated them round a table, while an angel, radiant with beauty, like those which Albert Dürer has introduced into his apocalyptic compositions, presented to their greedy lips the wooden cup, the chalice of forgiveness, of restoration, and of sacred equality. This angel reappeared in all the visions that floated around Consuelo. She saw him, the beautiful one, the sorrowful, the immortal, proudest among the proud. He bore along with him his broken chains, and his torn pinions dragging on the ground betrayed tokens of violence and captivity. He smiled compassionately on the men of crime, and pressed the little children to his bosom. Excited, fascinated, she darted toward him with open arms while her knees bent under her. Albert let fall his violin, which gave out a plaintive sound as it fell, and received the young girl in his arms while he uttered a cry of surprise and transport. It was he whom Consuelo had listened to and looked at, while dreaming of the rebellious angel. His form, his image, which had attracted and subdued her. It was against his heart that she had come to rest her own, exclaiming in a choking voice, "Thine, thine, angel of grief, thine and God's forever." But hardly had Albert's lips touched hers than a deadly chill and scorching pain ran through limb and brain. The illusion, so roughly dissipated, inflicted so violent a shock upon her system that she felt as if about to expire, and extricating herself from the arms of the Count, she fell against the bones of the altar, which gave way with a frightful crash. Seeing herself covered with these dread remains, and in the arms of Albert, who gazed on her with surprise and alarm, she experienced such dreadful anguish and terror that, hiding her face in her disheveled hair, she exclaimed with sobs, "Away, away in the name of heaven, light, air! O God, rescue me from this sepulchre, and restore me to the light of the sun." Albert, seeing her pale and delirious, darted toward her, and would have lifted her in his arms to extricate her from the cavern. But in her consternation she understood him not, and, abruptly rising, she began to fly recklessly toward the recesses of the cavern, without giving any heed to the obstacles by which she was beset, and which in many places presented imminent danger. "In the name of God," said Albert, "not that way. Death is in your path. Wait for me." But his cries only served to augment Consuelo's terror. She bounded twice over the brook with the lightness of a roe, and without knowing what she did. At last, in a gloomy recess planted with cypress, she dashed against a sort of mound, and fell with her hands before her on earth freshly turned up. This shock made such an impression upon her that a kind of stupor succeeded to her terror. Suffocated, breathless, and not well comprehending what she felt, she suffered the Count to approach. He had hastened after her, and had had the presence of mind in passing to seize one of the torches from the rocks, in order to light her along the windings of the stream in case he should not overtake her before she reached a spot which he knew to be deep, and toward which he appeared to direct her course. The poor young man was so overwhelmed by such sudden and contrary emotions that he dared not speak to her, nor even offer her his hand. She was seated on the heap of earth which had caused her to stumble, and dared not utter a word, but confused and with downcast eyes, she gazed mechanically upon the ground. Suddenly, she perceived that this mound had the form and appearance of a tomb, and that she was really seated on a recently made grave, over which were strewed branches of cypress and withered flowers. She rose hastily, and with fresh terror, which she could not conquer, exclaimed, "Oh, Albert, whom have you buried here?" "I buried here what was dearest to me in the world before I knew you," replied Albert, with the most painful emotion. "If I have committed an act of sacrilege during my delirium, and under the idea of fulfilling a sacred duty, God will, I trust, pardon me. I shall tell you another time what soul inhabited the body which rests here. At present, you are too much agitated, and require the fresh air. Come, Consuelo, let us leave this place, where you made me in one moment the happiest and most miserable of men." "Oh, yes," she exclaimed, "let us go hence. I know not what vapors are rising from the earth, but I feel as if I were about to die, and as if my reason were deserting me." They left the cavern together without uttering another word. Albert went first, stopping and holding down his torch before each stone, so that his companion might see and shun it. When he was about to open the door of the cell, a recollection occurred to Consuelo, doubtless in consequence of her artistic turn of thought, though otherwise seemingly out of place. "Albert," said she, "you have forgotten your violin beside the spring. This admirable instrument, which caused me emotions hitherto unknown, I could not consent to abandon to certain destruction in this damp place." Albert made a gesture indicating the little value he now attached to anything beside Consuelo, but she insisted. "It has caused me much pain," said she. "Nevertheless, if it has caused you only pain, let it be destroyed," said he with bitterness. "I never wish to touch it again during my life. Oh, I have been too late in destroying it." "It would be false were I to say so," replied Consuelo, whose respect for the musical genius of the Count began to revive. "I was too much agitated, that is all, and my delight changed into anguish. Seek it, my friend. I should wish to put it in its case until I have courage to place it in your hands and listen to it again." Consuelo was affected by the look of satisfaction which the Count gave her as he re-entered the grotto in order to obey her. She remained alone for a few moments, and reproached herself for her foolish fears and suspicions. She remembered, trembling and blushing as she did so, the delirium which had cast her into his arms, but she could not avoid admiring the respect and forbearance of this man, who adored her, and yet who did not take advantage of the opportunity to speak of his love. His sad and languid demeanor plainly indicated that he had hoped nothing either from the present or from the future. She acknowledged his delicacy, and determined to soften by sweetest words their mutual farewell on leaving the cavern. But the remembrance of Zdenko was fated to pursue her like a vengeful shadow, and force her to accuse Albert in spite of herself. On approaching the door, her eyes lighted on an inscription in Bohemian, which she could easily decipher, since she knew it by heart. Some hand, which could be no other than Zdenko's, had traced it with chalk on the dark, deep door. "May he whom they have wronged—" The rest was unintelligible to Consuelo, but the alteration of the last word caused her great uneasiness. Albert returned, grasping his violin, but she had neither courage nor presence of mind to assist him, as she had promised. She was impatient to quit the cavern. When he turned the key in the lock, she could not avoid placing her finger on the mysterious word, and looking interrogatively at her host. "That means," said Albert, with an appearance of tranquillity, "may the acknowledged angel, the friend of the unhappy. Yes, I know that, and what more? May he pardon thee. And why pardon? She replied, turning pale. If grief be pardonable, said the Count, with a melancholy air, I have a long prayer to make. They entered the gallery, and did not break silence until they reached the monk's cave. But when the light of day shed its pale reflection through the foliage on the Count's features, Consuelo observed the silent tears flow gently down his cheeks. She was affected, yet when he approached with a timid air to carry her to the entrance, she preferred wetting her feet rather than permit him to lift her in his arms. She alleged his fatigue and exhaustion as a pretext for refusing, and already her slippers were moistened when Albert exclaimed, extinguishing his torch. Farewell, then, Consuelo. I see your aversion, and I must return to eternal night, like a spectre evoked for a moment from the tomb, only to inspire you with fear. No, your life belongs to me, exclaimed Consuelo, turning and stopping him. You made an oath never to enter this cabin without me, and you have no right to withdraw it. And why do you wish to impose the burden of life on a phantom? A recluse is but the shadow of a man, and he who is not loved is alone, everywhere and with everyone. Albert, Albert, you rend my heart. Come, take me away. In the light of day I shall perhaps see more clearly into my own destiny. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 57. Albert obeyed, and when they began to descend from the base of the Schreckenstein to the valleys beneath, Consuelo became calmer. Pardon me, said she, leaning gently on his arm. I have certainly been mad myself in the grotto. Why recall it, Consuelo? I should never have spoken of it. I knew that you would wish to efface it from your memory, as I must endeavor to blot it from mine. I do not wish to forget it, my friend, but to entreat your pardon for it. If I were to relate the strange vision which I had while listening to your bohemian airs, you would find that I was out of my senses when I caused you such terror. You cannot believe that I would trifle with your reason or your repose. Heaven is my witness that I would lay down my life for you. I know that you set no great value on life, Consuelo, but I feel that I would covet it earnestly if... Well, if what? If I were beloved even as I love. Albert, I love you as much as allowable. I would doubtless love you as you deserve to be loved, if... It is your turn to speak. If insurmountable obstacles did not make it a crime. And what are these obstacles? I vainly seek them around you. I only find them in your heart, doubtless in the memory of the past. Do not speak of the past. It is hateful to me. I would rather die than live over that past again. Your rank, your fortune, the opposition and anger of your relatives. Where should I find courage to meet these, Albert? I possess nothing in this world but my pride and independence. What would remain were I to sacrifice them? My love and yours if you loved me. But I feel that this is not the case, and I only ask your pity. How could you be humiliated by giving me happiness as an alms? Which of us could then take precedence of the other? How would you be lowered by my fortune? Could we not quickly cast it to the poor if it oppressed you? Know you not that I have long resolved to employ it according to my convictions and my tastes? That is to say, to get rid of it, when my father's loss should add the trouble of his inheritance to that of separation. Are you afraid of being rich? I have vowed poverty. Are you afraid of my name rendering you illustrious? It is a false name. The true one is proscribed. True, I shall never resume it, lest I were to injure the memory of my father. But in my obscurity, I swear to you no one shall be dazzled by it. And as to the opposition of my friends, oh, if there be no other obstacle but that, only tell me so, and you shall see. It is the greatest of all, the only one which all my devotion, all my gratitude toward you cannot remove. You do not speak the truth, Consuelo. You dare not swear it. It is not the only obstacle. Consuelo hesitated. She had never told an untruth, yet she wished to repair the evil she had done her friend, who had saved her life, and who had watched over her for months with the tender solicitude of a mother. She wished to soften her refusal by pointing out obstacles, which she really believed insurmountable. But Albert's questions troubled her, and her own heart was a labyrinth in which she lost herself, because she could not say with certainty whether she loved or hated this singular man, toward whom a mysterious and powerful sympathy had attracted her, while at the same time an invincible dread, and something even approaching dislike, made her tremble at the mere idea of an engagement with him. It seemed to her at this moment as if she hated Anzoletto. Could it be otherwise when she compared his coarse selfishness, his low ambition, his baseness, his perfidy, with Albert's generous, humane, pure spirit, so deeply imbued with lofty virtue? The only stain which could sully the latter was this attempt on Zdenko's life, which he could not help believing. But this suspicion might be the offspring of her imagination, a nightmare which a moment's explanation could dispel. She pretended to be preoccupied and not to have heard Albert's last question. "Heavens!" she exclaimed, stopping to look at a peasant who passed at some distance. "I thought I saw Zdenko." Albert shuddered, dropped Consuelo's arm, which he held within his own, took a few steps forward, then stopped and returned toward her, saying, "What an error is yours, Consuelo. This man has not the least resemblance to." He could not say Zdenko. His features betrayed violent agitation. "You thought it yourself, however, for a moment," said Consuelo, who looked at him attentively. "I am nearsighted, and I ought to have recollected that this meeting was impossible." "Impossible? Zdenko is then far away?" "So far that you need fear nothing from his madness." "Can you explain his sudden hatred to me after his previous display of sympathy?" "I told you that it arose from a dream which he had on the eve of your descent into the cavern. He saw you in a vision follow me to the altar, where you consented to pledge your faith to me. And there you sang our old Bohemian hymn with a clear and thrilling voice, which made the whole church ring. And while you sang, he saw me grow pale and sink into the floor, until at length I was dead and buried in the sepulchre of my fathers. Then he beheld you cast away your hymeneal crown, push the flat stone over my head, which covered me on the instant, and dance on it, singing incomprehensible words in an unknown language, with all the marks of unbounded joy. Enraged, he threw himself on you, but you had already disappeared in a thick vapor, and he awoke, bathed in perspiration and transported with anger. He awoke me also, for his cries and imprecations made the vault echo again. I found it difficult to induce him to narrate his dream, and still more to hinder him from looking upon it as the counterpart of my future destiny. I could not easily convince him, for I was myself laboring under morbid mental excitement, and had never tried previously to dissuade him when I saw him place implicit belief in his visions and dreams. Nevertheless, I hoped that he had ceased to think of it or attach any importance to it, for he never said a word on the subject, and when I asked him to go and speak to you about me, he did not oppose it. It never entered into his conceptions that you should seek me here, and his frenzy was roused only when he saw you attempt the task. Nevertheless, he displayed no hatred against you till the moment we met him on our return from the subterranean galleries. He then informed me very laconically, in Bohemian, that he intended to deliver me from you. That was his expression, and to destroy you the first time he met you alone. For that you were the bane of my life, and had my death written in your eyes. Pardon these details, and say if I had not ground for apprehension. Let us speak no more about it, if you please. The subject is truly painful. I loved Zdenko as a second self. His mental wanderings were identified with my own to such an extent that we had the same dreams, the same thoughts, and even the same physical indispositions. But he was more cheerful, and to some extent of a more poetical turn than myself. The phantoms which appalled me were, to his more genial organization, simply melancholy, or, perchance, even gay. The greatest difference between us was that my attacks were irregular, whereas he was ever the same. While I was a prey to delirium or despair, he lived constantly in a kind of dream, in which all objects assumed a symbolical aspect, and this was even of so sweet and gentle a form that in my lucid moments, certainly the most painful of all, I required the sight of his peaceful delusion to cheer and reconcile me to life. "Oh, my friend," said Consuelo, "you should hate me, as I hate myself, for having deprived you of so devoted and precious a friend. But his exile has lasted long enough. He is by this time surely recovered from his temporary attack." "Probably," said Albert, with a strange and bitter smile. "Well, then," replied Consuelo, whose mind revolted at the idea of Zdenko's death, "why not recall him? I should see him without fear, I assure you, and we should make him forget his prejudices." "Do not speak of it, Consuelo," said Albert sorrowfully. "He will never return. I have sacrificed my best friend, my companion, my servant, my stay, my provident, laborious mother, my dear, submissive, unconscious child, he who provided for all my wants, for my innocent yet melancholy pleasures, he who upheld me in moments of despair, and who resorted to force and cunning to prevent me from leaving my cell, when he saw me incapable of preserving my own dignity and existence in the world of living men. I have made this sacrifice without remorse, because I felt I ought. For since you have faced the dangers of the cavern and restored me to reason and a sense of duty, you are at once more sacred and precious to me than even Zdenko himself." "This is an error and outrage, Albert. A moment's courage is not to be compared to a whole life of devotion." "Do not suppose that a wild and selfish love has induced me to act as I have done. I should have thrust it back into my bosom and shut myself up in my cabin with Zdenko, rather than break the heart of the best of men. But the hand of Providence was in it. I had resisted the impulse which mastered me, had fled from your sight so long as the dreams and presentiments which made me hope to find in you an angel of mercy were unrealized. Up to the moment when a frightful vision deranged the gentle and pious Zdenko, he shared my aspirations, my hopes, my fears, and my religious desires. Poor soul! He mistook you the very day you declared yourself. The light of his soul grew dim, and he was condemned to confusion and despair. It was my duty also to abandon him, for you appeared wrapped in rays of glory. Your descent was a prodigy, and you cleared away the mists from my eyes, by words which your calm intellect and education as an artist did not permit you to study and prepare. Pity and charity alike inspired you, and under their wonder-working influence, you told me what I ought to do in order to know and understand the life of man. What then did I say so wise and so good? Truly, Albert, I know not. Nor I either, but heaven was in your voice and in the calm serenity of your looks. With you, I learned in an instant that which I never should have learned alone. I knew that my previous life was an expiation, a martyrdom, and I sought the accomplishment of my destiny in darkness, solitude, and tears. In anger, study, penance, and macerations. You gave me another life, another martyrdom, one all patience, sweetness, toleration, and devotion. My duties, which you so simply traced out for me, beginning with those toward my family. I had forgotten them and my family, through excess of kindness, overlooked my faults. Thanks to you, I have atoned for them, and from the first day I knew you, I have felt, from the calmness that I have experienced, that no more was required from me at present. I know indeed that this is not all, and I await the ulterior revelations of my destiny. But I have confidence, because I have found an oracle that I can consult. You are that oracle, Consuelo. You have received power over me, and I shall not rebel against it. I therefore ought not to have hesitated a moment between the power which was to regenerate me and the poor passive creature who had hitherto shared my distresses and borne with my outbreaks. Do you speak of Zdenko? But how do you know that I might not have cured him also? You saw that I had already gained some power over him, since I could convince him by a word when he was about to kill me. Oh heavens, it is too true. I have been wanting in faith. I was afraid. I knew what the oaths of Zdenko were. He had sworn to live only for me, and he kept his oath in my absence as since my return. When he swore to destroy you, I did not think it possible to change his resolution, and I determined to offend, banish, crush, destroy him. To destroy him? What do you mean, Albert? Where is Zdenko? You ask me, as God asked of Cain, where is thy brother? Oh heavens, you have not killed him, Albert. And Consuelo, as she uttered the word, clung to Albert's arm and looked at him with a mixture of pity and terror. But she recoiled from the proud and cold expression of his pale countenance, where grief seemed to have fixed her abode. I have not killed him, yet I have taken his life assuredly. And if I have preferred regret and repentance to the fear of seeing you assassinated by a madman, have you so little pity in your heart that you always recall my sorrow and reproach me with the greatest sacrifice I could make? You also are cruel. Cruelty is never extinct in a human breast. There was such solemnity in this reproach, the first that Albert had ever addressed to her, that Consuelo felt more than ever the fear which he inspired her. A sort of humiliation, weak perhaps, but inherent in the female heart, replaced the pride with which she had listened to his passionate declaration. She felt herself humbled, no doubt misunderstood, because she did not wish to discover his secret, save with the intention, or at least the desire, of responding to his affection if he could justify himself. At the same time, she perceived that she was guilty in the eyes of her lover, because if he had really killed Zdenko, the only person in the world who had no right to condemn him was she whose life required the sacrifice of another life infinitely precious to Albert. Consuelo could not reply. She endeavored to speak of something else, but tears choked her utterance. In seeing them flow, Albert was distressed in his turn, but she begged him never to recur to so painful a subject, and promised on her part, with a feeling bordering on despair, never to mention a name which caused him such terrible emotion. They were constrained and unhappy during the remainder of the day, and vainly endeavored to converse on some other subject. Consuelo did not know either what she said or heard. This sad but deep tranquillity, with such a load on his conscience, bordered on madness, and Consuelo could not justify her friend's save in remembering that he was mad. If he had killed some bandit in fair fight in order to save her life, she would have felt gratitude and perhaps admiration for his strength and courage. But this mysterious murder, doubtless perpetrated in the darkness of the cavern, this sepulchre dug in the very sanctuary, this morose silence after such a deed, the stoical fanaticism with which he dared to lead her to the grotto, and there deliver himself up to the charms of music, all this was horrible, and Consuelo felt that love for such a man was a feeling which could not enter her heart. When could he have committed the murder, she asked herself. I have not for months seen a trace of remorse on his brow. Was there not, perhaps, blood on his hands some day when I offered him mine? Dreadful! He must be made of stone or ice, or else he loves me to the verge of madness. And I, who so wished to inspire a boundless love, I, who so bitterly regretted being loved so coldly. Behold what heaven has reserved for me in answer to my wish. Then she once more endeavored to guess at what time Albert had accomplished his horrible sacrifice. She thought it must have been during her severe illness, when she was indifferent to all outward things. But when she remembered the tender and delicate care which Albert had lavished on her, she could not reconcile the two characters, so dissimilar to each other and to those of mankind in general. Lost in dreary reverie, she received with an absent air the flowers which Albert gathered for her on their way, and which he knew she loved. She never even thought of leaving him and entering the castle alone, so as to conceal their meeting, and whether it was that Albert thought no more about it, or that he deemed it unnecessary to dissemble any longer with his family, he did not suggest such a precaution, and they found themselves face to face with the canoness at the entrance of the castle. For the first time, Consuelo, and doubtless Albert also, observed those features, which were really ugly in spite of their deformity, inflamed with anger. "It is high time for you to return, Signora," said she to the Porporina, in a voice trembling with indignation. "We were really uneasy about Count Albert. His father, who would not breakfast without him, wished to have a conference with him this morning, which you have thought proper to make him forget. And, as for yourself, there is a young fellow in the saloon who calls himself your brother, and who awaits your arrival with rather ill-bred impatience." After having expressed herself in these extraordinary terms, the poor Wenceslawa, terrified at her own exploit, set off for her own apartment, where she coughed and wept for more than an hour. End of chapter 57. With such a load on his conscience. Chapter 58 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 58. "My aunt is in a strange mood," said Albert, as they ascended together the steps of the entrance. "I beg you will pardon her, and be assured that this very day she will alter her manner and language." "My brother," said Consuelo, stupefied with the news which had just been announced, and not hearing what the young count said. "I did not know you had a brother," said Albert, who was more struck by his aunt's ill temper than by this occurrence. "You will doubtless be glad to see him, dear Consuelo, and I am rejoiced." "Better not, Signor Count," replied Consuelo, a painful presentiment rapidly occurring to her mind. "Some dreadful sorrow is perhaps in store for me, and—" She paused, trembling, for she was on the point of asking advice and protection. But she was afraid of drawing close to the bonds already existing between them, and, not daring either to receive or avoid the visitor, who introduced himself to her under color of an untruth, She felt her knees fail her, and turning pale, was obliged to support herself against the balustrade. "Do you fear bad news from your family?" said Albert, who now began to grow uneasy. "I have no family," replied Consuelo, endeavoring to move on. She was about to say that she had no brother, but some vague terror prevented her. In crossing the dining hall, she heard the creaking of the traveler's boots pacing backward and forward impatiently. By an involuntary movement, she approached the young count, and as she took his arm, pressed it against her own, as if to seek refuge in his affection from the sufferings which he anticipated. Albert, struck by this movement, felt a deadly apprehension. "Do not go in," said he in a low tone of voice, "without me. I feel by a sort of presentiment, which has never yet failed me, that this brother is your enemy and mine. I am chilled. I am afraid, as if I were about to be forced to hate someone." Consuelo withdrew her arm, which Albert had pressed close to his bosom. She trembled lest he should adopt one of those singular ideas, one of those implacable resolutions of which Sedenko's presumptive death afforded a deplorable instance. "Let us part here," she said in German, for their voices could now be heard in the adjoining apartment. "I have nothing to fear at present, but if the future threaten, Albert, be assured I shall have recourse to you." Albert yielded with extreme reluctance, fearing to be found wanting in delicacy. He dared not disobey, but he could not resolve to leave the hall. Consuelo, who understood his thoughts, closed the double doors of the saloon when she entered, in order that he might neither hear nor see what was about to occur. Anzoletto, for his effrontery left no doubt on her mind that it was indeed he, was prepared to salute her bodily, in the presence of witnesses, with a fraternal embrace. But when he saw her enter alone, pale, but cold and severe, he lost all his courage and, stammering, threw himself at her feet. It was not necessary, indeed, for him to feign joy or tenderness. He experienced both these feelings in their full reality, at discovering her whom, notwithstanding his baseness, he had never ceased to love. He burst into tears, and as she would not let him take her hands, he covered the border of her garment with kisses and tears. Consuelo had not expected to find him thus. For months she had thought of him as he had appeared on the night of their separation, the most bitter, hateful, and detestable of men. That very morning she had seen him pass with an insolent and careless air. Now he was on his knees, repentant, prostrate, bathed in tears, as in the stormiest days of their once passionate reconciliations, and handsomer than ever, for his traveling costume, though common enough, became him to admiration, and his sunburnt complexion imparted a more manly expression to his classic features. Trembling like the dove in the grasp of the hawk, she was forced to seat herself and hide her face in her hands, to avoid the fascination of his gaze. This gesture, which Anzoletto took for shame, encouraged him, and the return of his evil thoughts soon destroyed the effect of his first warm and unaffected transports. Anzoletto, in flying from Venice, and the vexations inseparable from his faults, had no other aim but that of seeking his fortune. But he had always cherished the desire and expectation of once more finding out his dear Consuelo. Such talents as hers could not, in his opinion, remain long hidden, and by dint of chatting with innkeepers, guides, and travelers, he left no means untried of procuring information. At Vienna, he had met persons of distinction from his native city, to whom he had confessed his folly and his flight. They advised him to wait in some place at a distance from Venice until Count Sestiniani had forgotten or forgiven his escapade, and, while promising to intercede for him, they gave him letters of introduction to Prague, Dresden, and Berlin. When passing by the castle of the giants, Anzoletto had never thought of questioning his guide, but after about a half-hour's rapid ride, having paused to breathe the horses, he had entered into conversation with him relative to the people and the surrounding country. Naturally enough, the guide spoke of the lords of Rudolstadt, their strange mode of life, and particularly of the eccentricities of Count Albert, which were no longer a secret to anybody, especially since Dr. Wetzelius had declared open enmity toward him. The guide added to this the local gossip that the Count had refused to marry his cousin, the beautiful Baroness Amelia de Rudolstadt, in order to take up with an adventuress, not so remarkable for her beauty as for her admirable singing, which enchanted everyone. This description was so applicable to Consuelo that our traveler immediately asked the name of the adventuress, and learning that she was called the Purpurina, instantly guessed the truth. He retraced his steps, and after having rapidly invented the pretext by which to introduce himself into so well-guarded a castle, he continued to question his guide still further. The man's gossip induced him to believe that Consuelo was the young Count's betrothed, and was about to become his wife. But the story was that she had enchanted the whole family, and instead of turning her out of doors as she deserved, they paid her more respect and attention than they had ever done to the Baroness Amelia. These details stimulated Anzoletto quite as much as, and perhaps even more, than his real attachment for Consuelo. He had indeed sighed for the return of that peaceful existence which he had led with her. He had truly felt that in losing her advice and direction, he had destroyed, or at least put in jeopardy, the success of his musical career. And, in short, he was strongly attracted to her by a love at once selfish, deep-seated, and unconquerable. But to all this was added the vainglorious wish of disputing the affections of Consuelo with a rich and noble lover, of snatching her from a brilliant marriage, and causing it to be said in the neighborhood and in the world that this highly cherished girl had preferred to follow his fortunes rather than become Countess and chatelaine. He amused himself, therefore, by making his guide repeat that the Purpurina was Lady Paramount at Riesenberg, and inwardly gloried in the childish idea that this same guide should relate to future travelers that one day a gay young fellow rode up to the inhospitable castle of the giants, came, saw, and conquered, and a day or two afterward took his leave, carrying with him this pearl of singers, before the very eyes of the puissant lord of Rudolstadt. At this idea, he struck the rowels into his horse's sides, and laughed so loud and long that the guide concluded that of the two, certainly Count Albert was not the matter. The canoness received Anzoletto with distrust, but did not like to dismiss him, as she hoped that he would perhaps take with him his pretended sister. He was out of temper when he learned that Consuelo was walking, and he questioned the domestics on the subject while they served breakfast. Only one of them understood a little Italian, and he replied, without any malicious intention, that he had seen the signor on the mountain with the young count. Anzoletto said to himself that if Consuelo were the betrothed of the count, she would have the proud attitude of a person in her position. But if it were otherwise, she would be less certain of her standing, and would tremble before an old friend who might thwart her projects. Anzoletto was too acute not to perceive the ill temper and uneasiness with which the canoness viewed this long walk of Purpurina with her nephew. As he did not see Count Christian, he thought that the guide must have misinformed him, that the family were displeased with the Count's affection for the young adventuress, and that the latter would be abashed before her first lover. Interpreting in this manner the irresistible emotion she had felt on first seeing him, he thought, when he saw her sink in her chair, fainting and agitated, that he might go any lengths. He therefore gave full scope to his eloquence, reproached himself for the past, humbled himself hypocritically, wept, related his torments and despair, painting them somewhat more poetically than the truth warranted, and finally implored her pardon with all the persuasive eloquence of a Venetian and an accomplished actor. Agitated by his voice, and fearing her own weakness more than his remaining influence, Consuelo, who also had had time for reflection during the last 4 months, was sufficiently self-possessed to detect in these professions, and in this passionate eloquence, what she had already heard 1,000 times at Venice, in the latter days of their unhappy attachment. It mortified her to find that he used the same assurances, the same oaths, as if nothing had happened since those quarrels in which he was far from suspecting the infamous part Anzoletto had played. Indignant at such audacity and such flowery language, when tears and shame alone should have manifested themselves, she cut him short by rising and coldly replying, "It is enough, Anzoletto. I have already pardoned you, and I wish to hear no more. Anger has given place to pity, and your misconduct and my sufferings are equally forgotten. There is nothing more to say. I thank you for the kindness which induced you to interrupt your journey with a view to a reconciliation. But your pardon, as you see, was already granted, so now adieu." "I leave you? I quit you?" exclaimed Anzoletto, now really terrified. "No, I would rather you kill me at once. No, never should I be able to live without you. I could not do it, Consuelo. I have tried, and I know it is in vain. Where you are not, there is nothing for me. My hateful ambition, my miserable vanity, to which I wished, but in vain, to sacrifice my love, have been my torment, and have never yielded me a moment's pleasure. Your image follows me everywhere. The memory of our happiness, so pure, so chaste, so delightful, and where could you yourself find anything approaching to it, is ever before my eyes. I am disgusted with all around me. Oh, Consuelo, do you remember the lovely nights at Venice? Our boat, the stars, our endless songs, and your gentle lessons? Did I not love you then? If I have acted ill toward others, oh, do not forget that at least I have been faultless toward you. You once professed to love me, but how have you forgotten your pledge? I, thankless monster, wretch that I am, had never once forgotten it, and I do not wish to forget it, although you do so without effort or regret." "It is possible," replied Consuelo, struck by the truth which these words seemed to display, "that you do indeed regret this lost happiness, lost, destroyed by your own misconduct. It is a punishment which you must endure, and which I ought not to prevent. Happiness corrupted you, Anzoletto, and you require suffering to purify you. Go and remember me, if this affliction prove salutary. If not, forget me, as I forget you, I, who have nothing either to expiate or atone." "Ah, you have a heart of iron," exclaimed Anzoletto, surprised and wounded by her tranquillity. "But do not expect thus to drive me away. It is possible that I annoy you, and that I am here somewhat in the way. You would sacrifice, I know, the memory of the past to rank and fortune. But it shall not be so. I will stay with you, and if I lose you, it shall not be without a struggle. I will recall the past, and that too before all your new friends, if you force me to it. I will repeat the oaths which you made at the bedside of your dying mother, and which you repeated 100 times on her tomb, and in the churches where we knelt side by side. Listen to the music, and conversing in whispers. I will tell your new lover that of which he is not aware, for they know nothing of you, not even that you were an actress. Yes, I will tell them, and we shall see if the noble Count Albert will dispute you with an actor, your friend, your equal, your betrothed, your lover. Ah, do not drive me to despair, Consuelo, or—" "What, threats?" said the angry maiden. "At last I have found you out, Anzoletto. I rejoice at it, and I thank you for having raised the mask. Yes, thanks to heaven. I shall regret and pity you no more. I see the venom which rankles within your heart. I recognize your baseness and your hateful love. Go wreak your vengeance. You will only do me a service. But unless you are equally expert in calumny as in insult, you cannot say anything to make me blush. Thus saying, she retreated to the door, opened it, and was just leaving the room when she met Count Christian. Anzoletto, who had rushed forward to detain her by force of cunning, on seeing the venerable old man, who advanced with an affable and majestic air, after having kissed Consuelo's hand, fell back intimidated and bereft of his audacity. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 59. Dear Signora, said the old Count, pardon me for not having more courteously received your brother. I had forbidden them to interrupt me, as I had some important business to transact this morning, and they obeyed my directions too faithfully, in thus leaving me in ignorance of the arrival of a guest so welcome to me and all my family. Be assured, sir, added he, turning to Anzoletto, that I am happy to see in my house so near a relative of our beloved Porporina. I trust, therefore, that you will remain here as long as may be agreeable to you. I presume that after so long a separation, you must have much to say to each other, and I hope you will not hesitate to enjoy at leisure a happiness in which I sincerely sympathize. Contrary to his usual custom, Count Christian spoke to a stranger with ease. His timidity had long since disappeared toward the gentle Consuelo, and on this day a vivid ray of joy seemed to illumine his countenance, like those which the sun sheds before sinking beneath the horizon. Anzoletto was confused in the presence of that majesty, which rectitude and serenity of soul reflect upon the brow of an aged and venerable man. He was well skilled to bow low before the nobles of his native land, but in his inmost soul he hated and mocked them. He had found only too much to despise in them, and in the fashionable world in which he had for some time lived. He had never before seen dignity so lofty and politeness so cordial as those of the old chatelaine of Riesenberg. He stammered forth his thanks, and almost repented having procured by an imposition the kind and fatherly reception with which he was greeted. He feared above all lest Consuelo should unmask him by declaring to the Count that he was not her brother, and he felt that he could not at this moment repay her with impertinence and study his revenge. I feel much gratified by your lordship's goodness, replied Consuelo, after an instant's reflection. But my brother, who is deeply sensible of its value, cannot have the happiness of profiting by it. Pressing business calls him to Prague, and he has just this moment taken leave of me. Impossible! You have hardly seen each other an instant, said the Count. He has lost several hours in waiting for me, replied she, and his moments are now counted. He knows very well, added she, looking at her pretended brother with the significant expression, that he cannot remain here a minute longer. This cold determination restored to Anzoletto all his hardihood and effrontery. Let what will happen, said he. I take the devil, I mean God, he added, recovering himself, to witness that I will not leave my dear sister so hastily as her reason and prudence require. I know of no business that is worth an instant of such happiness, and since my lord the Count so generously permits me, I accept his invitation with gratitude. I shall remain, therefore, and my engagements at Prague must be fulfilled a little later. That is all. That is speaking like a thoughtless young man, returned Consuelo, offended. There are some affairs in which honor calls more loudly than interest. It is speaking like a brother, replied Anzoletto. But you always speak so like a queen, my good little sister. It is spoken like a good young man, added the old count, holding out his hand to Anzoletto. I know of no business which cannot be put off till the morrow. It is true that I have always been reproached for my indolence, but I have invariably found that more is lost by hastiness than by reflection. For example, my dear Porporina, it is now several days, I might say weeks, since I have had a request to make of you, and I have delayed it until now. I believe I have done well, and that the proper moment has arrived. Can you grant me today the hour's conversation I was just about to request when I was informed of your brother's arrival? It seems to me that this happy circumstance has occurred quite apropos, and perhaps he would not be out of place in the conference I propose. I am always and at all hours at your lordship's command, answered Consuelo. As to my brother, he is yet a mere child, and I do not usually entrust him with my private affairs. I know that very well, returned Anzoletto, impudently, but as my Lord Count authorizes me, I do not require any other permission than his to join in your conference. You will permit me to judge of what is proper for you and for myself, replied Consuelo, haughtily. My Lord Count, I am ready to follow you to your apartment, and to listen to you with respect. You are very severe with this young man, who is so frank and cheerful an air, said the Count, smiling, then turning toward Anzoletto. Do not be impatient, my child, said he. Your turn will come. What I have to say to your sister cannot be concealed from you, and soon, I hope, she will permit me to confide it to you. Anzoletto had the impertinence to reply to the unsuspecting gaiety of the old man by retaining his hand in his own, as if he wished to attach himself to him, and discover the secret from which Consuelo excluded him. He had not the good taste to perceive that he ought at least to have left the saloon, in order to spare him the necessity of doing so. When he found himself alone, he stamped with anger, fearing lest this young girl, now so collected and self-possessed, should disconcert all his plans, and cause him to be dismissed in spite of his address. He longed to glide stealthily through the house, and listen at all the doors. He left the saloon with this purpose, wandered in the gardens for a few moments, then ventured into the galleries, pretending, whenever he met a domestic, to be admiring the beautiful architecture of the chateau. But at 3 different times he saw passing, at some distance, a personage dressed in black, and singularly grave, whose attention he was not very desirous of attracting. It was Albert, who appeared not to remark him, and yet who never lost sight of him. Anzoletto, seeing that he was a full head taller than himself, and observing the serious beauty of his features, perceived plainly that he had not so despicable a rival as he had at first thought, in the person of the madman of Riesenberg. He therefore decided to return to the saloon, and commenced trying his fine voice in the lofty apartment, as he passed his fingers absently over the keys of the harpsichord. My daughter, said Count Christian to Consuelo, after having led her to his study, and placed a large armchair for her, covered with red velvet with gold fringes, while he seated himself on an easy chair by her side. I have a favor to ask of you, and yet I know not by what right I can do so, while you are yet in ignorance of my intentions. May I flatter myself that my gray hairs, my tender esteem for you, and the friendship of the noble Porpora, your adopted father, will inspire you with sufficient confidence in me to induce you to open your heart without reserve. Affected and yet somewhat terrified at this commencement, Consuelo raised the old man's hand to her lips, and frankly replied, My Lord Count, I love and respect you as if I had the honor and happiness to be your daughter, and I can answer all your questions without fear and without evasion, in whatever concerns me personally. I will ask you nothing else, my dear daughter, and I thank you for this promise. Believe me, I am as incapable of abusing your confidence as I believe you incapable of breaking your pledge. I do believe it, my lord. Be pleased to speak. Well then, my child, said the old man encouragingly, what is your name? I have none, replied Consuelo frankly. My mother was called Rosmunda. At my baptism, they named me Maria of Consolation. I never knew my father. But you are acquainted with his name? No, senor. I never heard him spoken of. Has Master Porporo adopted you? Has he given you his name by any legal act? No, senor. Among artists these things are not thought of. My generous master possesses nothing, and has nothing to bequeath. As to his name, it was unimportant in my situation whether I adopted it from custom or otherwise. If my talents justify it, it will be well. If not, I shall be unworthy of the honor of bearing it. The Count was silent for some moments, then taking Consuelo's hand. Your noble candor, said he, gives me a yet higher opinion of you. Do not think that I ask these particulars in order to esteem you more or less according to your condition and birth. I wish to ascertain if you had any disinclination to tell the truth, and I see you have none. I am infinitely indebted to you. You are more ennobled by your character than we are by our birth and titles. Consuelo smiled at the simplicity of the old patrician, who wondered that she could, without blushing, make so plain a declaration. There was apparent in his conduct a remnant of aristocratic prejudice, all the more tenacious that Christian had nobly combated and evidently desired to vanquish it. Now, said he, I must put a question yet more delicate, and I require all your indulgence to excuse me. Fear nothing, senor. I shall reply frankly. Well then, my child, you are not married? No, senor. And you are not a widow? You have no children? I am not a widow. I have no children, replied Consuelo, who had a great inclination to laugh, although not well knowing what the Count's drift was. And you are not engaged to anyone? You are perfectly free? Pardon, senor. I was engaged with the consent, even by the command of my dying mother, to a young man whom I loved since childhood, and to whom I was betrothed up to the period of my quitting Venice. Then you are engaged, said the Count, with a singular mixture of vexation and satisfaction. No, senor, I am perfectly free, replied Consuelo. He whom I loved unworthily betrayed his faith, and I left him forever. Then you did love him, said the Count after a pause. From my heart. And perhaps you love him still? No, senor, that is impossible. Then you have no wish to see him again. It would be a torment to me, but since I am called upon to confess fully, as I do not wish to take any advantage of your esteem for me, I shall inform you of everything. We lived together as children, followed the same amusements, drank from the same cup. We were ever together. We loved each other, and we were to be married. I had sworn to my mother to be prudent. I have kept my word, if indeed it be prudent to believe in a man who wished to deceive me, and repose confidence, affection, esteem, where they were not deserved. When he proved himself to be faithless, I tore him from my heart. This man without honor may indeed tell a different tale, but that is of no great importance to one in my humble position. Provided I sing well, nothing more is required of me. While I can pray without remorse before the crucifix, on which I have sworn to my mother, I need not trouble myself as to what is thought of me. There is no one to blush on my account, No brothers, no cousins, to fight for my sake. No brothers? But you have a brother. Consuelo was on the point of confiding all to the old Count, under the seal of secrecy, but she feared it would be base to seek any extrinsic defense against one who had so meanly threatened her. She thought that she herself should have the firmness to defend and deliver herself from the pursuit of Anzoletto. Besides, her generous soul recoiled at the idea of having the man expelled whom she had so faithfully loved. Whatever courtesy Count Christian might display in this case toward Anzoletto, however culpable the latter might be, she had not courage to subject him to such indignity. She replied, therefore, that she looked upon her brother as a person of little understanding, whom she was accustomed to treat as a child. But he is not surely an ill-conducted person, said the Count. Possibly, she replied. I have little intercourse with him. Our characters and modes of thinking are quite different. Your Highness might have observed that I was not anxious to detain him here. It shall be as you wish, my child. You have an excellent judgment, and now that you have confided everything to me with such noble frankness— Pardon me, Senor, said Consuelo. I have not told you everything, because you have not asked me. I am ignorant of your motives in putting these questions to me, but I presume that someone has spoken unfavorably of me, and that you wish to know if I am a discredit to your household. Hitherto your inquiries have been of so general a nature that I should have felt myself wanting in propriety if I had spoken of my affairs without your permission. But since you wish to know me thoroughly, I must mention a circumstance that will perhaps injure me in your estimation. It is not only possible, as you have often suspected, though I had no wish for it myself, that I should have embraced a theatrical career, but it is asserted that I appeared last season at Venice under the name of Consuelo. I was called the Zingarella, and all Venice was acquainted with my appearance and my voice. Ha! Exclaimed the Count, astounded at this new revelation. You were then the wonder that created so great a sensation at Venice last year, and whom the Italian papers so often and so highly eulogized. The finest voice, the most splendid talents that had appeared within the memory of man. Upon the theatre of San Samuel, my lord. Those eulogiums were without doubt exaggerated, but it is an incontestable fact that I am that same Consuelo, that I sang in several operas, in one word, that I am an actress, or, to use a more polite term, a cantatrice. You can now judge if I deserve to retain your good opinion. This is very extraordinary. What a strange destiny, said the Count, absorbed in thought. Have you told this, too, to anyone besides me, my child? I have told nearly all to the Count your son, my lord, although I did not enter into the details you have just heard. So Albert knows your birth, your former love, your profession? Yes, my lord. It is well, my dear Signora. I cannot thank you warmly enough for the admirable straightforwardness of your conduct toward us, and I promise you that you will have no reason to repent it. Now, Consuelo, yes, I remember that was the name Albert gave you on your first coming, when he talked Spanish to you. Permit me to collect my thoughts a little. I feel deeply agitated. We have still many things to say to each other, and you must forgive a little anxiety on my part in coming to so grave a decision. Have the goodness to wait here for me an instant. He left the room, and Consuelo, following him with her eyes, saw him, through the glazed glass doors, enter his oratory and kneel down with fervor. Herself greatly agitated, she was lost in conjectures as to the object of a conversation which was ushered in with so much solemnity. At first she thought that Anzoletto, while waiting for her, had out of spite already done what he had threatened, that he had been talking to the chaplain or Hans, and that the manner in which he had spoken of her had excited grave suspicions in the minds of her hosts. But Count Christian could not dissemble, and hitherto his manner and his words had announced increased affection, rather than a feeling of mistrust. Besides, the frankness of her answers had affected him as unexpected revelations would have done. The last especially had seemed to strike him like a flash of lightning. And now he was praying. He was asking God to enlighten and sustain him in the accomplishment of a great resolution. Is he about to ask me to leave the house with my brother? Is he about to offer me money? She asked herself. Ah, may God preserve me from that insult. But no, this good old man is too high-minded, too good to dream of humiliating me. What did he mean to say at first, and what can he mean to say now? Most probably, my long walk with his son may have given him uneasiness, and he is about to scold me. I have deserved it, perhaps, and I will submit to his rebuke, since I cannot answer sincerely the questions which may be asked me respecting Albert. This is a trying day. My chest feels all on fire, and my throat is parched. Count Christian soon returned. He was calm, and his pale countenance bore witness of a victory obtained over himself from a noble motive. "My daughter," said he to Consuelo, reseating himself beside her, and insisting on her retaining the sumptuous armchair which he had wished to yield to him, and on which she seemed enthroned in spite of herself. "It is time that I should respond by my frankness to the openness and confidence which you have testified toward me. Consuelo, my son loves you." Consuelo became pale and red by turns. She attempted to answer, but Christian interrupted her. "It is not a question which I ask you," said he. "I should have no right to do so, and perhaps you would have none to answer me, for I know that you have not in any way encouraged Albert's hopes. He has told me all, and I believe him, for he has never told a falsehood, nor I either." "Nor I either," said Consuelo, raising her eyes to heaven with an expression of mingled humility and pride. "Count Albert must have told you, my lord, that you have repelled every idea of a union with him." "It was my duty. I knew the usages and the ideas of the world. I knew that I was not made to be Count Albert's wife, for the sole reason that I esteem myself inferior to no person unto God, and that I would not receive grace or favor from anyone on earth." "I know your just pride, Consuelo. I should consider it exaggerated if Albert had been alone in the world. But believing as you did that I would not approve of such a union, you were right to answer as you have done." "And now, my lord," said Consuelo, rising, "I understand what you are about to add, and beseech you to spare me the humiliation I feared. I will leave your house, as I would before this have left it, if I had thought I could do so without endangering the reason and perhaps the life of Count Albert, over whom I have more influence than I could have wished. Since you know what it was not permitted me to reveal to you, you can watch over him, prevent the bad effects of this separation, and resume the exercise of a care which belongs to you rather than to me. If I arrogated it to myself indiscreetly, it is a fault which God will forgive me, for he knows by what pure and disinterested feelings I was actuated." "I know it," returned the Count, "and God has spoken to my conscience, as Albert has spoken to my heart. Sit down, therefore, Consuelo, and do not be hasty in condemning my intentions. It was not to order you to quit my house, but to beseech you from my inmost soul to remain in it all your life, that I asked you to listen to me." "All my life," replied Consuelo, falling back upon her chair, divided between the satisfaction she felt at this reparation made to her dignity, and the terror which such an offer caused her. "All my life! Your lordship cannot mean what you are kind enough to say." "I have thought seriously on it, my daughter," replied the Count, with a melancholy smile, and I feel that I shall not repent it. My son loves you to distraction, and you have complete power over his soul. It is you who restored him to me. You who ventured to seek him in some mysterious place which he will not disclose to me, but into which he says no one but a mother or a saint would have dared to penetrate. It is you who risked your life to save him from the gloomy seclusion and delirium which consumed him. Thanks to you, he has ceased to cause us horrible anxiety by his absences. It is you who have restored him to calmness, health, in a word, to reason. For it must not be dissembled that my poor boy was mad, and it is certain that he is so no longer. We have passed nearly the whole night together, and he has displayed to me a wisdom superior to mine. I knew that you were to walk with him this morning, and I therefore authorized him to ask of you that which you refused to hear. You were afraid of me, dear Consuelo. You thought that the old Rudolstadt, encased in his aristocratic prejudices, would be ashamed to owe his son to you. Well, you were mistaken. The old Rudolstadt has had pride and prejudices without doubt. Perhaps he has them still. He will not conceal his faults before you, but he now abjures them, and in the transport of a boundless gratitude, he thanks you for having restored to him his last, his only child. So saying, Count Christian took both of Consuelo's hands in his, and covered them with kisses and tears. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 60. Consuelo was deeply affected by an explanation which restored to her her self-respect and tranquilized her conscience. Until this moment, she had often feared that she had imprudently yielded to the dictates of her generosity and her courage. But now she received their sanction and recompense. Her joyful tears mingled with those of the old man, and they both remained for some time too deeply agitated to continue the conversation. Nevertheless, Consuelo did not yet understand the proposition which had been made to her, and the Count, thinking that he had sufficiently explained himself, regarded her silence and her tears as signs of assent and gratitude. "I will go," said he at last, "and bring my son to your feet, in order that he may unite his blessings with mine on learning the extent of his happiness." "Stop, my lord," said Consuelo, astonished at this haste. "I do not understand what you require of me. You approve of the attachment which Count Albert has manifested for me, and my gratitude and devotion toward him. You have given me your confidence. You know that I will not betray it. But how can I engage to consecrate my whole life to a friendship of so delicate a nature? I see clearly that you depend on time and my reason to preserve your son's health of mind and to calm the enthusiasm of his attachment for me. But I do not know if I shall long have that power, and even if such an intimacy were not dangerous for so excitable a nature as his, I am not free to devote my days to that glorious task. I am not my own mistress." "Oh, heavens, what do you say, Consuelo? Did you not understand me then? Or did you deceive me in saying that you were free, that you had no attachment of the heart, no engagement, no family?" "But, my lord," said Consuelo, stupefied, "I have an object, a vocation, a calling. I belong to the art to which I have devoted myself since my childhood." "Great heavens, what do you say? Do you wish to return to the stage?" "On that point I am not decided, and I spoke the truth in affirming that my inclination did not lead me thither. I have hitherto experienced only excruciating sufferings in that stormy career, but I feel nevertheless that I should be rash in resolving to renounce it. It has been my destiny, and perhaps I cannot withdraw myself from the future, which has been traced out for me. Whether I again appear on the stage, or only give lessons and concerts, I am still, I must be, a singer. What should I be good for otherwise? Where can I attain independence? In what pursuit can I occupy my mind, accustomed as it is to labor and nursed by sweet sounds? Oh, Consuelo, Consuelo, cried Count Christian, sadly. What you say is too true. But I thought you loved my son, and now I see that you do not love him. And what if I should learn to love him with the passion which I must feel in order to sacrifice myself for him? My lord, cried Consuelo, growing impatient in her turn. Do you think it absolutely impossible for a woman to feel love for Count Albert, that you ask me to remain always with him? What? Can I have explained myself so badly? Or do you think me crazy, dear Consuelo? Have I not asked your heart and your hand for my son? Have I not placed at your feet a legitimate and certainly an honorable alliance? If you loved Albert, you would doubtless find in the happiness of sharing his life a sufficient recompense for the loss of your glory and your triumphs. But you do not love him, since you consider it impossible to renounce what you call your destiny. This explanation had been tardy, even without the good Christian being aware of it. It was not without a mixture of terror and of extreme repugnance that the old nobleman had sacrificed to the happiness of his son all the ideas which he had cherished through life, all the prejudices of his caste, and even when, after a long and painful struggle with Albert and with himself, he had completed the sacrifice, he could not without an effort pronounce the absolute ratification of so terrible an act. Consuelo perceived or guessed this, for at the moment when Count Christian appeared to despair of obtaining her consent to this marriage, there certainly was upon the old man's countenance an expression of involuntary joy, mingled with strange consternation. Consuelo understood her situation in an instant, and a feeling of pride, perhaps a little too personal, served to increase her repugnance for the match proposed to her. You wish that I should marry Count Albert, said she, still stunned by so strange a proposal. You consent to call me daughter, give me your name, present me to your relatives and friends? Ah, my lord, how very deeply you love your son, and how much should your son love you? If you find so much generosity in that, Consuelo, it is because your heart cannot conceive an equal amount, or that the object does not appear to you worthy of it. My lord, replied Consuelo, endeavoring to collect her thoughts, and hiding her face in her hands, I must be dreaming. My pride is roused despite of my efforts at the idea of the humiliation to which I would be exposed should I accept the sacrifice suggested by your paternal love. And who would dare to offer them, Consuelo, when father and son should unite in shielding you with their legitimate aegis of protection? And the canoness, my lord, she who fills here the post of a mother, would she see all that unmoved? She would join her prayers to ours, if you promise to allow yourself to be persuaded. Do not ask more than the weakness of human nature can grant. A lover, a father, can undergo the grief and humiliation of a refusal. My sister could not, but with the certainty of success, we shall lead her to your arms. My lord, said Consuelo, trembling, did Count Albert inform you that I loved him? No, replied the Count, suddenly recollecting himself. Albert assured me the obstacle would be in your own heart. He has told me so 100 times, but I could not believe him. Your reserve appeared to be founded on rectitude and delicacy. But I thought that in removing your scruples, I should obtain the avowal you refused to him. And what did he mention of our walk today? A single word. Try, my father. It is the only way of ascertaining whether pride or estrangement closes her heart against me. Alas, my lord, what will you think when I say that I do not know myself? I must think that it is estrangement, my dear Consuelo. Oh, my son, what a destiny is thine. You cannot gain the love of the only woman on whom you could bestow your own. This last misfortune is all that was needed. Oh, heavens, you must hate me, my lord. You do not understand that my pride resists when yours is overcome. Perhaps the pride of a person in my situation may appear to have slight foundation, and yet at this moment there is as violent a combat waging in my heart as that in which you yourself have proved victorious. I know it. Do not think, Senora, that I so lightly esteem modesty, rectitude, and disinterestedness, as not to appreciate your lofty feelings. But what paternal love can overcome, I think woman's love may do also. You see, I speak without reserve. Well, suppose that Albert's whole life, yours and mine, should prove a continual struggle against the prejudices of the world. Suppose we were to suffer long and much. Would not our mutual tenderness, the approval of our conscience, and the fruits of our devotion render us stronger than this world united? Toils which seem heavy to you and to us are lightened by devoted love. But this love you timidly seek in the depths of your soul, and do not find, Consuelo, because it is not there. Yes, that is indeed the question, said Consuelo, pressing her hands upon her heart. The rest is nothing. I too had prejudices. Your example proves that I ought to overcome them and be great and heroic like you. Let us then speak no more of my aversion, my false shame. Let us not even speak of the future, of my profession, added she, sighing deeply. I could renounce all, if I loved Albert. This is what I must find out. Listen to me, my lord. I have asked myself this question 100 times, but never so seriously as I now can with your consent. How could I seriously interrogate myself when even the question seemed a madness and a crime? Now I think I may know and decide, but I ask a few days to collect my thoughts, to discover whether this devotion which I experience toward him, the unlimited esteem, great goodwill, and respect which his virtues inspire, the extraordinary sympathy and strange power which he exercises over me, be love or admiration. For I experience all this, and yet it is combated by an indefinable terror, profound sadness, and, I shall tell you everything, my noble friend, by the memory of a love less enthusiastic, but far more sweet and tender, and in nothing resembling this. Strange and noble girl, replied Christian with emotion. What wisdom, and at the same time what strange ideas, in your words and thoughts. You resemble my poor Albert in many respects. In the agitation and uncertainty of your feelings, recall to me my wife, my noble, my beautiful, my melancholy Wanda. O Consuelo, you awaken in me a recollection at once tender and bitter in the extreme. I was about to say to you, surmount these irresolutions, triumph over these dislikes, love from virtue, from greatness of soul, from compassion, from the effort of a noble and pious charity, this poor man who adores you, and who, while perhaps making you unhappy, will owe his salvation to you, and will entitle you to a heavenly recompense. But you have recalled to my mind his mother who gave herself to me from duty and from friendship. She could not feel for me, a simple, gentle, timid man, the enthusiasm with which her imagination burned. Still, she was faithful and generous to the last. But how she suffered! Alas, her affection was at once my joy and my punishment, her constancy, my pride and my remorse. She died in suffering, and my heart was broken forever. And now, if I am a useless being, worn out, dead before being buried, do not be too much astonished, Consuelo. I have suffered what no one has ever known, what I have never spoken to anyone, and what I now confess to you with trembling. Ah, rather than induce you to make such a sacrifice, rather than advise Albert to accept it, may my eyes close in sadness and my son at once sink under his sad fate. I know too well the cost of endeavoring to force nature and combating the insatiable desires of the soul. Take time, therefore, to reflect, my daughter, added the old count, pressing Consuelo to his breast, which heaved with emotion, and kissing her noble brow with a father's love. It will be much better so. If you must refuse Albert, one prepared by anxious uncertainty, will not be so utterly prostrated as he would now be by the frightful news. They separated with this understanding, and Consuelo, stealing through the galleries in fear of meeting Anzoletto, shut herself up in her chamber, overpowered with emotion and fatigue. At first she endeavored to take a little rest, in order to attain the calmness which she felt to be necessary. She felt exhausted, and, throwing herself on her bed, she soon fell into a state of torpor, which was more painful than refreshing. She had wished to go to sleep while thinking of Albert, in order that in her dreams she might perhaps be visited with one of those mysterious revelations which sometimes serve to guide and mature our decisions. But the interrupted dreams which he had for several hours constantly recalled Anzoletto, instead of Albert, to her thoughts. It was always Venice, always the court Manelli, always her first love, calm, smiling, and poetic. Every time she awoke, the remembrance of Albert was connected with the gloomy grotto, or the sound of his violin, echoing tenfold in the solitude, evoked the dead, and wailed over the freshly closed tomb of Zdenko. Fear and sorrow thus closed her heart against the impulses of affection. The future which was required of her seemed filled with chill darkness and bloody visions, while the radiant and fruitful past occupied all her thoughts and caused her heart to beat. It seemed then as if she heard her voice echoing in space, filling all nature, and mounting upward even to the immeasurable heavens. But when the sounds of the violin recurred to her memory, it seemed as if her voice became hoarse and hollow, and died away in mournful wailings in the depths of the earth. These wandering visions fatigued her so much that she rose in order to dispel them. The first sound of the bell informed her that dinner would be served in half an hour, and she went to her toilette, her mind still full of the same ideas. But how strange! For the first time in her life, she was more attentive to the mirror and the adjustment of her attire than to the serious problems she would fain resolve. She made herself beautiful in spite of herself, and wished to be so. It was not to awaken jealousy in rival lovers that this coquettish whim had seized her, for she thought and could think only of one. Albert had never made an allusion to her appearance. In the enthusiasm of passion he perhaps deemed her more beautiful than she was. But his thoughts were so devoted, and his love so great, that he would have considered it profanation to have looked at her with the intoxicated gaze of a lover, or the satisfied scrutiny of an artist. To him, she was always enveloped in a cloud which his gaze never dared to penetrate, and in his thoughts she was ever surrounded by a beaming halo. Whatever she was, he saw her always the same. He had seen her half dead, emaciated, prostrate, more like a spectre than a woman. He had then sought in her features with anxiety and attention for the evidence of disease. but he never seemed to perceive moments of ugliness, or dream that she could be an object of terror or disgust. And now that she had recovered the splendor of youth and health, he had never inquired of himself whether she had lost or gained in beauty. She was all to him in life, as in death, the ideal of youth, beauty, and sublimity. Therefore Consuelo had never thought of him while arranging her dress before the mirror. But how different was it with Anzoletto? How carefully had he examined, judged, and compared on the day that he sought to find if she were ugly. He had taken into account the slightest graces of her form, the least effort she had made to please. How well was he acquainted with her hair, her arms, her feet, her walk, the colors which became her, even the least fold of her garment, and with what ardent vivacity had he praised her, with what voluptuous languor had he contemplated her. The innocent girl, indeed, had not then understood the emotions of her own heart, nor did she yet understand them, though she felt them not the less at the idea of appearing before him. She was angry with herself, blushed with shame and vexation, and tried to adorn herself for Albert alone, but nevertheless sought out the headdress, the ribbon, and even the very look that pleased Anzoletto. Alas, alas, said she, tearing herself from the mirror when her toilette was completed. It is true, then, that I can think only of him, and that past happiness exercises a greater power over me than present scorn and the promise of another love. I may look forward to the future, but without him it is but terror and despair. What would it be with him? Ah, well, I know that the days of Venice can never return, that innocence can dwell with us no more, that the soul of Anzoletto is utterly corrupt, that his caresses would degrade me, and that our life would be hourly poisoned by shame, jealousy, regret, and fear. Questioning herself on this point with sincerity, Consuelo saw that she was not deceived, and that she had not the remotest wish to please Anzoletto. She loved him indeed no longer in the present. She almost hated and feared him as regarded the future, in which his faults could only become more aggravated. But then she cherished his memory in the past to such a degree that neither in heart nor mind could she sever herself from it. He was henceforward to her but as a picture which recalled the adored object of past happiness. But, like one who hides herself from her new husband, to look upon the image of the first, she felt that the memory of the past was better than the living present. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 61. Consuelo had too much judgment and elevation of character not to know that, of the two attachments which she inspired, the truest, the most noble, and most precious was beyond all comparison that of Albert. Thus, when she again found herself between them, she thought she had triumphed over the enemy. The earnest look of Albert, which seemed to penetrate her very soul, the gentle yet firm pressure of his faithful hand, gave her to understand that he knew the result of her conference with Count Christian, and that he waited her decision with submission and gratitude. In reality, Albert had obtained more than he hoped for, and even this irresolution was sweet after what he had feared. So much was he astonished at Anzoletto's impertinent folly. The latter, on the contrary, was armed with all his boldness, divining pretty nearly the state of matters around him. He was determined to battle foot by foot, should they even thrust him neck and shoulders out of the house. His free and easy attitude, and his forward jeering look, inspired Consuelo with the deepest disgust, and when he impudently approached to offer his hand to conduct her to the table, she turned her head and took in preference that of Albert. As usual, the young Count seated himself opposite Consuelo, and Count Christian placed her on his left, where Amelia had formerly sat. The chaplain's usual place was to the left of Consuelo, but the canoness invited the pretended brother to seat himself between them, and in this way Anzoletto's sneers could be overheard by Consuelo, and his irreverent sallies scandalized the old priest, as he had intended. Anzoletto's plan was exceedingly simple. He wished to make himself intolerable to that part of the family whom he presumed hostile to the projected marriage, so as to give them the worst possible impression of the connections and birth of Consuelo. "We shall see," said he, "if they can swallow the brother that I will cook for them." Anzoletto, although a poor singer and tragedian, was yet an excellent comic performer. He had seen enough of the world to enable him to imitate with ease the elegant manners and language of good society. But this part might have only served to reconcile the canoness to the low extraction of Consuelo, and he took the opposite one with the more ease that was natural to him, being well assured that Wenceslawa, notwithstanding her determination only to speak German, the language of the court and of all loyal subjects, did not lose a word of what he said in Italian. He began to chatter right and left, and to quaff the generous wine of Hungary, which, hardened as he was to the most heady drinks, he did not fear, but the heady influence of which he affected to feel in order that he might assume the air of an inveterate drunkard. He succeeded to admiration. Count Christian, who good-humoredly laughed at his first sallies, soon only smiled with an effort, and required all his urbanity as a host, as well as his paternal affection, to refrain from reproving the disagreeable future brother-in-law of his noble son. The angry chaplain fidgeted on his seat, and murmured exclamations in German which sounded very like exorcisms, while his dinner and digestion were sadly deranged. The canoness listened to the insolent guest with suppressed contempt and somewhat malignant satisfaction. At every fresh outbreak, she raised her eyes toward her brother, as if taking him to witness, and the good Christian, drooping his head, endeavored to distract the attention of the auditors by some awkward enough reflection. Then the canoness looked at Albert, but Albert was immovable. He appeared neither to see nor hear the absurd and vainglorious visitor. The most cruelly tormented of all was undoubtedly poor Consuelo. At first she thought that Anzoletto had contracted these habits in a life of debauchery, for she had never seen him thus before. She was so disgusted and annoyed that she was about to quit the table. But when she perceived that it was no better than a scheme, she regained the self-possession suited to her innocence and dignity. She had not mixed herself up with the secrets and affections of this family, to install herself among them by means of intrigue. Their rank had never flattered her ambition, and her conscience was secure from the secret charges of the canoness. She felt, she knew, that Albert's love and his father's confidence were superior to this miserable trial. The contempt which he felt for Anzoletto, cowardly and wicked in his vengeance, rendered her still more decided. Once only her eyes met those of Albert, and they immediately understood each other. Consuelo said, "Yes," and Albert replied, "In spite of all." "It won't do," said Anzoletto in a low tone to Consuelo, for he had observed and passed his own comments on this interchange of looks. "You have done me a great service," replied Consuelo, "and I thank you." They spoke in the Venetian dialect, which seems composed only of vowels, and which the Romans and Florentines, when they first hear it, cannot always understand. "I can imagine that you hate me," replied Anzoletto, and that you think you will always hate me, but you shall not escape me for all that." "You have unmasked yourself too soon," said Consuelo. "But not too late," replied Anzoletto. "Come, Padre mio Benedetto," said he, addressing the chaplain, and giving him at the same time a jog, so as to spill half his wine. "Drink more vigorously of this famous wine, which is equally good for body and soul." "Senor Count," said he, extending his glass to Count Christian, "you keep there beside your heart a flask of yellow crystal which sparkles like the sun. I feel that if I were to swallow but a drop of that nectar, that I should be changed into a demigod." "Take care, my child," said the Count, placing his wasted and meager hand, covered with rings, on the cut neck of the flask. "The wine of old men sometimes closes the mouth of the young." "Your anger has made you as handsome as a young witch," said Anzoletto to Consuelo, in good, clear Italian, so that every one could understand him. "You remind me of the Dia Valesa of Galuppi, which you played so well last year at Venice. Ha, Signor Count, do you intend to keep my sister long in this gilt cage, lined with silk? She is a singing bird, I must tell you, and a bird that loses its voice soon loses its feathers also. She is well off here, I admit, but the public, who ran crazy after her, want her back to them again. As to myself, were you to give me your name and your castle, all the wine in your cellar, and your chaplain into the bargain, I would not part with my footlights, my buskin, or my roulades." "Then you are an actor also," said the canoness, with an air of cold contempt. "Comedian and jack-pudding at your service, Illustrissima," replied Anzoletto, without being at all disconcerted. "Has he any talent?" asked old Christian, turning to Consuelo with a calm and benevolent air. "None whatever," replied Consuelo, looking at her adversary with an air of pity. "If that be true, it is you who are to blame," said Anzoletto, "for I am your pupil. I hope, however," continued he in Venetian, "that I still have enough to frustrate your plans." "You will only harm yourself," replied Consuelo in the same dialect. "Base intentions contaminate the heart, and yours will suffer more than you could possibly cause me to do, in the opinion of others." "I am delighted to see that you accept my challenge. To arms, then, my fair Amazon. It is of no use to lower the visor of your casque. I see uneasiness and fear painted in your eyes. Alas, you can only see their profound sorrow for your degradation. I hope to have forgotten the contempt I owe you, and you force me to remember it. Contempt and love often go together. In mean souls, in the proudest, it has been and always will be so." The same scene lasted during the whole of dinner. When they retired into the drawing-room, the canoness, who appeared determined to amuse herself with Anzoletto's impertinence, requested him to sing. He scarcely waited to be asked, and after vigorously preluding upon the old creaking harpsichord with his sinewy fingers, he thundered out one of those songs with which he had been in the habit of enlivening Sebastiano's select suppers. The words were rather free. The canoness did not understand them, but felt herself amused at the force with which he uttered them. Count Christian could not avoid being struck with the fine voice and wonderful execution of the singer. He abandoned himself with artless delight to the pleasure of hearing him, and, when the first air was concluded, asked for another. Albert, who was seated by the side of Consuelo, appeared deaf to all that passed, and said not a word. Anzoletto imagined that he was annoyed, and that he at last felt himself surpassed in something. His design had been to banish his auditors by his musical improprieties, but seeing that, whether from the innocence of his hosts or from their ignorance of the language, it was labor lost, He gave himself up to the thirst for admiration and sang for the pleasure of singing. And besides, he wished to let Consuelo see that he had improved. He had in fact made considerable progress in the species of talent he possessed. His voice had perhaps already lost its original freshness, but he had become more complete master of it, and more skillful in the art of overcoming the difficulties to which his taste and genius continually led him. He sang well, and received warm eulogiums from Count Christian, from the canoness, and even from the chaplain, who liked display, and who considered Consuelo's manner too simple and too natural to be very learned. You told us he had no talent, said the Count to the latter. You were either too severe or too modest as regards your pupil. He has a great deal of talent, and, moreover, I recognize in him something of your style and genius. The good Christian wished by this little triumph of Anzoletto's to efface the humiliation which his manner of conducting himself had caused his pretended sister. He therefore insisted much upon the merit of the singer, and the latter, who loved to shine too well not to be already tired of the low part he had played, returned to the harpsichord, after having remarked that Count Albert became more and more pensive. The canoness, who dozed a little at the long pieces of music, asked for another Venetian song, and this time Anzoletto chose one which was in better taste. He knew that the popular airs were those which he sang the best. Even Consuelo herself had not the piquant accent and dialect in such perfection as he, a child of the lagoons, and gifted by nature with high comic powers. He counterfeited with so much ease and grace now the rough and frank manner of the fishermen of Istria, now the free and careless nonchalance of the gondoliers of Venice, that it was impossible not to look at and listen to him with the liveliest interest. His handsome features, flexible and expressive, assumed at one moment the grave and bold aspect of the former, at another the caressing and jesting cheerfulness of the latter mentioned race. His somewhat outre and extravagant costume, which smacked strongly of Venice, added still more to the illusion, and on this occasion improved his personal advantages instead of injuring them. Consuelo, at first cold, was soon obliged to take refuge in indifference and preoccupation. Her emotion gained upon her more and more. She again saw all Venice in Anzoletto, and in that Venice, the Anzoletto of former days, with his gaiety, his innocent love, and his childish pride. Her eyes filled with tears, and the merry strokes which made the others laugh penetrated her heart with a feeling of deep and tender melancholy. When the songs were ended, Count Christian asked for sacred music. "Oh, as for that," said Anzoletto, "I know everything which is sung at Venice, but they are all arranged for two voices, and unless my sister, who knows them also, will consent to sing with me, I shall not be able to comply with your Highness's commands." They all entreated Consuelo to sing. She refused for a long time, although she felt tempted to do so. At length, yielding to the request of Count Christian, who wished to induce her to be on good terms with her brother by seeming so himself, she seated herself beside Anzoletto, and began in a trembling voice one of those long hymns in two parts, divided into strophes of 3 verses, which are heard at Venice during the festivals of the church, and all the night long before the images of the Madonnas at every corner. The rhythm is rather lively than otherwise, but in the monotony of the burden and in the poetical turn of the words, in which there is somewhat of a pagan expression, there is a sweet melancholy that gains upon the hearer by degrees and carries him away. Consuelo sang in a soft and mellow voice, in imitation of the women of Venice, and Anzoletto in one somewhat rough and guttural, like the young men of the same locality. He improvised at the same time on the harpsichord, a low, uninterrupted, yet cheerful accompaniment, which reminded his companion of the murmuring waters of the lagoons and the sighing of the winds among the reeds. She imagined herself in Venice during one of its lovely summer nights, kneeling before one of the little chapels, covered with vines, and lighted by the feeble rays of a lamp reflected from the rippled waters of the canal. Oh, what a difference between this vision of Venice, with its blue sky, its gentle melodies, its azure waves sparkling in the light of rapid flambeaux, or dotted with shining stars, and the harrowing emotions inspired by Albert's violin, on the margin of the dark, motionless, and haunted waters. Anzoletto had wakened up this magnificent vision, full of ideas of life and liberty, while the caverns and the wild and dreary hymns of old Bohemia, the heaps of bones on which flashed the light of torches, reflected on waters filled perhaps with the same sad relics. And in the midst of all these, the pale yet impassioned form of the ascetic Albert, the symbol of a hidden world, and the painful emotions arising from his incomprehensible fascination, were too much for the peaceful soul of the simple-minded Consuelo. Her southern origin, still more than her education, revolted at this initiation into a love so stern and forbidding. Albert seemed to her the genius of the North, deep, earnest, sublime, but ever sorrowful, like the frozen night winds or the subterranean voices of winter torrents. His was a dreamy, inquiring soul that sought into everything: the stormy nights, the course of meteors, the wild harmonies of the forests, and the half-obliterated inscriptions of ancient tombs. Anzoletto, on the contrary, hot and fiery, was the image of the sunny South, drawing its inspiration from its rapid and luxuriant growth, and its pride from the riches hidden in its bosom. His was a life of sensation and feeling, drinking in pleasure at all his pores, artistic, rejoicing, careless, fancy-free, ignorant and indifferent alike as to good or ill, easily amused, heedless of reflection. In a word, the enemy and the antipodes of thought. Between these two men, so diametrically opposed to each other, Consuelo was lifeless and inactive as a soul without a body. She loved the beautiful, thirsted after the ideal. Albert taught and offered it to her, but, arrested in the development of his genius by disease, he had given himself up too much to a life of thought. He knew so little the necessities of actual life that he almost forgot his own existence. He never supposed that the gloomy ideas and objects to which he had familiarized himself could, under the influence of love and virtue, have inspired his betrothed with any other sentiments than the soft enthusiasm of faith and happiness. He had not foreseen nor understood that, like a plant of the tropics plunged into a polar twilight, he had dragged Consuelo into an atmosphere of death. In short, he was not aware of the violence to her feelings which it would have required to identify her being with his own. Anzoletto, on the contrary, although wounding the feelings and disgusting the mind of Consuelo at every point, had all the energy and warmth of character which the flower of Spain, as he was wont to call her, required to make her happy. In hearing him, she once more recalled her unthinking and joyous existence, her bird-like love of song, her life of calm and varied enjoyment, of innocence undisturbed by labor, of uprightness without effort, of pity without thought. But is not an artist something of a bird, and must he not thus mingle in the pursuits and drink at the cup of life common to his fellow man, in order to perfect his character and make it useful and instructive to those around him? Consuelo sang with a voice every moment more sweet and touching, as she gave herself up, by a vague and dreamy instinct, to the reflections which I have just made, perhaps at too great length in her place. I must, however, be pardoned, For otherwise, how could the reader understand the fatal mobility of feeling by which this sincere and prudent young girl, who had such good reason, only 15 minutes before, to hate the perfidious Anzoletto, so far forgot herself as to listen to his voice, and to mingle, with a sort of delight, her sweet breath with his. The saloon, as has been already said, was too large to be properly lighted, and the day besides was declining. The music stand of the instrument, on which Anzoletto had left a large sheet of music, concealed them from those at a distance, and by degrees their heads approached closer and closer together. Anzoletto, still accompanying himself with one hand, passed his other arm round Consuelo's waist, and drew her insensibly toward him. 6 months of indignation and grief vanished from her mind like a dream. She imagined herself in Venice. She was praying to the Madonna to bless her love for the dear betrothed her mother had given her, and who prayed with his hand locked in hers, his heart beating against her heart. At the end of a strophe, she felt the burning lips of her first betrothed pressed against her own. She smothered a cry, and leaning on the harpsichord, burst into tears. At this instant, Count Albert returned, heard her sobs, and saw the insulting joy of Anzoletto. This interruption had not astonished the other spectators of this rapid scene, as no person had seen the kiss, and everyone believed that the recollection of her infancy and the love of her art had caused these tears. Count Christian was somewhat vexed at a sensitiveness that implied so much regret for pursuits of which he required the sacrifice. As for the canoness and the chaplain, they were rejoiced at it, hoping that the sacrifice could never take place. Albert had not yet even asked himself whether the Countess of Rudolstadt could once more become an artist or not. He would have accepted everything, permitted everything, even exacted everything, so that she should be happy and free, in retirement, in the world, or in the theater, at her pleasure. His complete absence of prejudice or selfishness produced a total want of foresight, even regarding the most simple matters. It never occurred to him that Consuelo should think of submitting to sacrifices which he did not wish to impose. But although not perceiving this first step, he saw beyond, as he always saw. He penetrated to the heart of the tree and placed his hand upon the cankerworm. Anzoletto's true relation to a Consuelo, his real object, and the feeling which he inspired, were revealed to him in an instant. He looked attentively at this man, between whom and himself there existed a violent antipathy, and on whom he had not deigned till then to cast a glance, because he would not hate the brother of Consuelo. He saw in him a bold, a dangerous, and a persevering lover. The noble Albert never thought of himself. A whisper of jealousy never entered his heart. The danger was all for Consuelo, for with his profound and lucid yet delicate vision, that vision which could hardly bear the light, nor distinguish color and form, he read the soul, and penetrated by mysterious intuition into the most hidden thoughts of the wicked and abandoned. I shall not attempt to explain this strange gift by natural causes. Certain of his faculties appeared incomprehensible to those around him, as they appear to her who relates them, and who, at the end of 100 years, is not a whit more advanced in their knowledge than the greatest intellects of her time. Albert, in laying bare the vain and selfish soul of his rival, did not say, "Behold my enemy," but he said, "Behold the enemy of Consuelo," and without letting his discovery appear, he resolved to watch over and preserve her. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 62. As soon as Consuelo found a favorable opportunity, she left the saloon and hastened to the garden. The sun had set, and the first stars of evening shone bright and clear in the sky, still tinged with its setting rays. The young artist sought calmness and quietude in the refreshing atmosphere of one of the earliest evenings of autumn. Her bosom was oppressed with a languid delight, yet she felt a pang of remorse and called to her aid all the powers of her soul. She might well say to herself, "Do I not then know whether I love or hate?" She trembled as if her courage were about to fail her, and for the first time in her life, she did not experience that rectitude of impulse, that sacred confidence in her intentions, which had hitherto sustained her in all her trials. She had left the saloon to avoid Anzoletto's fascinating gaze, and yet she had experienced a vague desire that he should follow her. The leaves had begun to fall, and when the hem of her garment rustled them behind her, she imagined she heard footsteps following hers, and, ready to fly, and yet not daring to return, she remained rooted to the spot, as if by some magic power. Someone indeed had followed her, but without daring and without wishing to show himself. It was Albert, a stranger alike to dissimulation and formality. The purity and strength of his love rose above all false shame, and he had left the saloon the instant after her, resolved to protect her, unobserved, and to prevent her would-be lover from rejoining her. Anzoletto saw this movement, but it gave him no concern. He was too well aware of Consuelo's agitation not to look upon his victory as certain, and thanks to the conceited assurance which his previous easy conquest had inspired, he resolved not to hasten matters, not to irritate his beloved, nor to outrage the family. "It is not at all necessary," said he, "that I should hurry myself. Anger might give her strength, while a look of pain and dejection will dissipate the remains of her displeasure against me. Whether from fear or compassion, she has not betrayed my real character, and the old people, in spite of all my folly, seem resolved to support me out of affection for her. I must change my tactics. I have got on better than I expected, and shall now call a halt." Count Christian, the canoness, and the chaplain were therefore much surprised to see him assume all at once an air of good manners, and a moderate, mild, and considerate demeanor. He had sufficient address to complain to the chaplain in a low voice of a severe headache, and to mention that, being usually very temperate, the Hungarian wine, which he had not distrusted at dinner, had confused his brain. This declaration was soon repeated to the canoness and the count, who charitably accepted the excuse. Wenceslawa was at first less indulgent, but the pains which the actor took to please her, the respectful praise which he adroitly lavished on the nobility, and the admiration he expressed for the order which prevailed in the castle, quickly disarmed the benevolent and forgiving soul. She listened at first carelessly, and ended by chatting to him with pleasure, and agreeing with her brother that he was an excellent and charming young man. An hour elapsed before Consuelo returned from her walk, during which Anzoletto had not lost his time. He had so well established himself in the good graces of the family as to be able to remain, at least for some days, at the castle, until his design should be accomplished. He did not understand what the count said to Consuelo in German, but he guessed from the looks turned toward him and the surprise and embarrassment depicted on Consuelo's features that Count Christian was praising him very highly, while he scolded Consuelo for the little interest she manifested in so amiable a relative. "Come, Signora," said the canoness, who, notwithstanding her anger against Consuelo, still wished her well, and besides thought she was doing a good action. "You were displeased with your brother at dinner, and it is true he then deserved it. But he is better than he appeared to be. He has just been speaking of you with the greatest affection and respect. Do not be more severe than we are. I am sure if he remembers how he behaved at dinner, he is sincerely sorry, especially on your account. Speak to him, and do not be so cold to one who is so nearly allied to you. For my part, although my brother, Baron Frederick, annoyed me many a time in his early days, I never could remain an hour without being reconciled to him." Consuelo, neither daring to confirm nor correct the good lady's mistake, was confounded at this new trick of Anzoletto's, the nature of which she understood very well. "You are not aware of what my sister says," said Christian to the young man. "I shall tell you in a couple of words. She is reproaching your sister with taking too many airs, while Consuelo, I am certain, is dying to make peace. Be friends, my children. Come," said he to Anzoletto, "make the first advance, and if you have ever done anything toward her that you repent of, tell her so, that she may pardon you." Anzoletto had not to be told a second time, and seizing the trembling hand of Consuelo, who dared not withdraw it, "Yes," he exclaimed, "I have been very guilty toward her. I repent bitterly, and all my efforts to harden my conscience only crushed my heart more and more. She knows it well, and if she had not a soul of iron, at once proud and merciless, she would feel that I am sufficiently punished. Therefore, sister, grant me your affection and pardon, else I shall carry despair and weariness over the world. Everywhere a stranger, without support, advice, or love, I shall no longer believe in a providence, and my excesses must fall on your head." This homily greatly moved the Count, and drew tears from the good canoness. "You hear him, Porporina," she exclaimed. "What he says is as beautiful as it is true. Mr. Chaplain, you should exhort the Signora, in the name of religion, to be reconciled to her brother." The chaplain was about to interfere, but Anzoletto, without heeding him, seized Consuelo in his arms, and in spite of her terror and resistance, embraced her passionately, to the great edification of those around. Consuelo, shocked at such insolent deceit, could bear it no longer. "Stop!" she exclaimed. "Signor Count, listen to me." She was about to reveal everything when Albert appeared. On the instant, on the point of confessing all, the remembrance of Zdenko froze her soul. The implacable protector of Consuelo might resolve to free her, without noise or deliberation, from the enemy against whom she was about to invoke his aid. She turned pale, and looked at Anzoletto with an air of painful reproach, while the words died on her lips. At 7 o'clock the supper bell was rung. If the idea of these frequent repasts is calculated to injure the appetite of my delicate lady readers, I must tell them that the fashion of not eating had not yet been introduced into these countries. In fact, half the time was spent at Riesenberg in eating, slowly, as well as often and heartily. And I must confess that Consuelo, accustomed from her infancy, and for good reasons too, to confine herself to a few spoonfuls of rice boiled in water, found these Homeric repasts extremely tedious. For the first time she knew not whether the present one lasted an hour or a moment. She was scarcely more alive than Albert in his cave. It seemed to her as if she were intoxicated, so much was she agitated by mingled feelings of love, terror, and shame. She ate nothing, saw nothing, heard nothing around her, like one who slides down the brink of a precipice and who sees the slight twigs break by which he hoped to stay his fall. She gazed on the abyss, and delirium seized on her brain. Anzaletta was beside her, garment against garment, elbow against elbow, foot against foot. In his eagerness to serve her, his hands met hers, and he held them clasped an instant in his own. All the past came back in that burning pressure. He uttered words which suffocate, darted looks which devour. Quick as lightning he changed his glass for hers, and kissed the crystal which her lips had touched. To her he was all fire, though seeming ice to others. He was perfectly self-possessed, spoke with propriety, was most attentive to the canoness, treated the chaplain with respect, and offered him the best morsels within his reach. He saw that the good man was a glutton, but that his timidity imposed frequent privations on him, and the chaplain was so much gratified at this attention that he would have been delighted to see the new carver pass the rest of his days at the castle of the giants. Anzoletto drank nothing but water, and when the chaplain, in return for his attentions, offered him wine, he replied loud enough to be heard, "Many thanks, but I do not intend to be taken in again. I sought to stupefy myself with your perfidious wine before, but now I am no longer in pain, and I return to water, my usual beverage and right trusty friend." They remained longer at table than usual. Anzoletto sang, and this time he sang for Consuelo. He chose the favorite airs of her old author, which she had taught him herself, and repeated them with the care and delivery which she was wont to exact of him. It was to recall the dearest and most delightful recollections of her affections and of her art. When they were on the point of rising, he seized a favorable moment to whisper to her, "Dear Consuelo, you must endeavor to meet me early tomorrow morning in the gardens of the castle, as I have much to say to you. I dare scarcely hope to regain your love. Alas! I fear that another is happy in the possession of it, and that, if I would not expire at your feet, I must fly far from this. But will you not utter one word of pity and farewell? If you do not consent, I shall set off at break of day, and my death be upon your head." "Do not say so, Anzoletto. Here we must part. Here bid each other an eternal farewell. I pardon you, and I wish you." "A pleasant journey," he ironically replied. "You are pitiless, Consuelo, but you cannot be so cruel. I will be there." "No, no, do not come," said Consuelo, terrified. "Count Albert's apartment overlooks the garden. Perhaps he has guessed everything. Anzoletto, if you expose yourself, I cannot answer for your life. I speak seriously. My blood freezes in my veins." Consuelo at this moment perceived Albert's usually vague glance become deep and clear, as he fixed it on Anzoletto. He could not hear, yet it would seem he understood with his eyes. She withdrew her hand, saying in stifled accents, "Ah, if you love me, do not brave that terrible man." "Is it for yourself you fear?" said Anzoletto quickly. "No, but for all who approach and threaten me." "And for all who adore you, doubtless? Well, be it so. To die before your eyes, at your feet, I ask but that. Tomorrow at break of day, I shall be there. Resist, and you will but hasten my doom." "You set out tomorrow and yet take leave of no one," said Consuelo, observing that he saluted the Count and Canoness without mentioning his departure. "No," he replied, "they would wish to detain me, and in spite of myself, seeing everything conspire to prolong my agony, I would yield. You shall offer my excuses and adieus. My guide has received orders to have the horses in readiness at 4 in the morning." This last assertion was more than true. The singular looks of Albert for some hours had not escaped Anzoletto. He was resolved to brave everything, but, in case of mischance, held himself prepared for flight. His horses were saddled in the stable, and his guide had orders to watch. When Consuelo had returned to her chamber, she was seized with real terror. She did not wish to meet Anzoletto, and yet she feared that he might take some desperate step if she refused. She had never felt so unhappy, so unprotected, and so lonely upon the earth. "Oh, my dear master, where are you?" she exclaimed. "You alone know the perils which surround me. You alone could save me. You are rough, severe, distrustful, as a friend and father should be to drag me from the abyss into which I fear to fall. But have I not friends around me? Have I not a father in Count Christian? Would the canoness not be a mother, if I had but courage to brave her prejudices and open my heart? And is not Albert my protector, my brother, my husband, if I only consent to say a word? Ah, yes, it is he who should be my protector, yet I fear I repel him. I must go and seek all three," she added, rising and walking hurriedly about the chamber. "I must be one with them, cling to their protecting arms, and take shelter under the wings of these guarding angels. Repose, dignity, honor, dwell with them. Misery and despair would await me with Anzoletto. Ah, yes, I must confess what has passed in my mind during this frightful day, that they may protect and defend me from myself. I shall bind myself to them with an oath, and say the terrible yes, which shall place an invincible barrier between myself and this scourge. I will go." But instead of going, she fell back exhausted on a chair and bitterly wept her exhausted strength, her lost peace. "But what," said she, "shall I utter a fresh falsehood? Shall I consent to pledge my faith to a man I do not love? Alas, I feel that Anzoletto is still dearer to me than he. What shall I do? What is to become of me?" While absorbed in these reflections, she saw through the window of her closet, which opened upon an inner courtyard, a light from the stables. She examined it attentively, a man who went in and out without waking the other servants, and who appeared to be preparing for his departure. She saw by his dress that it was Anzoletto's guide, and that he was getting ready the horses, conformably to his instructions. She also saw a light with the keeper of the drawbridge, and concluded that he had been informed by the guide of their approaching departure, the hour for which had not been exactly settled. Considering these matters in detail, a bold and somewhat strange project rushed across Consuelo's thoughts. But as it opened out to her between two extremes, a fresh point of departure in the events of her life, it seemed to her little less than inspiration. She had no time to inquire into the means or the consequences. She trusted the one to Providence, while she thought she could obviate the others. She began to write as follows, in haste, as may be supposed, for the castle clock had sounded 11. "Albert, I am compelled to depart. I esteem and admire you, as you know, from my very soul. But there are in my nature contradictions, sufferings, and oppositions which I cannot explain either to you or myself. Could I see you at this moment, I should perhaps tell you that I confide in you, that I yield you up the care of my future life, that I consent to become your wife. Perhaps I should even say that I desire it. Nevertheless, I should be deceiving you, or at least make a rash vow, for my heart is not yet sufficiently purified from its old love to belong to you without fear, or to merit yours without remorse. I fly, I hasten to Vienna, to meet or await Porpora, who is to be there in a few days, as his letter to your father has recently announced. I swear to you that I shall only endeavor to forget the past beside him, and cherish the hope of a future of which you are the cornerstone. Do not follow me. I forbid you in the name of this future, which your impatience might compromise and perhaps destroy. Wait for me, and keep the oath which you have sworn not to return without me too. You will understand what I mean. Rely upon me. I enjoin it on you, for I go with the blessed hope of one day returning or asking you to come to me. At this moment I seem as if I labored under a frightful dream. I feel that when I am again alone, I shall awaken worthy of you. I am determined that my brother shall not follow me. I mean to keep all my movements secret from him, and induce him to take a direction opposite to that which I shall follow myself. By all that you hold dear on earth, I implore you not to oppose my project, and to believe that I am sincere. By so doing, I shall see that you love me truly, and I shall then be able to sacrifice, without blushing, my poverty to your riches, my obscurity to your rank, and my ignorance to your lofty knowledge. Adieu, Albert, but only for a time. To prove to you that I do not go irrevocably, I charge you to render your good and excellent aunt favorable to our union, and to preserve for me the esteem of your father, that best and worthiest of men. Tell him the truth in all respects. I shall write to you from Vienna. The hope of convincing and calming by such a letter a man so much in love as Albert was rash, no doubt, but not altogether unreasonable. Consuelo, even while she wrote, felt her energy and rectitude of principle return. She felt everything she wrote, and everything she said she meant to do. She was aware of Albert's wonderful penetration, his almost second sight, and she did not hope to deceive him. She was sure from his character that he would believe in her and obey her punctually. At this moment, her judgment of the circumstances in which she was placed and the conduct of Albert toward her was as pure and lofty as his would have been in a similar position. Having folded her letter without sealing it, she threw her traveling cloak over her shoulders, covered her head with a thick dark veil, put on very strong shoes, gathered together the little money she possessed, made up a small packet of linen, and descending on tiptoe with extreme precaution, she traversed the lower stories, arrived at Count Christian's apartment, and glided into the oratory, which she knew he regularly entered at 6 in the morning. She placed the letter on the cushion on which he usually opened his book before kneeling. Then, descending still further to the courtyard without awaking anyone, she proceeded straight to the stables. The guide, who did not feel very comfortable at finding himself alone in the middle of the night in this great castle, where everyone was fast asleep, was at first afraid of this figure in black, which glided toward him like a phantom. He retreated to the furthest corner of the stable, neither daring to cry out nor question her. This was just what Consuelo wished. As soon as she saw herself out of sight and hearing, for she knew that neither Albert's nor Anzoletto's windows opened on the courtyard, she said to the guide, "I am the sister of the young man you brought here this morning. He takes me with him. It has just been settled on. Put a side saddle quickly on his horse. There are several here. Follow me to Tusta, without saying a single word, and without making a single movement, which could betray me to the people of the castle. You shall have double pay. You appear surprised. Come, make haste. The moment we reach the town, you must return with the same horses to bring my brother." The guide shook his head. "You shall be paid threefold." The guide nodded assent. "And you will bring him full gallop to Tusta, where I shall await you." The guide again shook his head. "You shall have 4 times as much for the latter stage as for the former." The guide obeyed. In an instant the horse was ready. "This is not all," said Consuelo, mounting even before the bridle was perfectly adjusted. "Give me your hat, and throw your cloak over mine. only for an instant. "I understand," said the man. "To deceive the porter, that is easy. Oh, it is not the first time I have carried off a young lady. Your lover will pay well, I suppose, although you are his sister," added he with a grin. "You will be well paid by me first, but be silent. Are you ready? I am mounted. Pass on, then, and have the bridge lowered." They crossed it at a foot pace, made a circuit in order not to pass under the walls of the castle, and at the end of a quarter of an hour had gained the sandy road. Consuelo had never been on horseback before. Happily, the animal, though strong, was tractable. His master encouraged him with his voice, and striking into a steady and rapid pace through woods and thickets, the lady arrived at her destination in a couple of hours. Consuelo sprang down at the entrance of the town. "I do not wish that they should see me here," said she to the guide, at the same time placing in his hand the money agreed upon for herself and Anzoletto. "I shall proceed through the town on foot, and hire from some people here whom I know a carriage to convey me on the road to Prague. I shall travel quickly, in order to get to a distance from the places where I would be recognized before the break of day. In the morning I shall stop and await my brother." "But in what place?" "I cannot say, but tell him that it will be at a post-house. Let him not ask any questions until he shall be 10 leagues from this. Then let him inquire for Madame Wolff. It is the first name that occurs to me. Do not forget it, however. There is but one road to Prague." "Only one, as far as. It is well. Stop in the suburbs to refresh your horses. Do not let them see the side saddle. Throw your cloak over it. Do not answer any question, and start off. Stay, another word. Tell my brother not to hesitate, but to set off at once without being seen. His life is in danger in the castle." "God be with you, my pretty maiden," said the guide, who had had time enough to count his money. "Even if my poor horses should be knocked up, I should be glad to have served you. I am sorry, however," he said to himself, when she had disappeared in the obscurity, "that I could not have a peep at her. I would like to know if she is handsome enough to run away with. She frightened me at first with her black veil and resolute step. Besides, they told me so many stories in the kitchen that I did not know what to think. How foolish and superstitious those people are, with their ghosts and their man in black of the oak of the Schreckenstein. Pooh, I passed it 100 times and never saw anything. I took good care to look aside when I passed the ravine at the foot of the mountain." Thus reflecting, the guide, having fed his horses and having taken a good dram by way of rousing himself, turned again toward Riesenberg, without hurrying himself in the least, as Consuelo had foreseen and hoped, though she had recommended him to use all speed. The honest fellow was lost in conjectures upon the romantic adventure in which he found himself involved. By degrees, the vapors of the night, and perhaps also the strong drink, made things appear still more wonderful to him. It would be curious, thought he, if this dark woman in black were to turn out to be a man, and this man the ghost of the castle, the dark spirit of the Schreckenstein. They say that he plays all sorts of scurvy tricks on the night travelers, and old Hans swore that he saw him often when he was feeding Baron Frederick's horses before daybreak. The devil! It would not be so pleasant to meet the like, as something bad is sure to come of it. If my poor hack has carried Satan this night, he will die for certain. I fancy there is fire coming out of his nostrils already. It is very well if he does not take the bit between his teeth. I wish I were at the castle to see if, in place of the money which this she-devil has given me, I shall not find dried leaves in my pocket. And if they tell me that Signora Porporina is sleeping quietly in her bed, instead of being on the road to Prague, what the devil is to become of me? Truth to say, she galloped like the wind, and vanished when she left me, as if she had sunk into the ground. End of chapter 62.
Chapter 63 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rocker, December 11th, 2021, Westford, Massachusetts. Consuelo by George Sand. Chapter 63. Anzoletto did not fail to rise at daybreak, seize his stiletto, and perform an elaborate toilet. But when he proceeded to open the door, which he had observed previously was easily enough unlocked, he was surprised beyond measure to find that he could not turn the key. He bruised his fingers and tired himself in the attempt, at the risk of awakening someone by his violent efforts. It was of no avail. There was no other outlet from his room, and the window looked down upon the garden from a height of 50 feet, so steep and dangerous that it made him giddy only to think of it. "This is not the work of chance," said Anzoletto, after giving the door a last push, "but whether it be Consuelo, and that would be a good omen, or whether it be the Count, both will have to reckon with me for it." He endeavored to go to sleep again, but vexation and perhaps also a certain uneasiness allied to fear prevented him. If Albert had been the author of this precaution, he alone of all the household had not been the dupe of his pretended relationship to Consuelo. The latter had appeared really frightened when she warned him to beware of that terrible man. It did not console Anzoletto to say that being crazy, the young Count had probably not much connection in his ideas, or that being of illustrious birth, he would not be willing, according to the prejudices of the day, to commit himself in an affair of honor with an actor. These suppositions did not reassure him. Albert had appeared to him a very quiet madman, and one who was quite master of his actions. And as to his prejudices, they could not be very deeply rooted if they permitted him to entertain the idea of marrying an actress. Anzoletto therefore began seriously to fear having any difference with him before the accomplishment of his object, and thus getting into trouble without profit. This termination of his adventure appeared to him rather disgraceful than tragic. He had learned how to handle a sword, and flattered himself that he was a match for any nobleman whatsoever. Nevertheless, he did not feel easy, and could not sleep. Toward 5 o'clock he imagined he heard steps in the corridor, and shortly afterward his door was opened without noise and without difficulty. It was not yet broad daylight, and on seeing a man enter his chamber with so little ceremony, Anzoletto thought the decisive moment had arrived. He darted toward his stiletto with a desperate bound, but by the glimmer of the dawn he immediately recognized his guide, who made signs to him to speak low and to make no noise. "What do you mean by your grimaces, and what do you want with me, you stupid ass?" said Anzoletto angrily. "How did you get in?" "Get in? How should I get in but by the door, my good sir?" "The door was locked." "But you had left the key outside." "Impossible. There it is on my table." "That is strange. Then there are two. And who can have played me the trick of locking me in thus? There was but one key yesterday. Was it you when you came for my valise?" "I swear that it was not. I never saw the key." "Then it must be the devil. But what do you want with me with your busy and mysterious air? I did not send for you." "You did not give me time to speak. However, you see me, and you must of course know very well what I want of you. The Signora reached Tosta without accident, and according to her directions I am here with my horses to conduct you thither." It was some minutes before Anzoletto could comprehend what was the matter, but when he did so he joined in the deception quickly enough to prevent his guide, whose superstitious fears had completely vanished with the shades of night, from again falling into his perplexities about it being a trick of the devil. The knave had begun by examining and ringing Consuelo's money on the pavement of the stable, and felt himself well satisfied with his part of the bargain with Satan. Anzoletto understood in a moment what had occurred, and imagined that the fugitive on her side had been so closely watched as not to be able to inform him of her resolution, and that threatened, urged to extremity perhaps by her jealous lover, she had seized a favorable moment to baffle his projects, escape, and seek the open country. However that may be, he said to himself, there is no room for doubt or hesitation. The direction which she has sent to me by this man, who has conducted her on the road to Prague, is clear and precise. Victory! That is, if I can get out of this house without being obliged to cross swords. He armed himself to the teeth, and while he was hastening to get ready, he sent his guide as a scout to see if the road was clear. Upon his bringing intelligence that all seemed to be still buried in sleep, except the bridge-keeper who had just opened the gate for him, Anzoletto descended without noise, remounted his horse, and met in the courtyard only a single stable-boy, whom he called to give him some money, in order that his departure might not bear the appearance of a flight. "By St. Wenceslas," said the servant to the guide, "how strange it is! Your horses, on coming out of the stable, are covered with sweat, as if they had been traveling all night." "It must have been that your black devil came and dosed them," replied the other. "That must be the reason," returned the stable boy. "Why, I heard such a terrible noise in its direction all night. I did not dare to come and see what was the matter, but I heard the portcullis creak and the drawbridge lowered. Just as I see it now. I certainly thought you were going away, and I did not expect to see you this morning." The warder at the drawbridge was also surprised. "Your lordship is double, then?" asked the man, rubbing his eyes. "I saw you depart about midnight, and now I see you again." "You must have been dreaming, my honest fellow," said Anzoletto, making him a present also. "I should not have gone without asking you to drink my health." "Your lordship does me too much honor," said the porter, who spoke a little broken Italian. "But for all that," he said to the guide in his own tongue, "I have seen 2 tonight." "And take care that you do not see 4 tomorrow night," replied the guide, galloping over the bridge after Anzoletto. "The black devils always play such tricks with sleepers like you." Anzoletto, who got full instructions from his guide, reached Tusta, or Toss, for they are, I believe, the same town. He passed through it, after having discharged the man and taken post-horses, abstained from making any inquiries for 10 leagues, and at the appointed place stopped to breakfast, for he was now nearly worn out, and asked for one Madame Wolff, who was to meet him there with a carriage. But no one could give him any news of her, and for a very good reason. There was indeed a Madame Wolff in the village, but she had been established there 50 years and kept a mercer's shop. Anzoletto, tired and exhausted, concluded that Consuelo had not thought it best to stop in this place. He inquired for a carriage to hire, but there was none. He was therefore obliged to mount on horseback again and ride post once more. He thought every moment that he was certain to overtake the welcome carriage, into which he could throw himself and be recompensed for his anxieties and his fatigues. But he met very few travelers, and in no carriage did he see Consuelo. At last, overcome by excess of fatigue, and finding no vehicle to be hired anywhere, he resolved to stop, although with much reluctance, and to wait in a little town on the roadside until Consuelo should join him, for he was certain he must have passed her. He had plenty of time during the rest of the day and the following night to curse the women, the inns, the roads, and all jealous lovers. The next day he found a public passenger coach, and continued to hurry toward Prague, but without being more successful. Let us leave him traveling toward the north, a prey to rage, impatience, and despair, not unmixed with hope, and return for an instant to the chateau in order to observe the effect of Consuelo's departure upon the inhabitants of that abode. It may readily be conceived that Count Albert did not sleep, any more than the other two personages engaged in this hurried adventure. After having provided a second key to Anzoletto's chamber, he had locked him in from the outside, and was no longer anxious about his attempts, knowing well that unless Consuelo herself interfered, no one would go to deliver him. Respecting this possibility, the bare idea of which made him shudder, Albert had the extreme delicacy not to wish to make any imprudent discovery. If she loves him so well, thought he, I need struggle no more. Let my destiny be accomplished. I shall know it soon enough, for she is sincere, and tomorrow she will openly refuse the offers I have made her today. If she is merely persecuted and threatened by this dangerous man, she is now sheltered from his pursuits for one night at least. In the meantime, no matter what passing noise I hear around me, I will not stir. I will not make myself odious and inflict upon that unfortunate the punishment of shame by presenting myself before her without being called. No, I will not play the part of a cowardly spy, of a suspicious and jealous lover, since hitherto her refusals and irresolution have given me no claim over her. The courageous Albert religiously kept the resolution he had made, and although he imagined he heard Consuelo's footsteps in the lower story at the moment of her flight, and some other more inexplicable noises in the direction of the portcullis, he prayed and suffered in silence, and restrained with clasped hands the throbbings of his heart. When the hour arrived at which Count Christian was accustomed to rise, Albert hastened to him, with the intention not of informing him what was passing, but of persuading him to enter into a fresh explanation with Consuelo. He was certain that she would speak the truth. He thought that she must even desire such an explanation, and he prepared to comfort her in her trouble, and to pretend a resignation which would qualify the bitterness of their farewell. Albert did not ask what would become of himself afterward. He felt that neither his reason nor his life could support such a shock, but he did not shrink from undergoing suffering beyond his strength. He found his father at the moment when the latter was entering the oratory. The letter placed upon the cushion struck their eyes at the same instant. They seized and read it together. The old man was deeply dejected, thinking that his son could not endure the shock, but Albert, who was prepared for a much greater misfortune, was calm, resigned, and unshaken in his confidence. She is pure, said he, and she wishes to love me. She feels that my love is true, and my faith immovable. God will protect her from danger. Let us accept this promise, my father, and remain tranquil. Fear not for me. I shall be stronger than my sorrow, and will subdue any anxiety that might disturb me. My son, said the old man, deeply affected, we are here before the image of the God of your fathers. You have chosen another form of belief, and I have never reproached you for it, although, as you well know, my heart has suffered deeply. I am about to prostrate myself before that God in whose presence I promised you, the night before this, to do all that was in my power in order that your love might be heard and sanctified by an honorable union. I have kept my promise and now renew it to you. I am again about to pray that the Almighty may fulfill your wishes. My own will not oppose them. Will you not unite with me in this solemn hour, which will perhaps decide in heaven the destiny of your love upon the earth? O my noble son, in whom the Eternal has preserved every virtue, notwithstanding the trials he has permitted your first faith to undergo, whom I have seen in your childhood kneeling by my side at the tomb of your mother, and praying like a young angel to that sovereign master whom you did not then doubt. Will you this day refuse to raise your voice toward him, that mine may not be in vain? Father, replied Albert, folding the old man in his arms, if our faith differs, our souls are in unison as to the divine and eternal principle. You adore the God of wisdom and purity, the ideal of perfection, knowledge, justice, truth. I have never ceased to do so. O thou crucified one, he exclaimed, kneeling with his father before the sacred image. Thou whom men have worshipped, and whom I too worship as the purest and most noble manifestation of divine love. Thou who dwellest in God and in us, hear my prayer. Bless just impulses and upright intentions. Defeat triumphant wickedness. Sustain oppressed innocence. Let the issue of my affection be as heaven wills, but let thy influence direct and animate those hearts who have no other strength or support than thy sojourning and example upon the earth. End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger, December 21st, 2021, Westford, Massachusetts. Consuelo by Georges Sand. Chapter 64. Anzaletto pursued his way towards Prague, to no purpose, for Consuelo, after having given the false instructions to the guide which she deemed necessary to the success of her enterprise, had taken a road to the left which she was acquainted with, from having twice accompanied the Baroness Amelia to a castle in the neighborhood of the little village of Toss. This castle was the most distant journey which Consuelo had undertaken during her stay at Reisenberg. The aspect of the country, therefore, and the direction of the roads which traversed it naturally occurred to her when she projected and executed her bold and hasty flight. She recollected also that, when walking on the terrace, the lady of the castle, in pointing out the vast extent of country which could be seen from it, had said, "That noble road bordered with trees which you see yonder, and which is lost in the distance, joins the great southern highway, and leads direct to Vienna." Consuelo, with this direction in her mind, was certain of not going astray. She reached the castle and grounds of Biella, which she skirted, and found, without much difficulty, notwithstanding the darkness, the road bordered with trees, so that before daybreak she had accomplished a distance of 3 leagues as the bird flies. Young, active, and accustomed from childhood to long walks, and supported moreover by a resolute will, she saw the day dawn without experiencing much fatigue. The sky was clear, the roads were dry, sandy, and pleasant underfoot. The rapid pace of the horse, to which she was not accustomed, had somewhat exhausted her, but in such cases it is better to go on than pause. For with energetic temperaments, one species of fatigue is the best alleviation of another. However, by degrees, as the stars grew pale and the dawn brightened into day, she became frightened at being alone. She felt tranquil so long as it was dark, since always on the watch, she was certain of being able to hide herself before she could be discovered. But during the day, obliged as she would be to cross extensive plains, she dared no longer follow the beaten track, the more so as she now began to perceive groups of persons in the distance, spreading like dark spots over the white line which marked the road on the yet obscure surface of the adjoining country. So near to Reisenberg she might be recognized by the first person she met, and she therefore resolved to take a path which promised to shorten her journey by avoiding a circuit which she would otherwise be obliged to make round the hill. She proceeded in this direction for about an hour without meeting anyone, and at last entered a thicket, where she could easily conceal herself if necessary. If I could thus advance, thought she, some 8 or 10 leagues unobserved, I would then proceed quietly along the high road, and at the first favorable opportunity hire a carriage and horses. This reflection caused her to examine her purse and see what was left for the remainder of her journey after her generous donation to the guide from Reisenberg. She had not yet had time for reflection, but had she reflected and listened to the suggestions of prudence, would she have set out on such an expedition? But what were her surprise and consternation when she found that her purse contained a great deal less than she had supposed. In her haste, she had only taken the half of the small sum which she possessed, or else she had given gold in place of silver to the guide, or perhaps in opening her purse she had dropped some of the money on the ground. However it might be, it was evident that she had no alternative but to proceed to Vienna on foot. This discovery discouraged her a little, not so much on the score of the fatigue which it would occasion her, as the danger to which a young woman would be inevitably exposed in going on foot so long a journey. The fear which she had hitherto surmounted, under the impression that she could procure a conveyance, and thus avoid any risk of danger, overpowered her to such a degree that, overcome by a sense of weakness and vague apprehension, she hurried forward, seeking the deepest shade in order to conceal herself in case of attack. To add to her disquietude, she saw that she had lost her way and that she was wandering at random in the pathless forest. If the solitude reassured her in some respects, how could she be certain, on the other hand, that she might not take a direction the very opposite of what she wished, and so return to Reisenberg? Enzeletto might still be there, detained by suspicion, chance, or the hope of revenge. Even Albert himself might be dreaded in the first moment of his agitation and despair. Consuelo knew that he would submit to her decision, but suppose she were to present herself in the neighborhood of the castle, would he not hasten to assail her with supplications and tears? Ought she to expose this noble young man and his family, as well as to her own pride, to the scandal and ridicule of an enterprise abandoned as soon as undertaken? Anzaletto's return in the course of a few days might plunge everything into fresh confusion, and so renew the danger which she had so generously and boldly obviated. Everything must be hazarded rather than return to Reisenberg. Resolved to seek carefully for the road leading to Vienna, and follow it at all risks, she paused in a shady and retired spot where a spring gushed from between rocks sheltered by lofty trees. The ground around seemed marked by the footsteps of animals. Were they those of the neighboring flocks, or of beasts of prey who occasionally came to quench their thirst at this secluded fountain? Consuelo knelt down on the dripping stones and satisfied both hunger and thirst with a draught of the cool and limpid water. Then, remaining in her kneeling posture, she reflected on her situation. I am a weak and helpless creature, thought she, if I cannot carry out what I have planned. What? Shall it be said that my mother's child is no longer able to bear cold or hunger, fatigue or danger? I have dreamed to little purpose of freedom and poverty in the bosom of that plenty from which I always longed to free myself, if I am to be thus terrified. Was I not born to suffer and to dare? Or am I changed since the time when I used to journey on foot, sometimes before daybreak and often hungry, with my poor mother, and when all the nourishment we had was perhaps a draught at some roadside fountain? I am a worthy Zingara, truly, who can only sing in a theater, sleep upon down, and travel in a coach. What dangers did I incur with my mother? Did she not say to me, when we met doubtful characters, "Fear nothing. Those who possess nothing have nothing to dread. The wretched do not prey upon each other. She was young and handsome in those days, yet was she ever insulted by the passers-by? Even the worst men respect the defenseless. How do those poor mendicant girls do, who go about with nothing but the protection of God? Shall I be like those damsels who cannot move out of doors without thinking that the whole world, intoxicated with their charms, hastens in pursuit of them? Shall it be said that because alone and journeying on the broad and free highway, I must be degraded and dishonored, without some guardians to watch over me? My mother was as bold as a lion, and would have defended herself like one. Am not I also strong and courageous, with naught but good plebeian blood flowing in my veins? Besides, I am in a quiet country, with peaceful inhabitants. And, were I even in some unknown land, I should be very unfortunate if in the hour of need I did not meet some of those upright, generous spirits whom God has placed everywhere as a sort of providence for the weak and helpless. But courage! This day I have incurred no worse evil than hunger. I shall enter no cabin to purchase bread till toward the evening, when it becomes dark, and when I shall be far, far from this. I know what hunger is, and how to combat it, notwithstanding the constant feasting at Reisenberg. A day soon passes over. When it begins to get warm and my limbs grow weary, I shall recall the saying which I heard so often in my infancy, "He who sleeps dines." I shall hide in some cave in the rocks, and you shall see, O my poor mother, who watchest over me, and journeyest at this hour invisible by my side, that I am able to repose without a pillow or couch. While thus engaged in devising plans for her conduct, the poor girl forgot for a short time her distress. She had gained a victory over herself, and Anzoletto was already less dreaded. From the very moment when she had resisted his solicitations, she felt her soul partially relieved from her fatal attachment, and now, in putting into execution her romantic project, she experienced a sort of mournful gaiety, which made her repeat each instant to herself, "My body suffers, but it saves my soul. The bird which cannot defend itself by strength has wings to flee, and when it soars through the fields of the air, it laughs at nets and stratagems." The recollection of Albert, and the picture she drew of his suffering and terror, presented themselves very differently to Consuelo, but she combated with all her might the tenderness which this thought was calculated to inspire. She determined to repel his image until she should be beyond the reach of sudden repentance or imprudent emotion. "Dear Albert, noble friend," said she, "I cannot help sighing deeply when I think of thee. But in Vienna alone shall I pause to sympathize with thee. Here I shall only permit my heart to say how much it venerates and regrets thee. Forward," continued Consuelo, endeavoring to rise, "I must proceed on my journey." But in vain she attempted twice or thrice to leave the wild and pretty fountain, whose pleasant murmur invited her to repose. Sleep, which she had purposed putting off till midday, weighed heavy on her eyelids, and hunger, which she was unable to resist so well as she had supposed, added to her exhaustion. She would have gladly deceived herself on this point, but in vain. She had been too much agitated to take any refreshment the evening before. A mist crept over her eyes, while languor and uneasiness took possession of her frame. She yielded to fatigue without being aware of it, and firmly resolving to get up and proceed on her journey, she gradually sank on the grass. Her head fell upon her little bundle, and she slept soundly. The sun, warm and glowing, as it often is during the short summers of Bohemia, rose gaily in the sky. The fountain murmured over the pebbles as if it had wished to lull the slumbers of the traveler, while the birds fluttered overhead, warbling their melodious carols. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger, December 29, 2021, Westford, Massachusetts. Consuelo by George Sand. Chapter 65. Consuelo had slept thus about 3 hours, when she was aroused by another noise than that of the fountain and the warbling birds around her. She half opened her eyes, without having power to rise or well knowing where she was, and saw at 2 paces distant a figure leaning over the rocks, drinking, like herself, without much ceremony from the stream, by dipping his mouth into the water. Her first feeling was one of terror, but a further glance at the companion of her retreat restored her confidence. For whether he had had leisure to observe her features while she slept, or perhaps that he was not much interested in the matter, he appeared to take little notice of her. Besides, he was rather a boy than a man. He appeared about 15 or 16 years of age at most, and was little, lean, sallow, and weather-beaten, while his countenance, which was neither handsome nor otherwise, expressed only calm indifference. By an instinctive movement, Consuelo drew down her veil, thinking that if the traveler troubled himself so little about her, it would be better to appear to sleep than run the risk of provoking troublesome questions. Through her veil, however, she closely observed the unknown, expecting every moment that he would take up his knapsack and stick to continue his journey. But she soon discovered that he was resolved to rest also, and even to breakfast, for he opened his bag and took out a huge lump of bread, which he gravely cut and began to eat, casting from time to time a timid glance toward the sleeper, and taking care to make no noise in opening and shutting his knife, as if he feared to awaken her suddenly. This mark of respect inspired Consuelo with perfect confidence, and the sight of the bread, which he ate with such relish, aroused the pangs of hunger. Being assured from the careless attire and dusty shoes of the youth that he was a poor traveler and a stranger in the country, she believed that Providence had sent her unexpected aid by which she ought to profit. It was an immense hunch, and the boy, without stinting his appetite, could spare her a morsel. She rose, therefore, pretended to rub her eyes as if she had just awakened, and looked boldly at the youth, in order, if needful, to keep him within bounds. This precaution was unnecessary. As soon as the boy saw the sleeper standing up, he became uneasy, cast down his eyes, and at length, encouraged by the sweet and gentle expression of Consuelo's countenance, he ventured to look at her, and address her in a tone of voice so mild and harmonious that she was immediately prepossessed in his favor. "Well, mademoiselle," said he, smiling, "you are awake at last. You slept so soundly that only for the fear of being rude I would have followed your example." "If you are as kind as you are polite," replied Consuelo, assuming a maternal tone, "you can render me a slight service." "Anything you please," replied the young traveler, to whom Consuelo's voice seemed equally agreeable and penetrating. "You must sell me some bread for breakfast, then, if you can do so without inconvenience to yourself." "Sell you some?" he exclaimed, surprising and blushing. "Oh, if I had a breakfast worth offering, I should not sell it. I am not an innkeeper, but I will give it to you with all my heart." "You shall give it, then, on condition that you take in exchange something to buy a better breakfast." "No, no," he replied, "by no means. Are you jesting? Are you too proud to accept a bit of bread? Alas! You see I have nothing else to offer you." "Well, I accept it," said Consuelo, holding out her hand. Your kindness makes me blush for my pride." "Hear, hear, my dear young lady," exclaimed the young man joyously. "Take the bread and cut it for yourself. Do not hesitate, for I am not a great eater, and I have had sufficient already for the whole day. But will you have an opportunity of purchasing more? Is not bread to be had everywhere? Eat then, if you wish to oblige me." Consuelo did not require to be asked again, and fearing that she might otherwise seem ungrateful to her host, she sat down beside him and began to eat with a relish which the most dainty food at the tables of the rich had never given her. "What a good appetite you have," said the boy. "Ah, I am so glad to have met you. It makes me quite happy to see you eat. Take it all. We shall soon come to some house or other, although the country here seems a desert." "You are not acquainted with it, then?" said Consuelo in a careless tone. "This is the first time I have traveled it, although I know the way from Vienna to Pilsen, which is the road I have just come, and by which I am now about to return yonder." "Where? To Vienna?" "Yes, Vienna. Are you also going there?" Consuelo, uncertain whether she should accept her companion as a fellow traveler, pretended not to hear him in order to gain time for a reply. "Pshaw! What am I saying?" replied the young man. "A young lady like you would not be going alone to Vienna. However, you are on a journey, for you too have a parcel and are on foot like myself." Consuelo determined to evade this question until she saw how far she might trust him, and hit upon the plan of replying to one question by asking another. "You are from Pilsen, then?" she inquired. "No," replied the boy, who had no motive for distrust. "I am from Rottger in Hungary. My father is a cartwright there." "And why do you travel so far from home? You do not follow your father's trade, then?" "I do and I do not. My father is a cartwright. I am not. But he is also a musician, and I aspire to become one." "A musician? That is a noble calling. It is perhaps yours also?" "You are not going, however, to study music at Pilsen, which is merely a dull fortified town." "Oh no, I have been entrusted with a commission for that quarter, and I am now on my way back to Vienna to endeavor to gain a livelihood while I continue my studies." "Which have you embraced, vocal or instrumental music?" "Both, up to the present time. I have a tolerable voice, and I have a poor little violin, by which I can make myself understood. But my ambition is great, and I would go yet further." "Become a composer, perhaps?" "You have hit it. There is nothing in my head but this weary composition. I shall show you in my traveling bag a famous companion. It is a book which I have cut in pieces in order to be able to carry some portions of it with me over the country. When I am tired walking, I sit down in some corner and read a little. That refreshes me." "It is well done. I would wager that your book is the Gradus ad Parnissum of Fuchs." "Precisely. Ah, I see you are acquainted with it, and I am now sure that you are also a musician. Just now, while you slept, I looked at you and said to myself, that is not a German countenance. It is from the south, Italian perhaps, and what is more, it is the countenance of an artist. It was for that reason you made me so happy by asking me for bread. I now perceive that you have a foreign accent, although no one could speak better German." "You might be deceived. You have not a German countenance either. Your complexion is Italian, and yet—" "Oh, you are very kind, mademoiselle. I know I have the complexion of an African, and my companions in the choir of St. Stephen used to call me the Moor. But to return to what I was saying, when I found you sleeping alone there in the middle of the wood, I was a little surprised. Then 100 ideas occurred to me respecting you. It is, perhaps, thought I, my happy star which has led me hither to meet one who may be of use to me. But shall I tell you everything?" Say on without fear. Observing that you were too well dressed and too fair for a poor wayfarer, but that you had a bundle with you, I imagined that you might be connected with some stranger, an artist perhaps, oh, a great artist, she whom I seek and whose protection would be my glory and my happiness. Come, mademoiselle, tell me the truth. You are from some neighboring castle, and you have been on business in the vicinity. You must surely know the castle of the giants. You mean Reisenberg, and are you going there? At least I am trying, but I have so lost myself in this abominable wood, in spite of the directions which they gave me at Clatau, that I do not know whether I shall be able to find my way out of it. Happily, you know Reisenberg, and you will have the goodness to inform me if I am still far from it. But what are you going to do at Reisenberg? I wish to see the Purpurina. Indeed. And Consuelo, fearing to discover herself to a traveler who might speak of her at the castle of the giants, recovered herself sufficiently to ask with an indifferent air, "And who is the Purpurina? Do you not know? Alas, you must be indeed a stranger in this country. But since you are a musician and know the name of Fuchs, without doubt you are acquainted with that of Purpura. And do you know Purpura? Not yet. It is because I wish to know him that I seek to obtain the protection of his famous and beloved pupil, the Signora Purpurina. Tell me how this idea came into your head. I might perhaps assist you to find her out. I shall relate my history. I am, as I have already told you, the son of a cartwright, and a native of a small town on the confines of Hungary. My father is sacristan and organist in the village. My mother, who had been cook to the lord of our district, has a fine voice, and my father, to refresh himself after his work, used to accompany her in the evenings on the harp. In this manner a love of music was instilled into me, and I recollect that my greatest pleasure when I was quite a child was to join our family concerts with a bit of wood which I sawed with a lathe, fancying all the while that I held a violin and bow in my hand and drew from it the most magnificent sounds. Oh yes, it still seems to me, even yet, that my dear sticks were not dumb, but that a divine voice, unheard by others, floated around me and intoxicated me with celestial melody. Our cousin Frank, who was a schoolmaster at Hamburg, came to see us one day when I was playing on my imaginary violin, and was amused at the kind of ecstasy in which I was plunged. He assured my parents that it was the indication of extraordinary talent, and he brought me with him to Hamburg, where he gave me a very rude musical education, I assure you. What fine organ stops, with beats and flourishes, he executed with his conducting baton on my fingers and ears. Nevertheless, I was not discouraged. I learned to read and write. I had a real violin which I learned the use of, as well as the rudiments of singing and the Latin language. I made as rapid a progress as was possible with so impatient a master as my cousin Frank. I was about 8 years old when chance, or rather Providence, in which as a good Christian I have always believed, led me to the house of my cousin Rottger, chapel master of the cathedral at Vienna. I was presented to him as a little wonder, and when I had read with ease a piece at first sight, he took a fancy to me, brought me to Vienna, and took me into St. Stephen as one of the choir. There we had about 2 hours' work each day, and the rest of the time being at our own disposal, we could wander about as we pleased. But my passion for music stifled in me the idleness and playfulness of childhood. When sporting in the square with my companions, the moment I heard the sound of the organ, I left them to enter the church and delight myself by listening to the hymns and the music. I forgot myself in the streets beneath windows from which issued the sounds of a concert, or even those of an agreeable voice. I was at once curious and desirous to know and understand everything which struck my ear. Above all, I wished to compose. When I was 13, I dared, without knowing any of the rules, to write a mass, which I showed to our master Rottger. He laughed at me and advised me to learn before attempting to create. That was easily said, but I had no means of paying a master. My parents were too poor to advance the needful sums for my support and education. At last one day they gave me 6 florins, with which I bought the book which you see, and that of Matheson, which I began to study with ardent delight. My voice improved, and was considered the most beautiful in the choir. Amidst all this uncertainty and ignorance, I felt my mind enlarge, and my ideas develop themselves within me. But I saw with terror the period approaching when, according to the rules of the chapel, I should be obliged to leave the establishment. And beholding myself without resources and without masters, I asked myself if these 8 years of study were really to be my last, and if I must return to my parents to learn the trade of a cartwright. To add to my vexation, I saw that Master Rottger, in place of taking an interest in my welfare, treated me with increased severity, and only sought to hasten the period of my dismissal. I know not why he disliked me, but I certainly did not deserve it. Some of my companions were silly enough to say that he was jealous of me because there was some degree of genius in my compositions, and that he was accustomed to hate and discourage young people who promised to surpass himself. I am far from having the vanity to accept this explanation as the true one, but doubtless he looked upon me as a brainless fool for having the presumption to show him my crude essays. And besides, said Consuelo, interrupting him, old teachers do not like to see their pupils appear to understand faster than they do themselves. But tell me your name, my child. I am called Joseph. Joseph what? Joseph Haydn. I will endeavor to recollect this name, so that if one day you should turn out a distinguished man, I shall know what to think of the hatred of your master, and the interest with which you inspire me. But proceed, if you please. Young Haydn resumed his narrative in the following words, while Consuelo, struck by the similarity of their artistic and poverty-stricken destiny, looked attentively at the countenance of the young chorister. His insignificant, sallow countenance became singularly animated during his recital. His blue eyes sparkled with genial fire, and everything he said and did bespoke no ordinary mind. End of chapter 65. Chapter 66 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rocker, January 2nd, 2022, Westford, Massachusetts. Consuelo by Georges Sand. Chapter 66. Whatever may have been the cause of Master Rottger's antipathy, he displayed it toward me very harshly, and for a very trifling cause. I happened to have a pair of new scissors, which, like a child as I was, I tried on everything I could lay my hands on. One of my companions, having turned his back toward me, and his long queue, of which he was very vain, dangling across the chalked notes on my slate, a fatal idea came on the instant into my head. Snip went the scissors, and lo, the queue lay on the ground. My master followed all my movements with the eye of a vulture, and before my poor comrade was aware of his loss, I was reprimanded, stamped with infamy, and sent about my business without further ceremony. I left the establishment in the month of November last year at 7 o'clock in the evening, and found myself in the streets without money or clothes except the tattered garments on my back. I was in despair, and thought, in seeing myself thus dismissed, that I had been guilty of some dreadful crime. Thereupon I began to weep and cry, when my companion, whose head I had thus dishonored, passed me weeping likewise. Never were so many tears or so much remorse seen before or since for a Prussian Q. I could have thrown myself into his arms, at his feet, but I dared not, and hid my shame in the darkness. Yet perhaps the poor lad wept for my disgrace more than his own loss. I spent the night in the streets, and as I was sighing next morning when thinking of the impossibility of procuring a breakfast, I was met by Keller, the barber to the chapel. He had been just dressing Master Reuter, who, in his fury, had talked of nothing but the terrible loss of the Q. The facetious Keller, perceiving my distress, burst into a loud fit of laughter, and overwhelmed me with sarcasms. So, cried he, as far as he could see me. There goes the scourge of wig-makers, the enemy of all who, like myself, profess to deal with hair. Ho, my little executioner of Qs, my little ravager of love-locks. Come hither till I trim your dark curls as a set-off for all the Qs that are destined to fall by your hands. I was furious, desperate. I hid my face in my hands, and thinking I was the object of general indignation, was about to fly. The good Keller, however, stopped me, exclaiming with a gentle voice, My poor little fellow, where are you going? With no food, no friends, no clothes, and such a crime on your conscience. Come, I shall have pity on you, especially on account of your sweet voice, which I have so often heard at the cathedral. I have but one apartment for myself and my children on the 5th story, but then I have a garret higher up, which is not occupied, and which is at your service. You shall live with me till you get something to do, on the condition, however, that you spare my customers, and do not try your fine scissors on my wigs. I followed the generous Keller, my preserver and father. Besides board and lodging, he gave me, poor as he was, a little money to enable me to pursue my studies. I hired an old worm-eaten harpsichord, and there, with my Fuchs and my Matheson, I gave myself up without restraint to my ardor for composition. From this moment I considered myself the favorite of Providence. The 6 first sonatas of Emanuel Bach were my delight all that winter, and I think I learned and understood them thoroughly. At the same time, heaven rewarded my zeal and perseverance, permitting me to procure a little occupation by which I managed to live and recompense my dear host. I played the organ every Sunday in the chapel of Count Haugwitz, after having taken, in the morning, the part of first violin in the Church of the Merciful Brethren. Besides, I found 2 protectors. One is an abbé who writes Italian verses, very beautiful, they say, and approved by Her Majesty the Empress. He is called Metastasio, and he lives in the same house with Keller and myself. I give lessons to a young lady who is his niece. My other protector is His Highness the Venetian ambassador. Signor Corner, exclaimed Consuelo hastily. Ah, you know him then, replied Hayden. It was Metastasio who introduced me into his house. My humble talents pleased him, and His Excellency promised that I should have lessons from Master Porpora, who is at this moment at the baths of Manendorf with Madame Wilhelmina, His Excellency's lady. This promise that I should become the pupil of the first professor of singing in the universe filled me with joy. To learn the pure and correct principles of Italian composition, I looked on myself as saved, and blessed my stars as if I were already myself a maestro. But His Excellency's good intentions were not so easily realized as I expected, and unless I obtain a more powerful recommendation, I fear I shall never be able even to approach Porpora. It is said that the illustrious master is strange, rough, unhappy in his temper, and while he is as attentive, generous, and devoted to some pupils, he is just as capricious to others. Ruder, it seems, is nothing in comparison to Porpora, and I tremble at the very idea of seeing him. He has refused all the proposals of the ambassador, saying that he will take no more pupils. But as I know that the Senor Corner will persist, I still venture hope, as I am determined to put up with every rebuff so that I succeed at last. Your resolution, said Consuelo, is highly praiseworthy. The great master's rude and forbidding manners were not exaggerated, but you have reason to hope, for with patience, submission, talent, and judgment, I promise you that after 3 or 4 lessons you will find him the mildest and most conscientious of masters. Perhaps even if your heart and disposition correspond with your understanding, Porpora will prove himself a friend, a just and beneficent father. Oh, you fill me with joy. I see that you know him, and that you must also know his famous pupil, the new Countess of Rudolstadt, the Porporina. But where have you heard this Porporina spoken of, and what do you expect from her? I expect a letter from her to Porpora, and her recommendation to him when she comes to Venice, for she will doubtless proceed there after her marriage with the rich lord of Reisenberg. How did you hear of this marriage? By the greatest chance in the world. I must tell you that last month my friend Keller heard that a relation of his at Pilsen had just died and left him a little property. Keller had neither time nor means to undertake the journey, and did not venture to determine upon it, for fear that the inheritance should not pay the expense of his trip and the loss of his time. I had just received some money for my labor, and I offered to go and attend to his interests. I have just been at Pilsen, and during the week I passed there, I have had the satisfaction of seeing Keller's inheritance realized. It is little, no doubt, but that little is not to be despised by him, and I carry with me the titles of a small property, which he can sell or let out as he shall judge best. Returning from Pilsen, I found myself yesterday evening in a place called Klattau, where I passed the night. It had been a market day, and the inn was full of people. I was seated near a table where a large fat man was eating, whom they call Dr. Wetzelius, and who is the greatest gourmand and the greatest babbler I ever met with. "Do you know the news?" he said to his neighbors. "Count Albert of Rudolstadt, he who is mad, almost a complete maniac, is going to marry his cousin's music mistress. An adventuress, a beggar who has been, they say, an actress in Italy." The old buffoon went on to relate a variety of anecdotes concerning the Porporina, all of which tended to prove that she had imposed on and basely deceived her worthy host at Reisenberg. "Oh, it is horrible, it is infamous," cried Consuelo, almost beside herself. "It is a tissue of abominable calumnies and revolting absurdities." "Do not believe that I gave credence to it for an instant," returned Joseph Haydn. The face of the old doctor was as stupid as it was wicked, and before they had given him the lie, I was already convinced that he was retailing only slanders and falsehoods. But hardly had he ended his story when 5 or 6 young men who were near him took the lady's part, and it was thus that I learned the truth. Each praised the beauty, the grace, the modesty, the sense, and the incomparable talent of the Porporina. All approved of Count Albert's passion for her, envied his happiness, and admired the old count for having consented to the union. Dr. Wetzelius was treated as an insane dotard, and as they spoke of the high esteem which Master Porpora felt for a pupil to whom he had consented to give his name, the idea occurred to me of going to Reisenberg, throwing myself at the feet of the future or perhaps the present countess, for they say the marriage was already celebrated, but kept secret for fear of offending the court, relating my history to her, and endeavoring to procure from her the favor of becoming the pupil of her illustrious master. Consuelo remained some instants buried in thought. The last words of Joseph respecting the court had struck her, but quickly recovering herself, "My child," said she, "do not go to Reisenberg. You will not find the Porporina there. She is not married to the Count of Rudolstadt, and nothing is less certain than this marriage. It has been talked of, it is true, and I believe the betrothed were worthy of each other, but the Porporina, although she felt for Count Albert a sincere friendship, a high esteem, and a respect without bounds, thought she ought not to decide lightly upon so serious a matter. She weighed on the one side the injury she might inflict on that illustrious family by causing them to lose the good graces and perhaps the protection of the Empress, as well as the esteem of the other nobles and consideration of the whole country, and on the other, the injury she would inflict on herself by renouncing the practice of that divine art which she had passionately studied and embraced with courage. She said to herself that the sacrifice was great on both sides, and that before deciding on it hastily, she ought to consult Porpora, and give the young count time to discover if his passions would resist the effects of absence. Therefore she set out suddenly for Vienna on foot, without a guide, almost without money, but with the hope of thus restoring repose and reason to one who loves her, and of carrying away of all the riches that were offered to her only the testimony of her conscience and the pride of her profession as an artist. Oh, she is indeed a true artist. She has a powerful mind and a noble soul, if she has acted thus, cried Joseph, fixing his sparkling eyes on Consuelo. And if I am not deceived, it is to her that I speak. It is before her that I kneel. It is she who holds out her hand to you, and who offers you her friendship, her advice and support with Porpora. For it appears to me we shall travel together, and if God protects us, as he has hitherto protected us both, as he protects all those who trust only in him, we shall soon be at Vienna, and shall take our lessons from the same master. God be praised, cried Hayden, weeping with joy, and raising his hands enthusiastically toward heaven. Something whispered to me when I saw you asleep that you were no common being, and that my life, my destiny, were in your hands. End of chapter 66. Chapter 67 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger, January 4th, 2022, Westford, Massachusetts. Consuelo by Georges Sand. Chapter 67. When the young people had made a more ample acquaintance, by discussing on each side in friendly chat the details of their situation, they thought of the precautions and arrangements necessary for their journey to Vienna. The first thing they did was to take out their purses and count their money. Consuelo was still the richer of the two, but their united funds would only furnish means sufficient to enable them to travel agreeably on foot, without suffering from hunger or sleeping in the open air. They could not hope for anything better, and Consuelo had already made up her mind to it. Still, notwithstanding the philosophical gaiety she manifested on this subject, Joseph was anxious and thoughtful. "What is the matter with you?" said she. Perhaps you are afraid of my company proving an embarrassment to you, and yet I will wager that I can walk better than you." "You ought to do everything better than I," replied he. "It is not that which troubles me, but I am sorry and even frightened when I think how young and handsome you are, and how every one must admire you that sees you, while I am so mean and little, that though I were resolved to die for you 1,000 times, my strength would not suffice for your protection. What are you thinking of, my poor child? Do you suppose that even if I were handsome enough to attract the attention of the passers-by, a woman who respects herself does not know always how to repel? Ugly or handsome, faded or young, bold or modest, you would not be safe on these roads, covered as they are with disbanded soldiers and scoundrels of every description. Since the peace, the country swarms with soldiers returning to their garrisons, and especially with licensed volunteers, who, in order to increase their means, pillage travelers, put whole districts under a contribution, and treat the country as a conquered land. I am thinking seriously of changing our route, and in place of going by Pisek or Budweis, fortified towns and consequently frequented by all sorts of military stragglers and others not much better, of descending the course of the Moldau and keeping in the gorges of the almost deserted mountains, where cupidity and rascality find nothing to attract them, proceed along the bank of the river as far as Reichenau, and enter Austria by Freistadt. Once there, we shall be under the protection of a better police than exists in Bohemia. You know this road, then? I do not even know if there be one, but I have a small map in my pocket, for I took it into my head on leaving Pilsen to try and return by the mountains, so as to see a little of the country. It seems a good idea, said Consuelo, looking at the map. There are footpaths everywhere, and cabins for the reception of those whose means are slender. I see here, in fact, a chain of mountains which extend to the source of the Moldau, and which border the river. It is the great Boehmer Wald, which contains the highest mountains in the range, and serves as a boundary between Bavaria and Bohemia. We can easily reach it, and by keeping on the heights can always ascertain the valleys which lead down to the two provinces. Since, heaven be thanked, I have no longer to deal with this hidden castle of the giants, I am certain of guiding you aright, and not taking a longer route than is needful. Let us set out then, said Consuelo. I feel perfectly refreshed. My sleep and your good bread have restored my strength, and I can accomplish at least 10 miles today. Besides, I am anxious to leave this neighborhood, where I expect every instant to meet someone who knows me. Stop, said Joseph. A strange idea occurs to me. What is it? If you did not object to put on man's attire, you could then preserve your incognito perfect, and you would escape all the disagreeable consequences which might result from seeing a young girl traveling alone with a youth. It is not a bad idea, but you forget our scanty means. Besides, where could I find clothes that would fit me? Listen, I should not have proposed this step if I had not the means of putting it in execution. We are precisely the same height, which is more honorable to you than me, and I have in my bag an entire suit of clothes, perfectly new, which will disguise you completely. The reason I happen to have them is that they are a present from my good mother, who thought they would be useful to me when going to the embassy, and giving lessons to young ladies. They were made by the village tailor, and certainly the costume is sufficiently picturesque, and the materials well selected, as you may see. But imagine the sensation I would have produced at the embassy, and the wicked laughter of Metastasio's niece, if I had appeared in this rustic doublet and puffed-out pantaloons. I thanked my poor mother, but promised to myself that I would sell the dress to some peasant or strolling actor. This is how I happen to have the suit with me. But fortunately, as it has turned out, I was unable to get rid of it. The people here have an idea that it is some old Polish or Turkish fashion. Well, the opportunity of doing so has arrived at last, said Consuelo, laughing. Your idea is an excellent one, and the traveling actress will be content with your Turkish dress, which is not very unlike a petticoat. I shall take it on credit, or rather on condition that you will take charge of our strong box, as Frederick of Prussia used to call it, and advance the needful funds until we reach Vienna. We shall see about that, said Joseph, putting the purse into his pocket, firmly resolved not to let her pay. In the meantime, we must see if the dress fits you. I shall take myself off to the wood, and you will find many a spacious, secluded boudoir among these rocks. Enter upon the stage, replied Consuelo, pointing toward the forest, while I retire behind the scenes. She hastened behind the rocks and proceeded to transform herself, while her respectful companion removed to a distance. The fountain served her as a mirror, and it was not without pleasure that she saw herself converted into the prettiest little peasant that the Slavonic race ever produced. Her slender and agile figure was encircled by a large woolen belt. Her ankles, slender as those of a roe, appeared below the heavy folds of her Turkish pantaloons, and her dark hair, in which she had never worn powder, had been cropped short during her illness and curled naturally about her face. She ran her fingers through it in order to give it the rustic negligence becoming a young shepherd. She wore her costume with theatrical grace, and assuming, thanks to her mimic talents, an air of rustic simplicity. She found herself so completely disguised that on the instant a sense of courage and security returned, and as it happens to actors when they have donned their costume to appear on the stage, she identified herself with her part so thoroughly as to experience all the careless freedom and innocent gaiety of a schoolboy playing truant in the woods. She had to whistle 3 times before Hayden, who had withdrawn further than was necessary into the wood, either to testify his respect or to escape the temptation of turning his eyes toward the openings in the rocks, returned to her. He uttered a cry of surprise and admiration on seeing her, and although he had expected to find her completely disguised, could hardly believe his eyes. The transformation became Consuelo prodigiously, and at the same time gave an entirely different turn to the young man's imagination. The kind of pleasure which the beauty of a woman produces on an adolescent is always mingled with fear, and the dress that makes her, even in the eyes of the most daring, a being so veiled and so mysterious, has much to do with this feeling of agitation and disquietude. But the change of costume, which was so completely successful as to seem a real change of sex, suddenly changed also the disposition of the young man's mind. He no longer apparently felt anything more than that warm and brotherly attachment which springs up between 2 travelers of kindred feelings and sentiments. The same desire to travel and see the country, the same security as to the dangers of the road, and the same sympathizing gaiety which animated Consuelo at this instant, took possession of him also, and they began their journey through the wood and meadow as gay and joyous as 2 birds of passage. However, after proceeding a few steps, he forgot that she was a boy on seeing her carry over her shoulder on the end of a stick her little packet, now enlarged by the addition of her own dress. A dispute arose between them on this point. Consuelo affirmed that with his bag, his violin, and the music of the Gradus ad Parnassum, he was sufficiently burdened, while Joseph, on his side, declared that he would put Consuelo's packet in his bag, and that she should carry nothing. She had to yield the point, but in order that she might seem the character which she assumed, as well as to keep up an appearance of equality between them, he allowed her to carry the violin. You know, said Consuelo in order to induce him to submit, that I must be your servant, or at least your guide, because I am plainly a peasant, while you are a citizen. What? A citizen? Replied Hayden, laughing. I dare say I have something the cut of Keller's apprentice. But the good youth felt a little mortified in not being able to appear before Consuelo in better trim than was possible from the state of his clothes, faded by the sun and somewhat the worse of the wear. No, said Consuelo in order to relieve his mind. You are the prodigal son returning to the paternal home with the gardener's boy, the companion of his rambles. I believe we had better assume the parts appropriate to our situation, replied Joseph. We can only pass for what we really are, poor wandering artists. We might even say, if we are questioned, that we have been making a professional tour. I can speak of the celebrated village of Roran, which nobody knows, and of the grand city of Hamburg, about which nobody cares. As for you, your pretty accent will betray you, and you had better not deny that you are an Italian and a singer by profession. By the by, we must have suitable names. Yours is quite new to me. I should conformably to my Italian manners call you Beppo. It is a contraction of Joseph. Call me what you will. I shall be equally unknown by one name as by another. It is quite different with you. You must positively have a name. What do you choose? The first short Venetian name that occurs. Nello, Masso, Renzo, Zotto. Oh, not that, she exclaimed, after having uttered involuntarily the childish abbreviation of Anzoletto. Why not? Replied Joseph, who observed her hasty exclamation. It would be an unlucky one. They say there are such names. Well then, what shall we call you? Bertoni. That is an Italian name, and a kind of diminutive of Albert. Il Signor Bertoni. That sounds well, said Joseph, trying to smile. But this indication of Consuelo's regard for her noble betrothed struck a dagger to his heart. He watched her as she bounded before him, as light and agile as a young fawn. By the by, he said to himself, by the way of comfort, I forgot he was a boy. End of chapter 67. Chapter 68 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger, January 4th, 2022, Westford, Massachusetts. Consuelo by Georges Sand, Chapter 68. They soon found the boundary of the forest and turned toward the southeast. Consuelo's head was uncovered, but Joseph, although observing the sun scorch her beautifully clear complexion, dared not express his regret. The hat which he himself wore not being new, he could not offer it to her, and feeling his anxiety useless, he did not wish to say anything about it. But he placed his own hat under his arm with an abrupt movement, which his companion remarked. Well, that is a strange idea, said she. It would seem as if you found the air close and the plain shaded with trees. It reminds me that I have nothing on my own head, but as I have not always had every comfort within my reach, I know many ways of procuring them at little cost. So saying, she snatched a clustering vine branch, and rolling it into a circle, she made of it a cap of verdure. Now she has something the air of a muse, thought Joseph, and the boy vanishes afresh. They were now passing through a village, and Joseph, seeing one of those shops where they sell everything, rushed in suddenly ere she could prevent him, and immediately appeared again with a little straw hat with broad rims flapping over the ears, such as is worn by the peasants of the Danube. "If you begin by luxuries," said she, trying on this new headdress, "we may want bread before our journey is over." "Want bread?" exclaimed Joseph eagerly. "I would rather beg by the wayside and tumble in the streets for pence." "Oh no, you shall want for nothing with me." Then, seeing that Consuelo was surprised at his enthusiasm, he added somewhat more composedly, "Reflect, Signor Bertoni, that all my prospects depend on you, that you are as it were in my charge, and that I am bound to bring you safe and sound to Master Porpora." The idea that her companion should fall in love with her never entered Consuelo's mind. Modest and single-minded women rarely entertain such ideas, which coquettes, on the contrary, are forever hatching. Besides, even very young women usually esteem men of their own age as children, and Consuelo was 2 years older than Hayden, who was so small and meager that he seemed hardly 15. She knew very well that he was more, but she never could have supposed that love had dawned upon his imagination. It was evident, however, that Joseph experienced some extraordinary emotion, for once when she stopped to breathe a little and admire the lofty prospect, she detected him gazing at her with a sort of ecstasy. "What is the matter with you, friend Beppo?" said she, artlessly. "Methinks you are melancholy. I cannot get it out of my head that I am a burden to you." "Do not say that," said he with much emotion. "It were to refuse me that esteem and confidence for which I would gladly give my life." "In that case, do not look so sad unless you have some vexation at heart that you have not told me of." Joseph fell into a gloomy silence, and they walked on for a long time before he was able to break it. But the longer the silence continued, the greater became his confusion and his fear of being found out. At last, unable to resume the conversation, he said abruptly, "Do you know what I was thinking seriously of?" "No, I cannot guess," replied Consuelo, who during all this time was lost in her own reflections and did not observe his silence. "I was thinking that if it would not tire you, you might teach me Italian as we went along. I began with books this winter, but having no one to guide me in the pronunciation, I dare not pronounce a word before you. Nevertheless, I understand what I read, and if you would be so good as to cause me to surmount my false shame, and would teach me syllable by syllable, I think I have so correct an ear that you would not lose your trouble." "Oh, with all my heart," replied Consuelo. "It would delight me if every one would thus employ their leisure moments in self-instruction, and as we learn by teaching others, the exercise will serve to improve us both in the pronunciation of so musical a language. You think I am an Italian, but I am not, although my accent is tolerably pure. However, I pronounce perfectly only when I sing, and when I wish you to seize the harmony of Italian sounds, I shall sing the difficult words to you. I am persuaded that no one pronounces badly who does not hear badly. If your ear appreciates the shades of sound, it will be but an effort of memory to repeat them correctly." "That would be at the same time an Italian and a singing lesson," exclaimed Joseph, "and a lesson which would last 50 leagues, thought he in his ecstasy. Ah, long live art, the least dangerous and ungrateful of all our passions." The lesson began that instant, and Consuelo had at first some difficulty in not laughing outright at every word he uttered, but she was soon amazed at the facility and justness with which he corrected himself. However, the young musician, who was dying to hear the famous singer's voice, and who did not see an opportunity present itself quickly enough, succeeded by a little stratagem. He pretended to be greatly embarrassed in giving to the Italian the proper force, and he sung a phrase from Leo, where the word felicità is several times repeated. Immediately Consuelo, without stopping or being more out of breath than if she were seated at the harpsichord, sang it several times. When he heard her glorious accents, so much superior to those of any other singer then existing, Joseph felt a thrill run through his whole frame, and he could not help clasping his hands in passionate admiration. "It is now your turn to try," said Consuelo, without perceiving his transports. Hayden tried and succeeded so well that the young professor clapped her hands. "Extremely well," said she good-naturedly. "You learn quickly, and you have a magnificent voice." "You may say what you like of it," replied Joseph, "but I feel I can never trust myself to speak of you." "And wherefore?" said Consuelo, but turning toward him she saw that his eyes were filled with tears, and his hands were clasped in ecstasy. "Let us sing no more," said she. "Here are some horsemen coming toward us." "Ah, yes," exclaimed Joseph, quite beside himself. "Do not let them hear you, for they would instantly throw themselves on their knees at your feet." "I do not fear these frantic lovers of song. See, they are only butchers' boys with their calves behind them." "Ah, pull down your hat, turn your head away," said Joseph with a jealous pang. "Do not let them see you, do not let them hear you. Let no one see or hear you but me." The remainder of the day passed in serious study or gay and animated conversation. In the midst of his intoxication, Joseph did not know whether he was a trembling adorer of beauty or a devoted admirer of art. At once a dazzling idol and a delightful companion, Consuelo filled all his thoughts and transported his whole being. Toward evening he perceived that she walked with difficulty, and that fatigue had quenched her gaiety. Indeed, for several hours previously, notwithstanding their frequent halts in the shady parts of the road, she had felt very weary. But she wished it to be so, and even had it not been evident that she must soon leave that part of the country, she would have sought in motion and a sort of forced gaiety for forgetfulness of her mental pain and suffering. The shades of evening, which now gave a melancholy aspect to the country, brought back to her mind the sad feelings which she had so courageously combated. She then imagined to herself the mournful evening which was about to commence at the castle of the giants, and the dreary night which Albert might spend. Overcome by this idea, she involuntarily stopped at the foot of a large wooden cross on the summit of a naked hill, which marked the scene of some miracle or traditional crime. "Alas, you are more fatigued than you are willing to allow," said Joseph. "But a resting place is at hand, for I see in the distance the light gleaming from the cottages of the hamlet. You think perhaps that I would not be strong enough to carry you, nevertheless, if you will trust." "My child," replied she, smiling, "you are very proud of your sex, but I beg of you not to despise mine, and to believe that I have more strength left than you have yourself. I am out of breath climbing this ascent, that is all, and if I pause, it is because I wish to sing." "Heaven be praised!" exclaimed Joseph. "Sing, then, at the foot of this cross, but it will only tire you still more." "It will not take long," said Consuelo. "It is a fancy which seized me to sing a little Spanish hymn, which my mother made me repeat every morning and evening wherever we met a chapel or a cross." Consuelo's idea was even more romantic than she was willing to admit. In thinking of Albert, she recollected his almost supernatural faculty of seeing and hearing at a distance. She fancied that at this very moment he thought of and perhaps saw her, and thinking it might soothe his pain were she to sing to him, though night and distance separated them, she mounted the stones which supported the cross, and turning toward Reisenberg, she sang at the full pitch of her voice the Spanish hymn commencing, "O Consuelo de mi alma." "Oh, heavens!" exclaimed Hayden when she had finished, and speaking to himself, "I never heard singing before. I did not even know what singing was. Are there other human voices like this? I will never hear anything similar to what has been revealed to me today. O music, Thrice sacred music, O genius of art, thou dost consume me, thou dost terrify me. Consuelo came down from the stone, where, like another Madonna, her profile stood out in relief against the clear azure of the night. Inspired like Albert, she fancied she saw him through the intervening woods and mountains, seated on the stone of Schreckenstein, calm, resigned, and filled with holy expectation. He has perhaps heard me, thought she, recognized my voice and the hymn which he loves, and will soon retire to the castle, embrace his father, and perhaps spend a tranquil night. All is going on well, said she to Joseph, without heeding his passionate admiration. Then, returning once again, she kissed the rude woodwork of the cross. Perhaps at this very moment, by some strange sympathy, Albert felt an electric impulse thrill through his melancholy being and flood his soul with divine rapture. It might be the very moment when he was sinking into his calm and refreshing slumber, in which his father would have the satisfaction of finding him on the returning dawn. The hamlet whose light they had perceived was nothing else than a large farmhouse, where they were hospitably received. The honest and industrious laborers were eating their evening meal before the door, on a table of rude structure, at which room was made for the travelers without bustle or constraint. The peasants did not ask them any questions, and scarcely looked at them. Fatigued with the toils of the scorching day, they enjoyed their simple but wholesome and nourishing fare with silent satisfaction. Consuelo found the supper excellent, and did every honor to it. Joseph forgot to eat. Besides, he was gazing at Consuelo's pale and noble countenance, which formed such a striking contrast with the sunburned peasants, tranquil and indifferent as the oxen that grazed around them, who made but little more noise than they did as they slowly ruminated. Each, as he felt himself satisfied, retired to rest, making a sign of the cross, and leaving the more robust to enjoy the pleasures of the table as they thought fit. The serving women and the children took the vacant places. More animated and curious than their predecessors, they retained and questioned the young travelers. Joseph gave them an account which he had ready prepared to satisfy them, and did not deviate much from the truth in telling them that his companion and himself were poor wandering musicians. "What a pity it is not Sunday," said one of the youngest girls, "for then we should have a dance." They cast inquiring glances on Consuelo, who appeared a pretty lad, and who, the better to sustain her part, looked boldly at them in return. For a moment she had sighed when thinking of these delightful patriarchal manners from which her wandering and artistic habits so widely severed her. But seeing these poor women standing up behind their husbands and cheerfully eating their leavings, some suckling their little ones, others slaves by instinct to their sons, and waiting upon them without minding their little girls or themselves, she perceived that they were no better than victims of hunger and necessity. The men chained to the soil, and servants to the cattle and the plough, the women chained to their masters, shut up in their houses in perpetual servitude, and condemned to unrelaxing labor amidst all the sufferings and anxieties of maternity. The owner of the soil, on the one hand extorting the last penny of the husbandman's wretched gains, on the other hand imparting avarice and fear to the tenant, who in his turn doomed those under him to the same sordid, remorseless necessity that he was subjected to himself. Their apparent cheerfulness now seemed to Consuelo nothing more than the callous indifference of misfortune, or the deadening effect of toil, and she felt that she would rather 1,000 times be a wandering artist than lord or peasant, since the possession of the soil, or even of a grain of corn, seemed only to entail on the one side tyrannical exaction, and on the other meanness and sycophancy. "Viva la libertà!" said she to Joseph, speaking in Italian, while the women washed and laid aside the household utensils with huge clatter, and an aged crone plied her spinning wheel with the regularity of a machine. Joseph was surprised to find that some of these peasants spoke German tolerably well. He learned that the head of the family, whom he had seen dressed in the costume of a peasant, like the rest, was of noble extraction, and had received some degree of fortune and education, but ruined by the wars of the succession, he had no other means of rearing his numerous family than that of becoming tenant to a neighboring abbey. This abbey ground him to the earth with their exactions, and he was further obliged to liquidate the imperial tax on religious houses, which was imposed upon every change of their superior. This exaction was always levied from the vassals of the church, in addition to their other obligations. As for the farm servants, they were serfs, and considered themselves no worse off than the individual who employed them. The person who farmed the tax was a Jew, and sent by the abbey, whom he harassed to the peasants, whom he harassed still more. He had come that morning to collect a sum which exhausted the hard earnings of many years, so that between their superiors and the Jewish extortioners, the poor agriculturist did not know which to hate or dread the most. "Did I not say truly, Joseph," said Consuelo, "that we alone are rich in the world, who pay no tax on our voice, and only labor when we please?" The hour for repose having now arrived, Consuelo felt so much fatigued that she had fallen asleep on a bench before the door. Joseph, meanwhile, inquired about beds from the farmer's wife. "Beds, my child?" replied she, smiling. "If we can give you one, it will be very well, and you must be content with it." This reply made the blood rush into poor Joseph's face. He looked at Consuelo, and finding she did not hear a word of what passed, he suppressed his emotions. "My companion is sadly tired," said he, "and if you could give him a little bed to himself, we will pay you whatever you ask. As for myself, a corner in the barn or in the stable will do very well. Oh, if the boy is ill, we will on that account give him a bed in the common room. Our 3 daughters can sleep together. But tell him to be very quiet and orderly, or else my husband or son-in-law, who sleep on the same floor, will soon bring him to reason. I can answer for the good conduct of my companion, but perhaps he may still prefer sleeping in the hay to a chamber where there are so many people." The good Joseph had now to awaken Signor Bettoni in order to acquaint him with this arrangement. Consuelo was not shocked, as he expected. She thought, as the 3 girls slept in the same room as the father and the son-in-law, she would be safer there than elsewhere, and having wished Joseph a good night, she glided behind the 4 curtains of brown woolen which enclosed the bed, and scarcely taking time to undress, she soon slept soundly. End of chapter 68.
Chapter 69 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 69. After a few hours of deep and dreamless repose, she was awakened by the continued noises around her. On one side, the old grandmother, whose bed almost touched hers, coughed and wheezed distressingly. On the other was a young woman who suckled her infant and sang lullabies to soothe it to sleep again. There were men who snored like horses, boys 4 in a bed quarreling with each other, women rising to quiet them and only adding to the uproar by their threats and chidings. This perpetual annoyance, the crying children, the dirt, the heavy odors and heated atmosphere, became so disagreeable to Consuelo that she could not bear it any longer. She dressed herself quietly and seizing a moment when everyone was asleep, she left the house and sought a corner where she could repose till daybreak. She thought she would rest better in the open air. Having walked all the preceding night, she did not feel the cold, but besides that, she was now overwhelmed with fatigue and in a condition very different from the excitement consequent on her departure. The climate of this elevated region was keener than the neighborhood of Riesenberg. She shuddered, and a sense of severe indisposition made her fear she would be unable to support one day's journey after another, without resting at night, when the beginning proved so disagreeable. In vain she reproached herself with having turned into a princess. In consequence of her luxurious life at the castle, she would have given all the world for an hour's good sleep. However, not venturing to re-enter the house, lest she should awaken or displease her hosts, she sought the barn, and finding the door partly open, crept in. Everything was silent. Thinking that the place was empty, she lay down on a heap of straw. The heat and the wholesome odor appeared delicious. She was just falling asleep when she felt on her face a warm, moist breath, which was suddenly withdrawn with a snort, and what seemed to her a stifled imprecation. Her first apprehension being allayed, she perceived in the twilight a huge head, surmounted by two formidable horns, just above her. It was that of a fine cow, which had thrust its head into the rack, and having breathed on her, drew back affrighted. Consuelo withdrew into the corner, so as not to disturb her, and fell fast asleep. Her ear soon grew accustomed to all the noises of the place, to the clank of chains, the bellowing of heifers, and the rubbing of their horns against the bars. She did not awake even when the milkmaids came in to drive out the beasts, to be milked in the open air. The dark corner where Consuelo had taken refuge hindered her from being observed, and the sun was high in the heavens when she next opened her eyes. Buried in the straw, she enjoyed for a few moments the comfort of her situation, and was delighted at feeling herself refreshed and rested, and ready to resume her journey without effort or inquietude. When she started up to look for Joseph, the first object she encountered was Joseph himself seated beside her. "You have occasioned me great uneasiness, Signor Bertoni," said he, "when the young women informed me that you were not in the apartment, and that they did not know what had become of you. I sought you everywhere, and it was only in despair that I returned here, where I passed the night, and where, to my great surprise, I have found you. I left the barn in the gray of the morning, and had little idea that you were then close by me, and under the very nose of this animal, who might have hurt you. Really, Signora, you are very rash, and you do not reflect on all the perils to which you expose yourself." "You see, Joseph," replied Consuelo, "that in my imprudence heaven does not abandon me, since it conducted me to you. It was Providence who caused me to meet you yesterday morning by the fountain, when you shared your goodwill and your bread with me, and it was the same Providence which confided me this night to your brotherly care." She then related to him, laughing, the disagreeable night she had passed in the common room, and how happy and tranquil she felt among the cows. "Is it true, then," said Joseph, "that the beasts have a more agreeable habitation and better manners than those who take care of them?" "That is just what I was thinking before I fell asleep in this manger. These animals caused me neither terror nor disgust, and I blamed myself for having contracted so aristocratic habits, that the society of my equals and contact with their indigents has become insupportable to me. How comes it so, Joseph? He who is born in poverty should not experience, when he falls back into it, the disdainful repugnance to which I have yielded. When the heart is not perverted in the lap of luxury, why should one remain fastidious, as I have been tonight in shunning the nauseous warmth and noisy confusion of this poor swarming human hive. It is because cleanliness, purity, and order are doubtless wants of all elevated minds, replied Joseph. Whoever is born an artist has the feeling of the beautiful and the good, just as he feels aversion for the hateful and ugly. And poverty is ugly. I am myself a peasant. I was born in a cottage, but my parents were artists, and our house, although small, was neat and orderly. It is true that our poverty bordered on comfort, while excessive privation takes away even the sense of what is better. Poor people, said Consuelo. If I were rich, I would forthwith build them a house. And were I a queen, I would put down these taxes, these Jews and these monks who prey upon them. If you were rich, you would never think of it. If you were a queen, you would not do it. Thus runs the world. The world runs very badly, then. Alas, yes, and without music, which transports the soul into an ideal world, we would be miserable when we think of what is going on here below. It is easy to talk of being miserable, Joseph, but what good does it do? It is better to grow rich and remain happy. And how is that possible, unless all poor people were to turn artists? That is not a bad idea, Joseph. If the poor had a love of art, it would ennoble their sufferings and lighten their misery. There would then exist no longer uncleanliness, discouragement, or neglect, and the rich would no longer harass and despise the poor. Artists, you know, are always somewhat respected. Ah, I never thought of that before, replied Hayden. Art, then, may have a serious aim, and one truly useful to mankind. What? Did you think it was no better than an amusement? No, I held it to be a disease, a passion, a storm raging in the heart, a fever that communicated itself to others. In short, if you know what it is, tell me. I will tell you when I find out myself, Joseph, but it is something very great, no doubt of that. Come, let us set out, and do not forget your violin, your only inheritance, friend Beppo, and the foundation of our future opulence. They commenced by making preparations for breakfast, which they intended to eat upon the grass in some romantic spot. But when Joseph pulled out his purse and proposed to pay, the farmer's wife smiled and would not hear of it. Whatever Consuelo could say, she would take nothing, and she even watched her young guests to see that they slipped nothing to the children. Recollect, said she, with some little evidence of disdain, that my husband is noble by birth, and that misfortune has not, so far, reduced him as to cause him to sell his hospitality. This pride seems to me rather superfluous, said Joseph to his companion when they had once more set out. There is more pride than charity in the feeling which animates them. I see nothing in it, said Consuelo, but what is charitable, and I am ashamed at heart and repent to think that I could not put up with a house that harbored a wanderer like myself. Ah, accursed refinement, foolish delicacy of the spoiled children of the world. Thou art a malady, since thou art health to some only at the expense of others. For a great artist like you, said Joseph, I think you are somewhat too sensitive to worldly matters. Methinks an artist should be rather more indifferent to what does not beseem his profession. They said in the inn at Clatau, where they talked about you in the castle of the giants, that Count Albert of Rudolstadt was a great philosopher, with all his eccentricity. You knew very well, Signora, that one could not be both artist and philosopher. Therefore you took yourself off. Do not trouble yourself any more than with human misfortune, and let us resume yesterday's lesson. With all my heart, Beppo. But first learn that Count Albert is a greater artist than us both, philosopher as he is. Indeed, said Joseph with a sigh, he seems to want no quality than to make him beloved. Nothing in my eyes but that of being poor and of humble birth, answered Consuelo, and interested by the attention which Joseph paid to her remarks, and stimulated by his timid questions. She yielded to the pleasure she felt in speaking openly and fully respecting her betrothed. Each reply brought on a fresh explanation, until from one circumstance to another she came to relate minutely all the particulars of her preference for Albert. This confidence in a youth whom she had only known since the preceding morning would, under any other circumstances, have been imprudent. Certainly, these circumstances alone could justify it. However, Consuelo yielded to an irresistible impulse in recalling to her own mind and confiding to a friendly heart the virtues of her betrothed. And as she spoke, she had the satisfaction of feeling that she loved Albert more than she could have supposed when promising to endeavor to love but him. Her imagination rose to a loftier height, the greater the distance that intervened, and all that was beautiful and great and excellent in his character appeared in a more brilliant light when she felt herself no longer under the necessity of hastily coming to a positive decision. Her pride was soothed by the idea that she could no longer be accused of ambition, for in flying him she renounced in some measure the worldly advantages connected with the proposed union. She could therefore, without shame or restraint, yield to the impulses of her soul. Anzoletto's name never once passed her lips, and she felt with pleasure that she had not once thought of mentioning him in the account of her stay in Bohemia. These disclosures, however rash or misplaced, brought about the best results. They made Joseph understand how much Consuelo's affections were preoccupied, and the vague hopes which he had ventured to cherish vanished like dreams, the very memory of which he hastened to forget. After 1 or 2 hours' silence which succeeded this animated conversation, he formed a firm resolution to see in Consuelo neither a beautiful siren nor a dangerous companion, but a great artist and a noble-minded woman, whose advice and friendship would exercise the happiest influence on his life. As much to regain her confidence as to raise up a barrier against rash desires, he opened his heart to her, and told her how he also was in a manner engaged. The romance of his affection was less poetical than that of Consuelo, but he who knows the issue of this romance in Haydn's afterlife is aware that it was not less noble-minded or less pure. He had evinced a preference for the daughter of his generous host, Keller the barber, and the latter, seeing this innocent attachment, said to him, "Joseph, I confide in thee. Thou dost appear to love my daughter, and I see that she is not indifferent to thee. If thou art as honest and successful as thou art grateful and laborious, thou shalt be my son-in-law." In a moment of exaggerated gratitude, Joseph had sworn, promised, and though his betrothed did not inspire him with the least passion, he considered himself bound to her forever. He related all this with a feeling of melancholy, suggested by the difference between his actual position and his intoxicating dreams with reference to Consuelo. Nevertheless, the latter looked upon it as evincing the warmth of his attachment for Keller's daughter. He did not venture to undeceive her, and consequently her esteem and confidence in Beppo's good faith increased proportionately. Their progress, therefore, was not interrupted by any of those symptoms of love, which might have been anticipated from a tete-a-tete journey of two amiable, intelligent, and sympathetic young persons for 15 days together, although Joseph felt not the slightest love for Keller's daughter. He allowed the fidelity of his conscience to be taken for that of his heart, and though his bosom chafed, He knew so well how to subdue his feelings that his unsuspecting companion never had the least suspicion of the truth. When Hayden, in his old age, read the first book of Rousseau's Confessions, he smiled through his tears as he recalled to mind his journey through the Burma Wald with Consuelo, trembling love and pious innocence, their only guardians. End of chapter 69. Chapter 70 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 70. Hayden never had reason to regret his journey, nor the sufferings to which it had subjected him, for he made considerable progress in Italian and acquired a more thorough knowledge of music than he ever had before. During their long halts in the shady recesses of the Burma Wald, the young artists revealed to each other all their genius and skill. Though Joseph Hayden sang well and played agreeably on the violin and other instruments, he soon saw, when listening to Consuelo, that she was infinitely his superior, and that she could make him an excellent artist without Porpora's aid. But Hayden's ambition was not confined to singing merely, and Consuelo, seeing him so backward as to the practical part, while in theory he was so lofty and correct, said to him one day, smiling, "I am not sure that I am right to confine you to vocal music, for, if you once become attached to the profession of singer, you will perhaps sacrifice to it the still higher powers which you possess. Let me look at your composition, notwithstanding my long and arduous study of counterpoint with so severe a master as Porpora. What I have learned only suffices to enable me to understand the creations of genius, and I have no longer time, even had I sufficient ability, to produce original works, whereas, if you indeed possess creative power, you should follow this path and only look upon singing and instrumentation as materials." Since Hayden had met Consuelo, he had, in fact, thought only of becoming a singer. To follow or live near her, to find her everywhere in his wandering life, had become his ardent dream during the last few days. He therefore hesitated to show her his first manuscript, although he had it with him, having written it out before going to Pilsen. He feared equally to appear deficient as to display talents that might induce him to combat his desire to be a singer. However, he yielded at last, and half willingly and half reluctantly he allowed her to get possession of the mysterious manuscript. It was a little sonata for the harpsichord, which he intended for his pupils. Consuelo read it with her eyes, while Joseph marveled to see her comprehend it as easily as if she had heard him play it. She afterward made him try different passages on the violin, and sang those herself which were practicable for the voice. I know not if Consuelo divined from this trifle the future author of the Creation, and so many other remarkable works, but assuredly she foresaw in him an able master, and said, as she returned his manuscript, "Courage, Beppo, thou art already a distinguished artist, and mayest be a distinguished composer, if thou wilt only study. Thou hast ideas, that is certain. With these and science much may be done. Acquire science, therefore, and let us triumph over Porpora's temper, for he is the master that you require. But think no longer of the stage. Thy place is elsewhere, and thy baton of command is the pen. Thou must not obey, but rule. When you may become the animating soul, would you rank yourself among the machinery? Come then, thou maestro in the bud. Study shakes and cadences no more. Only study where you are to place them in your compositions, and not how they are to be executed. This concerns your very humble servant and subordinate, who requests from you the post of prima donna in the first mezzo-soprano part that you intend to write. "Oh, Consuelo de mi alma!" exclaimed Joseph, transported with joy and hope. "Write for you? Be understood and expressed by you? What glory! What ambition! But no, it is madness. It is a dream. Teach me to sing. I would rather study to render according to your genius, and feeling the ideas of others, than to sully your divine lips by placing in them accents unworthy of you." "Come, come," said Consuelo, "a truce to ceremony. Improvise a little, sometimes on the violin, sometimes with your voice. It is thus that inspiration flows from the lips and from the points of one's fingers. I shall see if you have within you the divine impulse, or if you are merely an echo of the thoughts of others." Haydn obeyed. She observed with pleasure that he was not learned, and that there was youth, freshness, and ability in his ideas. She encouraged him more and more, and henceforth would only teach him to sing in order, as she said, to point out to him in what manner the voice part should be introduced. They amused themselves afterward with little Italian duets, which she taught him, and which he learned by heart. "If we want money," said she, "before our journey is finished, we can very well sing a little by the way. Besides, the police may put us to the trial, in order to see that we are none of those wandering cut-purses, alas, too numerous, who dishonor the profession. Let us be prepared for every casuality. My voice, keeping in contralto passages, may very well pass for that of a boy before it is broken. You must also learn a few airs on the violin in order to accompany me. You will find that it is no bad study. These popular melodies are full of nerve and originality, and as to my old Spanish ballads, they are perfect gems of originality and genius. Turn them to account, my dear maestro. Ideas beget ideas." These were enchanting days for Haydn. It was then, perhaps, that he first conceived the idea of those infantile and delightful compositions which he afterward composed for the amusement of the young Princess Esterhazy. Consuelo introduced into her lessons such gaiety, grace, and animation that the good Joseph, recalled once more to the happy and innocent petulance of youth, forgot his privations and his disquietude, and only longed that this wandering education might never cease. We do not intend to describe accurately their route, as we are but slightly acquainted with the paths of the Burma Wald. We should only lead the reader astray were we to attempt to trace it from the confused record which has been transmitted to us. Suffice it to say, the first half of their journey was, upon the whole, more agreeable than otherwise, until an adventure befell them which we cannot pass over in silence. They had followed the northern bank of the Maldau from its source, both because it was less frequented and seemed more picturesque. They had been descending, therefore, during one entire day, the steep ravine which extended parallel with the Danube. But when they reached the heights of Schenau and saw the mountain chain sinking to the level of the plain, they regretted that they had not followed the other bank of the river, and consequently the opposite chain, whose lofty peaks they saw in the distance, taking the direction of Bavaria. These woody mountains offered them more natural shelter and romantic halting places than the valleys of Bohemia. During their pauses by day in the forest, they amused themselves by snaring small birds, and when, their siesta being at an end, they found their snares filled with game, they cooked them in the open air, and found their repast sumptuous. They spared only the nightingales, as they professed to consider them as professional brethren. The poor children therefore proceeded in search of a ford, but the river was rapid, bordered by steep banks and swollen by the rains. They came at length to a sort of pier, to which was moored a boat in charge of a child. They hesitated to approach it, as they saw several people before them bargaining for a passage. These men, after taking leave of each other, separated, 3 proceeding to the north, while 2 entered the boat. This determined Consuelo. "We must meet strangers," said she, "either on the right or left. Therefore it is just as well to cross at once." Hayden hesitated a little, and was assuring her that these people looked ill, and were otherwise noisy and savage, when one of them, as if to contradict this unfavorable impression, stopped the boat and cried to Consuelo in German, with an air of mingled gaiety and benevolence, "Come, my child, get in. The boat is not very heavy, and we can easily take you with us if you choose." "Many thanks, sir," replied Hayden. "We shall take advantage of your kind permission." "Come, then," said the one who had spoken, and whom his companion called Mare. "Jump in." Hardly had Joseph entered the boat when he remarked that the strangers gazed at Consuelo and himself with marked attention and curiosity. Mare's face, however, seemed animated only by gaiety and good nature. His voice was agreeable, his manners polished, and Consuelo felt assured by his gray hairs and paternal aspect. "You are a musician, my lad," said he to the latter. "At your service, worthy sir," replied Joseph. "You also," said Mare to Joseph. And then, pointing to Consuelo, "This is doubtless your brother," added he. "No, sir, he is a friend," replied Joseph. "We are not even from the same country, and he understands very little German." "To what country, then, does he belong?" continued Mare, still looking at Consuelo. "To Italy, sir," replied Hayden. "Venetian, Genoese, Roman, Neapolitan, or Calabrian," said Mare, pronouncing each name in its peculiar dialect with admirable exactness. "Oh, sir, I see that you can speak with all kinds of Italian," said Consuelo at length, not wishing to make herself remarkable by remaining longer silent. "I am from Venice." "Ah, that is a lovely country," replied Mare, immediately using the dialect so familiar to Consuelo. "Is it long since you left it?" "Only 6 months." "And you travel about the country playing the violin?" "No, he plays," said Consuelo, pointing to Joseph, "and I sing." "And you play on no instrument, neither hautboy, flute, nor tambourine?" "No, it would be useless." "But if you were a good musician, you could easily learn. Is not that so?" "Oh, certainly, if it were necessary." "But you would not care about it?" "No, I would rather sing." "And you are right. Nevertheless, you will be forced to quit it or change your profession, at least for some time." "Why so, sir?" "Because your voice will soon break, if it have not already done so." "How old are you? 14 or 15 at most?" "Something like that." "Well, then, before a year is past you will sing like a little frog, and it is not at all certain that you will once more become a nightingale. It is a trying period from childhood to youth. Sometimes the voice is lost with the approach of manhood. In your place, I would learn to play on the fife. You could always gain a living." "I shall see to it, should it come to pass." "And you, my fine fellow," said Mare, addressing Joseph in German, "do you play only the violin?" "Excuse me, sir," replied Joseph, becoming confident in his turn, on seeing that the good Mare in no way embarrassed Consuelo. "I play a little on different instruments." "Which, for instance?" "The piano, the harp, the flute, in short, a little on everything." "With such talents you are wrong to wander about thus. It is a rude calling, and I perceive that your companion, who is still younger and more delicate than yourself, limps already." "Do you think so?" said Joseph, who in fact had only too plainly observed it, although Consuelo would not confess that her feet were swollen and painful. "I saw that it was with difficulty he got into the boat," replied Mayer. "What would you have, sir?" said Hayden, assuming a philosophical air. "We cannot have everything, and when we suffer, why, we must suffer. But when you can live more happily and more respectably by remaining in one fixed place, is it not better? I do not like to see intelligent and gentle lads, as you appear, going about thus. Believe one who has children of his own, my young friends, and who probably will never see you again. It destroys both health and happiness to seek after adventures in this way. Remember what I say." "Thanks for your good advice," replied Consuelo, with an affectionate smile. "We shall perhaps avail ourselves of it." "God preserve you, my little gondolier," said Mayer to Consuelo, who had mechanically taken an oar and commenced, according to her Venetian habits, to urge forward the boat. The bark touched the shore at last, not, however, without having been swept down the river a considerable distance by the strength of the current. Herr Mayer bade them a friendly adieu, while his silent comrade paid the hire of the boat. After suitable thanks, Consuelo and Joseph struck into a path which led to the mountains, while their late companions kept along the level margin of the river. "That Mayer seems an honest fellow," said Consuelo, looking back once more ere he disappeared from their sight. "I am sure he is a good father." "He is both inquisitive and a babbler," replied Joseph, "and I am rejoiced you are freed from his cross questions. Like all persons who have traveled much, he likes to converse. He is doubtless a cosmopolitan, at least if one may judge from his skill in languages. Of what country can he be?" "He seems a native of Saxony, although he speaks the Austrian dialect uncommonly well. He is probably from the north of Germany, a Prussian perhaps. So much the worse. I do not like the Prussians, and King Frederick still less, after all I heard of him at the Castle of the Giants. In that case, you will be pleased at Vienna, for there this philosophical and warlike king has no partisans." Thus conversing, they advanced into the forest by paths which sometimes were lost amid the pine trees, and sometimes led along the scarp of the hills. Consuelo found these Carpathian mountains more agreeable than sublime. She had frequently crossed the Alps, and could not comprehend Joseph's transports, who had never seen such majestic peaks before. The latter's impressions, therefore, found vent in enthusiastic praises, while Consuelo was more disposed for reverie. Besides, Consuelo was dreadfully tired, and did her utmost to conceal her fatigue from Joseph, in order not to give him any fresh uneasiness. They rested for some hours, and after a slight repast, enlivened by music, they set out once more at sunset. But soon Consuelo, although she had often bathed her delicate feet in the crystal stream, like the heroines of romance, felt her feet bruised against the stones, and was obliged perforce to declare that her strength would not suffice for the night's journey. Unhappily, the country was quite deserted on that side. There was no monastery, not so much as a cabin or a chalet to be seen on the slopes of the Maldo. Joseph was in despair. The night was too cold to permit them to sleep in the open air. At length, through an opening between two hills, they perceived lights at the foot of an opposite declivity. The valley toward which they descended was Bavaria, but the town which they discerned was further off than they had at first imagined, and it appeared to the unhappy Joseph that it receded in proportion as they advanced. To crown their misfortunes, the weather changed, and a small cold rain began to fall. In a few moments the air became so thick that the lights disappeared, and our travelers, having arrived, not without danger and difficulties, at the foot of the mountain, knew not how to direct their course. They were in a tolerably broad and level road, however, and they continued to drag along their weary limbs, still descending, when they heard the noise of an approaching carriage. Joseph did not hesitate to ask directions respecting the road and the possibility of finding an asylum for the night. "Who goes there?" replied a loud voice, and at the same time they heard the click of a pistol. "Be off, or I will blow your brains out." "We are not very dangerous opponents," said Joseph, without being disconcerted. "We are only two poor youths who ask our way." "Ha!" cried another voice, which Consuelo recognized as that of the good Herr Mayor. "If these are not my little companions of the morning. I recognize the accent of the eldest. Are you there too, my little gondolier?" he added in Venetian, addressing Consuelo. "I am," she replied in the same dialect. "We have lost our way, and we wish to know where we can find a stable or a palace where we might obtain shelter. Tell us, if you know." "Oh, my poor children," replied Herr Mayor, "you are 10 long miles at least from any habitation. You will not even find a dog kennel all along these mountains. But I pity you. Get into my carriage. I can give you 2 places without inconvenience. Come, no ceremony, get in." "Oh, sir, you are a great deal too good," said Consuelo, touched by the good man's kindness. "But you are going northward, and we toward Austria." "No, I am going to the west. In an hour at most I shall set you down at Biberach. You can spend the night there, and tomorrow you may reach Austria. It will even shorten your journey. Come, decide if you do not prefer the rain and wish to keep us back." "Courage, then," said Consuelo in undertone to Joseph, and they got into the carriage. They observed that there were 3 passengers, 2 before, one of whom drove. The other, who was Herr Mayor, sat behind. Consuelo took a corner, Joseph the middle. The spacious vehicle had room for 6 persons. The horse, who was a powerful brute, lashed by a vigorous hand, darted forward, jingling the bells on his collar, and tossing his head with impatience. End of chapter 70. Chapter 71 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 71. "Did I not tell you it was a dreary calling?" said Herr Mayor, resuming the conversation where he had left off in the morning. "When the sun shines, all is well. But the sun does not always shine, and your destiny is mutable as the atmosphere." "What destiny is not variable and uncertain?" replied Consuelo. "When the sky lowers, heaven throws benevolent hearts in our way. It should be the last thing in our thoughts, then, to accuse Providence just now." "You are witty, my young friend," said Mayor, "but you are from that beautiful land where all are so. Believe me, however, my young friend, that neither your wit nor your fine voice would preserve you from starving in these dreary Austrian provinces. Were I in your place, I would seek fortune and preferment under some great prince." "And under whom?" said Consuelo, surprised at this remark. "Faith, I do not know. There are several." "But is not the Queen of Hungary a great princess?" said Hayden. "And is not one protected in her states?" "Doubtless," replied Mayor, "but Her Majesty Maria Theresa detests music, and you would be expelled from Vienna were you to appear there as wandering troubadours as you are." Just then, Consuelo saw at a little distance, in some low-lying land, the lights which he had already perceived, and she pointed them out to Joseph, who forthwith professed a desire to get down. in order to pursue the nearest route to bivouac. Those lights, replied Eomer, are no other than will-o'-the-wisp, and many a traveler have they engulfed in those dangerous morasses. Have you never seen them before? Yes, often on the lagoons of Venice, as well as on the lakes of Bohemia. Eomer discoursed for a long time to the young people on the necessity of establishing themselves and on the few resources they would meet with in Vienna, without, however, mentioning where he would advise them to go in preference. At first Joseph was struck with his perseverance and feared he had discovered his companion's sex. But the apparent sincerity with which Eomer addressed her as a youth, and even advised her to go into the army, restored his serenity, and he concluded that the good mayor was one of these easy-going souls who reflect all day long on whatever comes into their head first. Consuelo, for her part, took him for a schoolmaster or Protestant clergyman, full of reform, education, and conversions. After proceeding for about an hour, they arrived at bivouac, but the night was so dark that they absolutely could not see. The carriage stopped before an inn, and Mayer was immediately addressed by two men, who took him aside. When they returned to the kitchen where Consuelo and Joseph were drying and warming themselves by the fire, Joseph recognized the two individuals from whom they had separated on the left bank of the Moldau. The first had but one eye. The second, although not deficient in this respect, was not a bit handsomer on that account. The man who had crossed the river with Eomer and who had returned with him in the carriage now advanced. The fourth did not make his appearance. They all chattered in a dialect which Consuelo, although acquainted with so many languages, could not make out. Mayer appeared to exercise authority over the others, for after an animated discussion in a low voice, at the end of which he gave them some direction, they disappeared, with the exception of the one whom Consuelo, in speaking of him to Joseph, called the Silent, and who never left Eomer. Hayden was preparing to serve their frugal supper on the corner of the table in the kitchen, when Eomer, returning, invited them to share his repast, and pressed them so kindly that they did not venture to refuse. Nevertheless, Consuelo partook with reserve of her host's good cheer, while the eager attention of the servants to his numerous wants, and the quantity of wine which he drank, obliged her to abate a little the elevated opinion she had formed of his apostolic virtues. She was particularly shocked at the eagerness which he manifested to make Joseph and herself drink, more than they wished, and the vulgar and boisterous gaiety with which he prevented them from mixing their wine with water. She began to grow still more uneasy, however, when Joseph, taking rather more than he should, whether from fatigue or inattention, grew more communicative and animated than she could have wished. At last she grew displeased when he paid no attention to the warnings which she gave him with her elbow, and snatching away the glass, which Mayer was about to fill again. "No, sir," said she, "we shall not imitate you, if you please. It is not fit that we should." "You are a strange musician," said Mayer, laughing, with his frank and careless air. "Musicians that do not drink. You are the first of the kind that I have met with." "And you, sir," said Joseph, "are you not a musician? I wager you are. Devil take me if I don't think you are a chapel master to some Saxon prince." "Perhaps I am," replied Mayer, smiling, "and hence the sympathy which I feel for you, my children." "If you be a chapel master, sir," replied Consuelo, "there is too great a distance between your powers and ours, poor wandering singers that we are, to interest you much." "There is many a wandering singer who has more talent than one might imagine," said Mayer, "and there are very great masters, even the chapel masters of the first sovereigns in the world, who have begun in this manner. What if I were to tell you that I heard this morning on the mountain's brow, on the left bank of the Moldau, two charming voices, which performed a pretty Italian duet, accompanied with delightful and even scientific ritornellos on the violin. Well, this is what happened to me while I breakfasted this morning between 9 and 10 on a green slope with my friends. But when the musicians who thus delighted me descended the hill, what was my surprise to see two young people, one dressed as a peasant, the other plainer and simpler, and without much distinction in his appearance. Do not be ashamed or surprised, then, at the goodwill which I have displayed toward you, but do me the favor to drink to the Muses, our mutual and divine patronesses. Sir Maestro, exclaimed the happy Joseph, quite won over, let me pledge you. Oh, you are a real musician, I am certain, since you have been delighted with the talent of Signor Bertoni, my companion. No, you shall drink no more, said Consuelo, impatiently snatching away his glass. Nor I either, added she, turning her own down also. We have only our voices to trust to for our support, Herr Professor, and wine spoils the voice. You should encourage us to keep sober, instead of endeavoring to intoxicate us. You speak reasonably, said Mayer, replacing the decanter on the table. Yes, let us take care of the voice. It was well said. You have more prudence than your age would lead one to expect, friend Bertoni, and I am delighted to have witnessed this proof of your self-denial. You will get on well, I see, not only from your prudence, but your talents. You will succeed triumphantly, and I shall have the honor and the pleasure of contributing to your success. Hereupon the pretended professor, throwing himself back into his chair in an easy position, and speaking with an air of the utmost sincerity and good nature, offered to bring them to Dresden, where he would procure them lessons from the celebrated Hasi, and the protection of the Queen of Poland, and the Electoral Princess of Saxony. This princess, Maria Antoinette of Austria, daughter of the Emperor Joseph I, and married to Augustus III, King of Poland, had been a pupil of Porphyrius. There was a rivalry existing between his master and the Saxon, as Hasi was named, for the favors of the dilettante sovereign, which was the original cause of their deep enmity. Even had Consuelo been inclined to seek preferment in the north of Germany, she certainly would not have chosen to appear at this court, where she would have been opposed to the school and the coterie which had triumphed over her master. She had heard enough from the latter in his moments of bitterness and resentment to have little inclination, in any case, to follow the advice of Professor Mayer. As to Joseph, his position was very different. Intoxicated by the good cheer, he imagined he had discovered in Herr Mayer a powerful protector and the promoter of his future fortune. He did not indeed for a moment dream of abandoning Consuelo to follow this new friend, but, excited as he was, he gave himself up to the hope of one day meeting him again. He trusted firmly in his benevolent intentions, and warmly thanked him. Then, led away by his extravagant joy, he took his violin and played completely at random. Herr Mayer, whether unwilling to annoy him by observing his false notes, or whether, as Consuelo thought, he was so indifferent a musician as not to observe them, only applauded him the more. Indeed, his error with regard to her sex, though he had heard her sing, showed her clearly that he had not a very correct ear, since he had been as easily imposed upon as some village trumpeter or player on the trombone. Herr Mayer still continued to press them to accompany him to Dresden. Joseph, though he refused, indeed appeared highly flattered at the offers, and promised so warmly to go there as soon as possible that Consuelo was forced to undeceive Eomer, respecting the possibility of such an arrangement. "He cannot think of it at present," said she in a very decided tone. "You know, Joseph," she added, "that cannot be, as you have other designs in view." Eomer repeated his seductive offers, and was surprised to find her unassailable, as well as Joseph, whose reason returned the moment Signor Bertoni opened his lips. While this conversation was going on, the silent traveler, who had joined them but for a short time at supper, appeared at the door, and called Eomer, who left the room with him, and Consuelo took advantage of his absence to scold Joseph for his easy credulity in listening, under the influence of wine, to the fine words of any chance companion. "What, have I done anything wrong, then?" said Joseph, frightened. "No," replied she, "but it is wrong to be so intimate with strangers. By dint of staring at me, they will soon perceive, or at least suspect, that I am not what I appear. Although I rubbed my hands with crayons to darken them, and endeavored to keep them as much as possible under the table, it would have been easy to see how weak they were, if happily these two gentlemen had not been so absorbed, one by his bottle, and the other by his talk. The most prudent thing we can do now is to remove to some other inn, for I feel anything but comfortable with these new acquaintances, who seem to dog our steps." "What," said Joseph, "would you have us be so ungrateful as to leave this worthy man, and perhaps illustrious professor, without thanking or bidding him adieu? Who knows that it is not the great Hussey himself? I will answer for it, he is no such thing, and if your wits had not been wool-gathering, you would have observed his miserable remarks on music. No master would thus express himself. He is at best some good-natured musician of the lowest ranks of the orchestra, a babbler, and a good deal of the sort to boot. It is plain from his countenance that he has never blown on anything but brass, and one would say from his look that his eyes had never taken a higher flight than the footlights." "Corno or clarino secondo," exclaimed Joseph, bursting into a laugh. "Well, he is a pleasant fellow at any rate." "It is more than you can say for yourself at any rate," replied Consuelo, a little out of temper. "Sober yourself, and bid good-bye if you choose, but let us go." "The rain is falling in torrents. Do you hear how it dashes against the panes?" "I hope you are not going to fall asleep on the table," said Consuelo, shaking him. At this moment Eomer returned. "Here is a complete change in our plans," cried he, gaily. "I expected to be able to sleep here, and set out in the morning for Chambres. But behold, my friends will not permit me to proceed, alleging that my presence is necessary on some business of theirs at Passau. I must yield to the point. By my faith, my children, if I might offer you a piece of advice, it is since I cannot have the pleasure of bringing you to Dresden, that you will take advantage of this opportunity. I have always 2 seats for you in my carriage, as these gentlemen have one of their own. Tomorrow we shall be at Passau, about 30 miles from this, and then I shall bid you farewell. You will then be near the Austrian frontier, and you can descend the Danube in boats as far as Vienna, with little expense or difficulty." Joseph thought it an admirable proposal, as it would rest poor Consuelo. It certainly seemed a favorable opportunity, and the navigation on the Danube was an expedient which had not occurred to them. Consuelo agreed, therefore, seeing plainly besides that Joseph was incapable for that evening of taking any precautions for the security of their quarters. Once in the carriage, she had nothing to fear from the observations of her traveling companions, and Eomer declared that they would arrive at Passau before daybreak. Joseph was delighted with her determination, Nevertheless, Consuelo experienced an indefinable repugnance to the arrangement, and the appearance of Irme's friends dissatisfied her more and more. She asked him if they also were musicians. All more or less, he replied dryly. They found the carriages ready, the drivers on their seats, and the servants of the inn well pleased with Irme's liberality, bustling about to serve him till the last moment. During an interval of silence, in the midst of this confusion, Consuelo heard a groan which seemed to issue from the middle of the court. She turned toward Joseph, who heard nothing, and the groan being again repeated, she felt a shudder run through her frame. However, as no one appeared to observe it, she fancied it might be some dog pining on his chain. But whatever effort she made to distract her thoughts, the unpleasant impression remained. This stifled cry, proceeding, amid the darkness, wind, and rain, from among a group of animated and indifferent persons, without her being able to ascertain precisely whether it was an imaginary noise or a human voice, struck her with terror and sadness. Her thoughts instantly reverted to Albert, and, as if she could have shared in the mysterious power with which he seemed endowed, she trembled at the idea of some danger impending over Albert or to herself. In the meantime, the carriage was already in motion. A fresh horse, still stronger than the first, drew it quickly along, while the other carriage, moving on with equal rapidity, was sometimes before and sometimes behind. Joseph chattered afresh with Irme, and Consuelo endeavored to sleep, pretending indeed to be so already, in order to furnish a pretext for her silence. Fatigue at last overcame her sadness and disquietude, and she fell into a profound sleep. When she awoke, she found that Joseph had fallen asleep also, and that Maya was at last silent. The rain had ceased, the sky was clear, and the day commenced to dawn. The country was quite strange to Consuelo, except that she saw from time to time the summit of a chain of mountains that resembled the Burma vault. As the heaviness of sleep wore off, Consuelo remarked with surprise the position of these mountains, which should have been on her left hand, whereas they were to the right. The stars had now disappeared, and the sun, which he expected to see rise in front of her, was not yet visible. She thought that the range which she saw must be another chain than that of the Burma vault, but Irme was snoring, and she dared not address the driver, who was the only one awake at the time. The horse now slackened his pace to mount a steep ascent, and the noise of the wheels died away in the moist sand of the road. It was then that Consuelo plainly perceived the same low groan that she had already heard in the inn at Biberach. The voice seemed to come from behind. She turned around mechanically and saw nothing but the leathern cushion against which she leaned. She imagined herself the sport of some hallucination, and her thoughts always reverting to Albert. She was certain that he was dying, and that the sounds which he heard were his last sighs. This idea so seized upon her imagination that she was very nearly fainting, and fearing to be suffocated, she asked the driver who had stopped to breathe his horses to allow her to walk up the rest of the hill. He nodded assent, and getting down himself, walked whistling behind the horses. This man was too well dressed to be the driver of a vehicle by profession, and as he moved, Consuelo thought she saw pistols in his belt. This precaution in so wild and uninhabited a country seemed perfectly natural, and besides, the form of the carriage, which Consuelo examined as she walked beside the wheel, denoted that it carried merchandise. It was wide enough to afford space to a coffer behind, such as generally employed to hold dispatches or valuables. But the conveyance did not seem heavily laden, since it was drawn without difficulty by one horse. But what surprised Consuelo much more was to see her shadow project before her, and, turning round, she saw that the sun had risen, and in a part of the horizon opposite to that in which it ought to have been, if the vehicle had been proceeding in the direction of Passau. "Where are we going now?" said she hastily. "We are turning our backs on Austria." "Yes, for half an hour," he quietly replied. "We are retracing our steps because the bridge over which we had to cross is broken, and we are obliged to make a detour of a few miles to find another." Consuelo, somewhat reassured, got into the carriage and exchanged a few unimportant observations with Mayer, who was awake, but who soon slept again. Joseph had not moved all the time. They soon gained the summit, and Consuelo now saw before her a long, winding, and somewhat steep road, and the river of which the driver had spoken at the bottom. But as far as the eye could reach, she could see no bridge, and they were still going northward. Consuelo, surprised and disturbed, could sleep no more. A second hill soon presented itself, which the horse seemed too tired to ascend. The travelers all got down except Consuelo, who still suffered from her feet. Again the sobs struck her ear, but now so distinctly and so often repeated that she could no longer ascribe them to any trick of her imagination. The noise undoubtedly came from the back division of the carriage. She examined it attentively, and saw in the corner where Herr always sat a little opening of leather, in the form of a wicket, which communicated with this recess. She tried to push it open, but did not succeed. It had a lock, of which the key was probably in the pocket of the pretended professor. Consuelo, at once ardent and courageous in such adventures, drew from a pocket in her dress a sharp and strong-bladed knife, which she had procured in setting out, perhaps with some vague idea of defending herself against the dangers of the road. Embracing an opportunity when her fellow travelers, and even the driver, whose horse was now in no danger of running off, were in advance, she opened a slit in the panel with a steady hand, so as to obtain a glance at the contents of this mysterious case. But what was her surprise and terror when she saw in the narrow cell, which only received air and light from above, a man of athletic proportions, gagged, bound hand and foot, lying covered with blood, and evidently in a state of dreadful suffering and constraint. His face was livid, and he seemed at the point of death. End of chapter 71.